Oh, setting up the streams again. Wow, what's up, guys? Uh, uh. All right. How's the microphone sound at this distance? Is it okay or is it mega fucked? A bit quiet, but good. Oh, it does look quiet. You're absolutely right. Hold on. The fuck is this? Oh, that's not gonna help at all. All right, can you? What was for breakfast today? Protein shake and water. I don't need to eat. I'm an ascended human now, okay? We no longer require food. I'll start eating, I think I'm 165 now. I'll start eating when I'm 135 again, okay? That's what we do. Were you able to find Vyvanse in Sweden? Oh my god, I've done so much reading on amphetamines on the airplane here, like the past few days. I got so many opinions and ideas. Yeah, finding, you guys have something called Evance here. So today's the first day I've tried. It's 30 milligrams of Evance, which is supposed to be my prescription, which is Vyvanse. So we'll see how I feel today. But yeah, I did find some. Apparently you guys all get your drugs for free here, like crazy. And none of you apparently use them at all. I don't know how so many people have ADHD prescriptions. It's the same in the United States. You guys all get prescribed medication for ADHD and then like none of you take it. I don't know why or how. I don't know why you do this. Or if it's not a big deal to you guys, there are so many people who are like, oh yeah, I've got like 100 pills of this and I just don't use them. And I'm like, why do you have the prescription? What do you do? Why do you even get it then? What? What? Mel? Are you Melon? Why are you being quiet, Mel's? Secret wife. Uh-oh. I have 50 milligrams of Elvance and I take it daily. The hardest part was finding my dose because everybody over here is apparently on like 50 and 60 milligrams and my prescription is only 30 and I didn't want to do like a crazy high one. We're going to do, I downloaded Obsidian on my phone. I think I have it on this laptop now too. We're going to do research streams later, okay? I got so many questions. And I just want to spend like 4 hours, okay? I want to spend 4 hours researching one thing that I'm curious about, okay? Just one medical question that I think I'm like black-pilled on. And that's, hold on, damn, why does this camera so zoomed into my face? Does it need to be? Boom, boom. I'm streaming on YouTube, right? Oh, there it is. How did court go? I think it went fine, but who knows? We'll know more on Friday, and then the week after that, we'll know even more. I've done a ton of reading on drugs and pills and ADHD treatments and all these memes, okay? Here's my question, okay? It feels like such a meme thing, okay? Have you read Scott Alexander's blog post on ADHD? Yeah, but like I don't want to just use one source. But he was the starting ground, okay? Unironically, it seems like methamphetamine is just the de facto best treatment for ADHD. So I read Scott Alexander's post on different types of treatments for ADHD. And he talks about, the big two are Adderall and Vyvanse, right, or Evance in Europe. So then he talks about there's a third drug, but nobody actually prescribes it, and it's called disoxin, which is it's methane. I think it's methamphetamine hydrochloride. I think that's like the mixture that it's in so that you can eat it. And yeah, you've got methylphenidates like Ritalin and Conserva. That's like for people that are scared, I think, of the like if you're worried about overdoing it or something. I don't know. I don't think Ritalin has like got a lot of research behind it and people have done it for a long time, but I don't think Ritalin and Concerta are preferred. I think like Adderall and Vyvanse, I think generally are like your first line, prescriptions or therapies for ADHD. So I try to do more Googling on this, like on the meth question, because I'm like, there's like, it seems like a funny thing for him to put in that blog, but I can't find it. So the first thing I Google is disoxin versus Vyvanse or Adderall. And one of the things that I notice as I'm Googling is all of these websites come up, Reddit, these ADHD forums, all of these different things where people are saying, I tried so many different drugs, I tried so many different prescriptions, I tried all these things, and it wasn't until I finally was able to get a prescription for disoxin that my side effects all went away. I no longer got like a high while doing these amphetamines. And not only that, but apparently it's like so chill. You can like do disoxin and like take a nap. Like that's how like calm the drug is compared to Adderall or Ritalin, or not Adderall, Adderall or Vyvanse. So then I'm trying to Google like studies, because I'm like, there's no way that it can just be that like meth is just better for ADHD, because why wouldn't more people prescribe it or whatever? And I come up with like a couple of unsatisfying answers. So one is that methamphetamine is obviously an off-patent drug, so anybody can make it. And Vyvanse and Adderall, I think Adderall alone or Vyvanse alone sold over, I want to say it was over $2 billion in pills. $2 billion, I think, last year in the U.S. And I think disoxin, which is the methamphetamine hydrochloride, I think sold like $9 million, like not even close. But the thing that I keep coming back to on it over and over again is literally for methamphetamine, there's just a really bad social stigma for the drug, which all of chat is like obviously like proving through all the memes and everything. And that is like the de facto reason why it's hard to do research on it, why nobody prescribes it, and why it's hard to even ask doctors for it. But it's, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. So there's a lot of, so I'll address like some of these things just from what I found reading. Also, if somebody has more research that I just can't find, I can't stumble on, because I've asked a few like pharmacy friends too, and they're like, oh, I don't actually have any idea. So people are saying things like, it's because meth reduces your serotonin a lot. It's because meth is more addictive. It's because blah, 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 blah. The problem with all of these drugs is that it feels like people are comparing, even in the research, people are comparing recreational doses of methamphetamine to therapeutic doses of amphetamines, which is retarded, right? So people are like all these things about addictions and all this shit. This is if you do like 50 to 100 plus milligrams of methamphetamine because you're doing it you're doing it to get high, actually. As opposed to like your 10, 20, 30, I guess, depending on what your dose is for Adderall or Vyvanse. The doses for obviously recreational meth is way, 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 way higher. Yeah, but it's funny, it's interesting because those disoxin prescriptions are, apparently they're really hard to get because doctors don't want to prescribe it. But yeah, I don't know. The issue with meth is it can burn the fuck out of your dopamine receptors if you abuse it. It's the reason why meth addicts have the shakes. This is what I'm saying. Like, that statement is retarded. Like, people keep saying that over and over again. But like, I want to be very, very careful with how I talk about this, because you need to be very careful with drugs, okay? But this is something that nobody mentioned to me, and I didn't hear this at all, and I don't know if you all either know it and you don't say it, or if it's like an open secret, but Adderall, the high that you get on Adderall, I told you this the first couple days I tried it, the high that you get on Adderall feels like meth, or almost like MDMA. It super does. I don't know why I've never heard that before, but it feels weird to me that so many people say that you can abuse like methamphetamine, which obviously you can. Why have I never heard about people using or abusing like Adderall to feel good or feel high? Because you absolutely get a euphoric high when you do Adderall. When I was in a place 8 months ago and somebody lent me their 30 milligrams of Adderall, it was a 30 milligram Adderall XR, I was high all day, okay? I was high all day. And it felt good, and obviously it was calm and shit, but it was super high. Destiny, it tapers off after a month. Yeah, welcome to all drugs ever. All drugs taper off. That's why people keep upping the doses and doing more and more and more and more and more. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. But that's where the prone to abuse comes in, is the fact that it will eventually taper off. But yeah. Have you read about this methylphenidate? I use it. I don't get the side effects. Yeah, I think that's what Ritalin is, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, and Concerta as well. Yeah, some people use that, but it feels like when I read it, I'm going off of a lot of like patient reviews, and then I think drugs.com has like reviews for like patient outcomes and stuff. Or no, I shouldn't say patient outcomes. I should say I think it's self-reported reviews. It feels like people like. It feels like Vyvanse is like the Vyvanse is one of the best. Adderall is pretty good, but people that get Desoxyn prescriptions are like, this is the best drug because it doesn't make you feel high at all. You don't get that high euphoric feeling. You can dose it way lower. I think the starting dose for meth is like 2.5 or 5 milligrams. And it's a way less like hyperactive stimulating drug. So for instance, I don't know if this is just because I'm just on like Adderall or Vyvanse. If I take Adderall or Vyvanse, I won't sleep. I can't sleep for 12 hours. That's not happening. And also I can't, if I don't think about it, I won't eat for 12 hours. Your appetite is like destroyed on these drugs, which for me right now is a pro, but like, geez. But it feels like for, if you get the Desoxyn, you don't have those side effects. You literally, yeah, like I was reading people saying, I've read multiple things that you could take Desoxyn and then you can literally take a nap. Like it's that chill. Keep in mind, be careful. All of this stuff is just my research. Don't buy. Also, hold on, let me qualify this a few more times. When I'm talking about Desoxyn is methamphetamine hydrochloride, I think is what it is, in pill form that comes from a pharmacy. If you're buying meth on the street and you're trying to do that to self-medicate, you have no idea what's in that unless you send it into a literal lab to get tested. The test kits that you do at home will test for some things, but if you're buying methamphetamine off the street, if you really want to know if it's just meth, you've got to send it into a lab to get tested, just as like a heads up. But I can't seem to comprehend how Destiny's never heard of people getting high off Adderall. That's like saying I never heard people getting high off Oxycontin. I've only ever heard of people abusing Adderall, like law students and stuff. I've never heard of people talking about the high from Adderall, which is really intense. Which was which was kind of a scary thing for me that I've been trying to measure. So for instance, I still have my 20 milligrams of Adderall XR, and I like that medication. It works really well for me. But I'm a little bit worried. I'm having difficulty sorting through what is like putting me at a good neurotypical baseline and what is just me abusing drugs. It's very, very hard to tell. So for instance, I don't know if I talked about this on stream or not, but there were a couple fights that I had with Mel when I was on Adderall, and I like saw through the matrix and fixed these fights immediately. But I don't know if that's just because I was like chill and calm, or if it's because I was like euphoric and like high and I was just like happy, right? Or I don't know how much is like I'll get DMs from friends and I feel like super warm and I feel really nice about it and it feels good. But I don't know if that's like my mental baseline is chill because I'm on Vyvanse or Adderall, now it's Vyvanse, or if it's because I'm high. And it's very, very, very hard to tell that. So the reason why that's scary is because if I continue to take this medication, if those feelings go away, should I be aiming for that? Or is that just me getting high on a drug and it's not like a therapeutic effect for my ADHD? It's very, very hard for me to sort that out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that right now. But today's my first day trying. It's Evance for 30 milligrams, which feels less intense than the Adderall. But I think Adderall at 20 milligrams, I think is more intense than Vyvanse at 30 milligrams because of the dosing on it or because of the effect. I don't actually know 100% why. But yeah. I only take 30 milligrams of Vyvanse because it's just enough to get going. You got to find that perfect dose. I could have gone higher dose, but why do that when I'm already getting positive results? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how to even test it, but yeah. You should just start with the smallest dose and slowly upscale. Yeah, you should. I should have started Adderall at 10 instead of 20. Because the 20 was like perfect for me. Maybe. Or it wasn't perfect and I was just getting high. I'm not sure. I don't know. How long are you in Sweden for? I think until the 19th, maybe. Can I ask why you do these things? What? Well, I finally got an ADHD diagnosis because I think I have hardcore ADHD, and apparently every motherfucker in the world is getting these diagnoses, and I'm not convinced that half you motherfuckers actually have ADHD. Felix W, thanks for the tier 5. Nothing convinced me more than when every time I ask people, hey, can I buy Vyvanse or Adderall, and I've got all these motherfuckers with prescriptions who have hundreds of pills lying around that don't ever fucking use them. Okay, fuck you guys. Do Americans not get Dex for ADHD? No, normally we take Adderall. But I mean, the gold standard is Dex, but that's if you can find Vyvanse. Apparently, Vyvanse is like sold out in the U.S. right now, like everywhere. The issue with meth self-medicating is that most street meth is half meth, half speed, or half. Yeah, that's what don't. If you're anything that I'm talking about, I'm only talking about drugs that come from pharmacies. If you're talking about drugs on the street, there's a whole other set of issues relating to that. Does Desoxyn fuck with your appetite? Apparently a little bit, but not as much as, well, I'm just going by user reviews. So people typing online, apparently not as much as Adderall or Vyvanse, but I don't know personally for that, obviously. I don't know about long-term Adderall/Vyvanse, but I was on consider for years, and it worked, but the side effects fucking sucked. I think most people only take it when they need to focus. Is Vyvanse or Elvanse actually different? No, it should be the exact same drug, I think, just sold under a different name because it's Europe. Yeah, that's why most people eventually, I think, hop on, or are, if they're able to get the prescription for Desoxyn, they do it after they've tried the other train of stimulants that don't work because of all the side effects. When Destiny says meth, is he talking about methylphenidate? No, I'm talking about methamphetamine. Methylphenidate is drugs like Concerta or Ritalin. Is there a difference between dextromethamphetamine and methamphetamine? I don't know what dextromethamphetamine is. A methamphetamine with a dextro attached? Is dextro, like, does that just stand for like a sugar add-on or something? I'm not actually sure. I have no idea. I've never heard of that. Dextromethamphetamine. Is that, or do people sell drugs like that? I don't know. You're not afraid of your pleasure receptors to be permanently skewed after feeling the high highs of stimulants? Well, I think if you do them for long periods of time, maybe, but I don't know if there's long-term studies on your receptors getting fucked like that. But so here's like a thing is, fuck, there was that email that I got, like, helped me put my brain in a way better path. Pleasure receptors would have been things that I'd be worried about getting fucked, okay, on amphetamines. However, I think my normal hardcore ADHD life was already fucking my pleasure receptors, right? Like, I was a guy, keep in mind that when I was doing pro StarCraft, right? So if you would have asked me 10 years ago, you know, Destiny, do you want to try amphetamines? I would have said, no, I don't want to ruin my brain. And then I would have gone back to playing StarCraft 2 for 16 hours a day. Right? Or, you know, or like, oh, do I want to try amphetamines? No, I don't really want to ruin my pleasure receptors. And then like masturbate like 4 times a day. And it's like, I don't know, right? What's actually ruining your pleasure centers more? If I take an amphetamine and then I go to the gym every day, I come once a day, and I'm not like having to play. I think one thing I've noticed, I went back, somebody emailed me this and pointed out. One thing I noticed is that even on the days where I'm not feeling the high from my Adderall, I've been able to do like talking with people or doing things like news or reading or whatever, or even watching videos for the past every day I've been on amphetamines. I haven't had to play a game ever. Even on the days where I didn't feel high, or even where people were joking about like, oh, your ADHD is coming back, I noticed that I didn't have to have a game on screen ever when I was on an amphetamine. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting take where people are like, are you worried about ruining your brain with that? Maybe, but damn, dude, my day-to-day normal life is like ruining my brain. Destiny, apparently dextro and levomethamphetamine are different chirality of the same compound. Oh, I'd have to read on why chirality is important or whatever. Isn't that what all the other amphetamines in Adderall are? It's 4 different amphetamine salts. Is it of different chiralities or whatever? Yeah, and then also that's the thing too. You have to be careful not to compare recreational doses of drugs to therapeutic doses of drugs, right? Like when I do MDMA, careful for what I am saying, okay? I'll do like 100 to 200 milligrams. 200 is really high. Probably shouldn't. Probably like 150 max, okay? But like 100 to 200 milligrams of like MDMA to compare long-term usage for that, right? Because people, I don't do this like every fucking weekend. Or I don't do it day in and day out, right? People that go to like raves and EDM festivals and shit, they'll fucking every hour they'll like not every hour, but like every few hours they'll re-up on this shit, right? Not good. But people will compare that, right? They'll compare doing like a gram of ecstasy or MDMA over a weekend, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I think that Adderall is probably harmful for you because these drugs are." It's like, bro, your dosing at recreational levels for these drugs is way, way, way fucking higher than your dosing at therapeutic levels. But yeah. I work at a pediatrician office, and there are so many kids on these things. I wonder what kind of effects they actually have on those little fuckers. Also, I think you were high for so long because it was extended release, meaning it slowly releasing the effects, keeping you high. Yeah, of course. I haven't seen any studies for under 100 milligrams for Adderall, Vyvanse, or Disoxin. For Adderall and Vyvanse, there should be plenty of studies under that because it's FDA approved at therapeutic doses for lower milligram levels. They can't. There's no way they should be studying 100 milligram doses of Adderall for FDA approval. You should buy a magnesium supplement to combat side effects. If you're going to be taking Vyvanse Adderall daily. Yeah, I've heard about stuff like that. Maybe I should research. It's called, druggies call this harm prevention. I shouldn't say druggies. That's mean. But people that do recreational drugs or even drugs in the long term will have like harm prevention measures. So they take like certain vitamins or whatever. I don't know if there's any research saying this stuff actually helps, but how has it affected your sex drive? It's interesting, like talking about it. I don't know. This sounds so unhinged. Okay. I feel like these drugs make me hornier, but they make me want to like get off less. Like if I look at something and think about it, I can feel more horny. But prior to being on amphetamines, I felt like I have to orgasm like 3 or 4 times a day. Whereas now it's like I can orgasm like once a day and be fine. So I might have like more random horny thoughts like during the day, but it's not like, oh God, I need to go fucking masturbate right now. I don't know if that makes sense. It's weird to say that, and it's weird to like understand that, but I don't know how else to say that. Yeah. Have any of these drugs impacted your erection quality size? I don't think so. If you're looking for dick pills, I don't think amphetamines are like the opposite of where you want to go. It's also good to take into consideration caffeine intake. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't think about that at all. Caffeine has just never had a big effect on me, so I don't even consider it in my daily day-to-day. How difficult would it be to drive while coming down on LSD? I'm going to take 2 tabs on Saturday, and I'll have to drive on Sunday morning. I don't believe there should be a come down the next day. Just make sure you get good sleep, but... At Destiny, scroll down to the very bottom, just above the notes list, it shows a graph on the potency of the 4 salts you referenced. Sorry, fuck, I meant Vyvanse and Disoxin because it's a difference between the lisdexamphetamine and D-amphetamine, and from what I've seen, nothing below 100 milligrams. Even for Vyvanse, there should be data on it. If the FDA approves it at therapeutic levels, there has to be data on those therapeutic doses, right? Can someone say this on kick? Taking L-tyrosine creates precursors for dopamine that help with long-term side effects on pleasure centers. Yeah, I think L-tyrosine and magnesium supplements, and there's one other thing I hear people recommend as an alternative to amphetamines. I've heard this before. If you don't want to take amphetamines, you can do this, yeah. Pulling on your bare tiny, you'll get another hole on the other side. I don't know what that sentence means. Any advice on building structure for your young audience? Have a schedule? Melly Mel. What are you melling? What does that mean? I took Disoxin for a while, but I stopped once since I couldn't stop fucking your mom based. Destiny's reading YouTube comments about reality. I always do. Shut up. You keep saying that you kept saying that you on-drank Red Bull. You know that barely has anything in it. Have you ever tried black coffee? Gross. Do you believe that recreational drugs should be ultra-regulated? I can't imagine going to some plug on the street to get harmful substances to have fun. Yeah, they should be. It's everything about drug culture in the U.S. is fucking retarded. But, I mean, what do you want to say? who meth pilled you. I don't know who, but this notion that the average person can sleep on pure meth is nuts. Again, at therapeutic doses, not recreational doses. A Desoxyn pill is like 5 milligrams. Recreational use of methamphetamine is probably 50 plus, depending on how dog shit the meth you have is, right? It's a way different experience. It's like saying like, oh yeah, Adderall is the best high in the world. It's really bad for you. Don't ever take it. You're not going to sleep for fucking 12, 24 hours or whatever. And people are like, really? What do you mean? It's like, yeah, I took 300 milligrams of Adderall, like, sorry. And it was just like a wild experience, right? Every time people talk about meth, they're talking about it at recreational doses and then comparing it to therapeutic doses of other amphetamines. Have you researched microdosing these drugs? No. Why would I do that? I think you underestimate the benefit of the ADHD crazy scattered creativity. Being a robot is useful but boring. Okay, warning, I am completely talking out my ass, and this is total conjecture with almost no research behind it, so be aware that that's what I'm about to say, okay? Ready? Warning, you got it, okay? In my opinion, as somebody that with a decently high level of confidence feels like I have ADHD, anybody saying that ADHD meds turns them into a robot or robs them of creativity, when I hear that, what it sounds to me is like you don't have ADHD and you're taking these drugs expecting them to turn you into a superhuman, but because your brain is already pretty normal, when you overstimulate it like that, it shuts you down and turns you into a zombie. That's what it feels like to me. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like hearing ADHD is like a superpower. I just don't feel that at all. That feels like the biggest fucking cope in the world to me. Now, keep in mind, I could be wrong. I'm still obviously a very, very new user of amphetamines. But like even on the days where I felt high on Adderall, or even today where I'm taking Vyvanse or I've been taking these Adderall XRs, I have never felt like, oh no, I'm lacking in creativity. All I feel is that like I feel calmer and I feel like I can focus on things without having to have like a million fucking distractions in the background or being on the fucking my phone all the fucking time. I had, for an example, right? Okay, Adderall XR, 20 milligrams. Melina had her court things yesterday. I sat in a courtroom for 5 fucking hours listening to everybody speak Swedish, and I was okay. If I would have been before that, I would have probably cried. I would have fake vomited so I could get the fuck out of the courtroom, or I would have left at break, at lunch, the first break, and I was like, I can't come back to this. I cannot do this. I can't be here right now. For 5 hours, I'll kill myself. But I had no problem with it before. But yeah, the idea that like it robs your creativity or turns you into a zombie, again, I could be wrong, but it feels like that's coming from people who are doing amphetamines that probably shouldn't be, or they're just doing them because they think they have ADHD, but they don't, right? Don't you think it's ironic you're talking about these drugs like an expert after being diagnosed for maybe 1 month, LOL? So I first did research on ADHD like 6 years ago because my child was diagnosed and I had to make the decision to put him on drugs, number one. Number two, I've literally said a million times, I don't think I'm an expert. If you've got other research, link me. I literally just said I spent 3 days in the past few days reading about this. I don't know why you think I'm an expert. I don't know how to talk to make you think I'm like hedging my opinion on this. If you're taking my opinion as gospel, go rope, okay? Rope yourself. I don't know what to say, okay? Listen, I've qualified my opinion 50 million times, okay? I have a friend that I know for a fact has ADHD because when he's off the meds, he has all the classic symptoms. He says the same thing about making him lose his spark. I think people who say that are just used to unstable behavior with ADHD and they identify too much with their illness. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Taking Desoxyn every day will shoot your MDMA tolerance through the roof. The difference between the two drugs is 4 atoms. Don't take advice from anybody that says anything like that, okay? 4 atoms. I mean, the difference between, what is H2O versus H3O? What is H3O again? Or H2O2 is what I'm thinking of? Is that, I don't remember my chemistry names. Like, 1 atom can completely and totally change an entire fucking compound. What do you want? Hi.
Hi.
Are you going to give me hugs?
Yeah.
Oh, H2O is hydrogen peroxide. Melly Mel. Temporary wife.
Temporary?
Yeah.
How do you say that?
Because you're my wife while I'm here in Sweden.
But I've been stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Good. No, you deserve it.
I deserve to be stuck here?
Yeah, go back
You
to
don't
school.
want me?
Get an education, Mel.
You get an education?
It's free here.
True. Bye, Steve.
Amelia.
Here are the papers.
Bye, Mel. Oh shit. I need a cape. I have to refresh all my chats to help my computer not lag because for some reason Chrome memory leaks like crazy. How do you hear this shit, LeMayo? I'm not saying Destiny is wrong. I just think he needs more time with each drug before declaring how it makes him feel. I literally just said that. How many times have I said I'm new on these drugs? These are my early experiences. This is how I first feel. I've said it a million times. I just haven't. It's hard because I can't find people that talk about like their early experiences. Or I read a lot of like user reports online, and I don't even trust a lot of what I read. I'm just giving my experience. Jesus Christ. I want to talk about this. I was diagnosed at 40 after life utter failure. It's 100% not a superpower to me, and meds have been interesting, life-changing, and many side effects. Gotcha, okay. You should get a, call Misk if you want to talk about Adderall. Really? You should get a MacBook or Ultrabook. No, it's like Chrome has like a memory leak with, I don't know if it's just DGG chat that does it, or if my other chats do it too. I'll try just refreshing DGG chat.
Are you hungry?
I won't be hungry for like 10 hours. Why?
You don't want me to like make something really healthy with protein?
I have my protein shake. I'll eat again in 6 hours, I guess.
But you need like some sort of nutrition.
I have a Red Bull, I ate
That's
one
not
ghee
it.
flour,
That's not
and I
good
had a
for you.
protein shake.
I can make chicken.
I'm
You
optimally
make-
functioning right now.
You don't
I don't
want-
need
You don't
calories.
want chicken?
I feel the fat burning away from my body. I'm living on an elevated level right now,
You're
okay?
like, you don't have any
I'm walking a
vitamins.
higher
You're like
path.
surviving on
I'm not
shakes
surviving.
and Red Bull.
I'm thriving, okay?
This is not good for you.
It's
I'm
absolutely...
gonna make you some food.
Do it later.
But you want to build muscles, right?
That's what the protein shake was for. I don't need extra calories right now.
Eating is good, okay?
It was like 50 grams of protein.
Just get more protein.
Yeah, I'll do it tonight at 6 o'clock.
If you want to build muscles, you gotta fucking eat.
Tonight at 6 o'clock. What?
Tonight at 6?
I need to lose like
Who's gonna be
15
making
pounds.
you food at 6?
You are.
Oh.
Where are you going to be at 6?
I'm gonna get 6?
What?
What are you saying?
I said, where are you going to be at 6?
I don't know. But I'm hungry now.
Then you can go make yourself food now.
Should I make like leftovers for you or something?
Sure.
Hmm.
Quiet.
What?
Else good day. Bitch. How many calories in the protein shake? 440. Why are e-girls still doing this? You should have taken Dan's advice about a 100-pound laptop and 20. I took Dan's advice. This laptop is nice. I've got like my 2-monitor thing. It's working well. Okay. It just took me time to identify what the problem was. And one of the problems is when DGG chat stays open, it's like, it lags my whole computer. I don't know. Have you noticed Mel's accent is stronger having stayed in Sweden for an extended period of time? Not really. Is it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't think so. I went through my phone and I deleted a bunch of old shit. Her old accent is crazy high. What happened at court? Can Mel go home? It was very dramatic. They were screaming at each other, throwing things across the courtroom. The police had to come in. Let me just say, god damn, I love the US, all the legal system, all the process, okay? Oh my god, I love it and respect it and appreciate it so much, especially with all like the indictments and the court stuff and the law students I've been talking to and everything I've been seeing. Like I have a pretty good holistic image of like the US, the structure of our court system, and compared to like the Swedish system, no offense to the Swedish system, and maybe there are things about the Swedish system that I'm missing or I don't understand, but yeah, oh my god, I have a huge appreciation for the US legal system. Why do you want to talk to someone's experience of early ADHD? Then don't. You don't have to listen to me, okay? If Vosh is waiting for you to fuck up, could these drugs be the impetus of it? What? I got caught in the same shit Mel got caught with as well. Them thinking I wasn't living on a certain address when I was. Yeah, I don't know. We're figuring it out. 2 drugs can literally have the same atomic structure and be different isomers and have completely different side effects. Oh, true, because of that chirality thing or whatever, right? What do you mean by that? Explain what's wrong with the Swedish system. Well, I don't want to say what's wrong with the Swedish system because I might just not understand it or something. And maybe I'm missing things. But like, for instance, like, where are my Swedes at? You can tell me if I'm wrong. Like in the United States, when you have a jury trial, I think in general, the jury has to have like a unanimous opinion to convict somebody on a crime. I don't think that's the case in in Sweden, or it doesn't seem like it. Or maybe they might have like different types of trials for different types of offenses or whatever. Like that was an interesting thing, I think, that I wasn't fully aware of. It feels like we don't have juries in Sweden. You absolutely do. Juries are cringe. I love juries. I think the concept of a jury is probably one of the best aspects. Most of Swedes have no idea how our courts work. Oh. Most EU countries don't let random retards decide on crimes. I totally disagree on it being random retards. If you have a criminal system and you've got ordinary citizens being convicted of criminal offenses, then your average citizen absolutely should be able to understand whether or not the application of the law and a penalty is appropriate for a given circumstance. If your citizens can't understand the law well enough to know if it should apply to some offender after a trial, why the fuck do you have that law? I super disagree with that. I think trials by juries, I think, are absolutely a good thing in the United States. Unless there might be good arguments against that I haven't heard. Well, actually, maybe in the case of like incredibly complicated like corporate law or something, maybe it would make sense to be a bit more technocratic or to have like a technocratic judge or something. But generally for criminal offenses, I feel like a jury of peers is important, I think. Why does it say Sweden doesn't have juries? There are no juries in the Swedish courts. The following rules play a part in proceedings. There are two parties to trial, the prosecutor and the defendant. The defendant may be entitled to a public defense counsel for the court to decide whether the prosecution's evidence is sufficient. In district courts, the court consists of one legally qualified presiding judge and usually 3 lay judges. Yes, the lay judges are the jury. But it says lay judges do not have legal training. What's the difference between, I'm sorry, maybe I use the word, what's the difference between a lay judge and, because the lay judge has no, like, I thought it was just like a normal person, basically. Or what does it mean to have a lay judge with no formal training? That, to me, just sounds like a jury. But the jury is the one judge and then the 3 lay judges. Lay judge. This new Folkbokforenslagen. Is that a real word, Mel? Folkbokforenslagen. Has been updated recently to combat organized crime. A lot of Swedish people don't even know about it. They get caught, for example, when they move in a couple of months with a new boyfriend, girlfriend in another country, and then the government drops the hammer on them. Yeah, I think that was something that I appreciated. I probably won't go into too many details. One, because the whole trial was in Swedish, so I mean, I'm trying to understand what's going on based on what they're presenting on screen. I can kind of figure out what's going on, and then how they talk to each other. I can kind of, when I hear proper nouns and stuff, I can kind of figure out what they're talking about. But the accountant lady that we got from one of the big 4 firms, when she came in to testify, it seemed like the prosecutor, it seemed like, was asking a lot of questions where it's like, oh, well, shouldn't you obviously know to do this? Or isn't it obvious you should do this? And it felt like the accountant was like, no, it's not obvious at all. A lot of people don't know about these things. This is why people like me have jobs. And the idea that a 21-year-old would know that they have to do this particular piece of paperwork when even if you call the Swedish, what is it called? Skattefarg or whatever. What are they called? Skatteverket. If you call them and you ask, even a lot of them don't know 100%. But yeah, lay judges are politically involved usually. Oh yeah, that's true, because I think our defense guy said that it's 3 people who are of different political persuasion who are lay judges. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. That sounds wild to me. But Destiny, will you ever come back to Nashville? Probably at some point. Yeah. Can you watch Ethan and Gila talk about Israel-Palestine? Yes. We will talk about Israel-Palestine a lot today. Okay, we need to thread the needle on that topic. It's really important to get this right for you guys, and probably for the rest of the internet, but at least for you guys. What have you heard about Ritalin or methylphenidate, and why don't you like it? The reason why I'm not as big a fan of it, from what I've read, is that I think that it's fast acting, and your body doesn't regulate it as well. So I've heard, always tell me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that Ritalin will spike and come down a lot more harshly than Adderall XR or Vyvanse. That's one reason. So it's shorter acting. If you do Ritalin, I think you generally have to do it twice a day. I don't know if there's a slow release version of Ritalin, number one. And then number 2, I don't think, it doesn't seem to combat the symptoms of ADHD as well, but it seems like it doesn't have as bad side effects sometimes as Adderall or Vyvanse. Oh, Concerta might be a slow release version of Ritalin? Okay, gotcha. People are saying even the long acting has 2 distinct peaks. It's chirality with a K. Chirality. Oh, it's chirality, not chirality. Sorry. Chirac, my bad. I do know that when Nathan was on Ritalin, Nathan had a really bad time on Ritalin. Even the 2 doses, it was fucking his mood up hardcore. Where's my phone? I asked his mom what medication he was on. I keep forgetting it. He's on like some fucking designer drug shit, dude. Where the Mel? What the Mel?
What are you looking for?
My oh, my phone.
Did you need? What the Mel?
Don't be weird.
Yeah, go outside.
Am I going outside? What time is it here? I don't know, like 2 o'clock. Do you have any planned topics for Dr. K? I'll probably just talk to him about drugs in general. We have to be really careful in that conversation though, because I don't want I don't want him to think that I'm like asking him for like drug prescription advice. I'll probably talk to him a little bit before we have that conversation so that he doesn't feel like he's being put in an uncomfortable spot. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Fuck. My kid is like so artistic in ways that I just wish I was. Here's a picture that Nathan drew. How cute is this? Apparently he drew this without tracing it or anything. Look how cute that is. Aw. Wait, I don't know if you can see it. No, yeah, you can't because the fucking light is blocking it. Never mind. You don't got any Nathan pictures.
What the Mel?
Is that Putin? No, it's... I can't read the text. It says William Vitrin? If I download this, will it be like higher quality? Let me check. Hold on. Hello? Why did my monitor just shut off? Why do you keep spamming? What did I have for breakfast? I didn't eat anything for breakfast. Here, take a break. Jesus. Chill. What's your take about Reddit banning all videos shot by Hamas because it promotes terrorism and only allowing footage of the bombing of Gaza? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about that. Oh, he's on Diane Navel. Diane Navel. I don't even know what this is. I should... His mom manages his shit now. It's an extended release tablet or liquid stimulant medication primarily used to treat ADHD in children ages to 6 to 12. How many IDF super soldiers does it take to defeat one Hamas super predator? Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't researched that drug at all. Hopefully he's not dying on it. Dianabol, the anabolic steroid. Yeah, he was on like Trenbolone or whatever before, but he just wasn't getting the growth that he wanted, and it was destroying his fucking mood. And he's got like acne all over his shoulders and shit, so... Oh no, did Forsen throw again? You missed the Darius Xena drama? Wait. Oh fuck, somebody linked me a clip and I didn't even look at it. Hold on. Oh, you guys can't hear this at all. Hold on, sorry. What is this?
That's all I'm trying to make sure someone cares, but I apologize.
Being a liar, but like,
Well,
being,
okay, great.
a liar.
He's back. He's back
like a
in
new
here.
role, bro. Like, what the?
What?
Do you want to try something?
Nope.
Just no sugar. Or just like 1 gram of sugar.
How many calories? I don't need it. I'm not hungry. I'm ascended, Mel. I'm beyond food right now. I don't need it. Have you seen the blue guy in the one movie? Okay, that's who I am. I'm good.
How many calories is this?
Too much?
No.
Okay, hold on. I'm watching update for my good friend Darius. 1 sec.
Why?
Hold on. He's back in here. So I want to say this because this is pretty clear.
I'm about to get off the call. Can I say something first before you guys go in a loop?
Sure.
That the whole time I've been trying to be extremely understanding and helpful, and I've just been defending him. And, like, I've literally been supportive this entire time, and just got shit on this entire call by you. And I think that's extremely unfair and really fucked up. And for you to say it's a non-issue is a translation that you don't give a fuck.
I don't think it's a non-issue. I just think I just asked you to please stop interacting with me during our break, and I've said it a couple times, and you continue to do it.
And here's another thing. Wait. Pause. Because now again you're disclosing certain things.
Like, go to fucking mute again! Like, dude, fuck off! I can mute, and we don't have to talk about it, but don't fucking.
Okay. What the?
Healthy.
Wait, are they on a break? On their 2-month relationship? Sorry. I shouldn't be making fun. Listen, I have my own relationship problems, okay? Mel time.
What? You don't have any problems?
What? I said I have my own problems. What? What?
Nothing.
Don't ever look at me like that again.
I just can't believe all these insane people moved to Miami.
Good. Now I have friends there.
It's like fucking chaotic as fuck. I mean, it's great content, but
Yeah, but there's good people moving there too. I think Erudite and Lycan are really good.
yeah.
Have you ever hung out with Irrelevant before? Or do you know anything about him? Irrelevant is really cool. He's like a really chill, he's like a mature, like adult person.
Yeah, he seems to be like the dad.
Yeah, he
Like
is.
The children.
Yeah. But he's a really cool dude. Yeah, I think Pixie's down there now. She's cool. I'm sure other people will come. Zerka's down there now.
He sounds great to hang out with.
Yep. Have you ever... Oh, we've hung out with Nick before. Erudite's husband. He's really friendly and cool. He's awesome, too. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Good times.
Who's your favorite person if you had to pick one?
Melina.
Oh, of course, your wife.
My wife.
Yeah, she's the best one.
I asked my mom, who's your favorite person that I've ever dated? And she stopped and she thought, like, I was like, Mom, you're supposed to say Melina. What the Mel?
She forgot about me.
What the Mel? And my mom was like, thank God I was there for your fights with Rachel. And I was like, Mom.
What do you mean? Oh, she thought those
'Cause-
were great?
What?
She thought those were great?
No. Because one of the times she was there, I had to call the cops on her.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen.
What the Mel?
Yeah, she forgot.
She
Did you
forgot.
forgot?
How's Sweden, bruv? Sweden is Sweden.
You love Sweden.
Wait, I was arguing with Mel. Mel is saying that at certain income levels, if you make like 1.5 million crowns a year, you have to pay 75,000 or 75% effective tax rate. There's no way that it's actually that high,
Depends on,
right?
like what kind of company you have or whatever, but yes.
Now it depends.
No, it is true.
I don't believe it.
It is.
I feel like that's like the highest marginal thing, but there's no way that that's the...
It's literally the case. If you earn a certain amount of money, like over, you have to pay that much.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, and then most people try to like avoid that, so they're like putting every single fucking thing in their company.
Yeah, that's how you do it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. So, but it's still 75%.
But I still feel like that 75%, that's like a marginal rate. It's not like the whole...
No, it is.
No shot.
And like the more, did you know that Astrid Lindgren, who did Pippi Longstocking, She had to pay 105 at some point, and then she got it.
No shot.
No, it is true.
No way.
It is true.
Mel?
Yeah, and then she wrote a story about Pomperipossa.
What's that?
A story about her situation that she posted in the news, and then everyone got really, really mad at the tax agency. This is true.
Pomperipossa in Manis Mania is a satirical
It's like
story
a-
written by the Swedish children's books author Astrid Lindgren in response to the 102% marginal tax rate she incurred in 1976. It was published. Oh,
Yeah, told you. Okay, I was 3% off, but
I understand what you're saying, but that's the marginal rate. It wasn't all of her money. It was on the highest rate. I don't know how to explain this without.
but you know it's insane.
Yeah, it's high, but it's not on all your money though. It's just on money that you earn past a certain amount.
But it's still fucking insane.
I guess. If you have an aktiebolag, ask Melina what that is. All you have to do is take a salary.
There's like 2 different kinds of companies that you could have.
Oh yeah, somebody told me, you probably talked to Lemlin about it, that one of the guys you talked to set your business up really wrong.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that I think Nim and Ellen,
I
they
don't
have
know
set up
if
like
it's
businesses or something, and you've got set up like some self-employed cuck shit that fucks you hard on taxes or something. Yeah? But I don't know.
But this is like shit that I'm not educated in. I have no fucking idea how any of this works.
Well Lil
You
will
didn't
know.
even get to learn about this in school.
No.
But now I'm like out of that, so all good.
Hold on, Darius.
Probably healthy. That is true, and I should probably work on it and like try to do things in a positive way. I think I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm gonna be straight up with everybody. I tried breaking up with Zena, and she told me no. She told me straight up no. Straight up no. And I'm like I don't want to have to break up with her. I don't want to have to break up with her. I love her. I care.
I don't remember who it was, but I thought there was a really big streamer who was talking about the Darius and Xena stuff. And didn't he say that like it probably wasn't a good idea for them to meet in Arizona? I don't remember who it was though. I'm not sure. Do an IRL stream in Malmo doing a change my mind about Palestine? I would, but I didn't bring my armory with me to protect myself. I don't know who I would get attacked for. Attacked by more, like brown Muslims or white lefties. I have no idea. We're gonna talk about that soon. I think all of that is like really, 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 really important to talk about. We're gonna get to that. Did you get any credible threats from your Muslim mark? I mean, people doxed me and said they were gonna come kill me, but nobody did. So, did you listen to Sandstek on the conflict? A little bit. I've heard bits and pieces, but I haven't listened through all of it on stream yet. Hold up. Boom, boom. What's your opinion on how my subreddit is talking about it? It's better than most places, but the thing that you have to be mindful of, and it's hard for people to... I messed up a little bit also. My meme was... I should have been more precise with the meme that I ripped from the subreddit. It should have been the Hamas flag, not the Palestinian flag, I think. Although the point wasn't whether it was Hamas or Palestinians. The point of the meme was actually how lefties respond to it. Because, like, people don't really distinguish non-Nazi Germans from Nazi Germans in World War II, to be fair. So the meme does work, but I have to be more sensitive for the retards out there that don't know, like, how to read it. It's... You have to be... fuck, how do I phrase this? Here, let me get this on screen first. Kick chat. My kick chatters, my children. Let's try this for now. Boom, boom. Sam Harris's thought on the IVP conflict. Oh, maybe we'll see this. Okay, does this look okay, or is it like impossible to read? I can't tell because the window is kind of small on my OBS. What the? Is this readable? It works, looks good. Okay, sounds good. Would you consider doing more streams with subject experts like you did with Dr. Arcadiocino? It's nice to hear a sober voice to balance out Chronos. Yeah, I mean, I'll try. The problem is I end up agreeing with a lot of experts, so it's hard to say. Or it's not hard to say. They just end up not being that entertaining. Not to sound like arrogant there, but please stop. Don't. JDN is one of the worst thirst trapper people like on the internet. Don't link her shit in my chat. That should be like a banned linker, okay? God, I can't stand that attention person. I don't want to say attention whore, but yeah. Are you actually planning to change my mind in Sweden? No, fuck no. Fuck no. What the fuck? I would have to do way more research on, I don't know any of the laws or regulations or restrictions or any of that shit in these countries. No offense to Europe, but I love the freedom of speech that we have in the United States. I really appreciate that. People go to fucking prison in Europe for calling people racial slurs, for doing like the, I don't even know if I can do the Hail. I'm more comfortable talking about buying drugs than I'm doing like the Hail Hitler sign here, because I think that you can go to jail for that. It's insane. Or at least get fined for it. I wouldn't risk it. I don't know like what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do, and I'm too lazy to read up on all the laws. Fuck all that shit. Yeah. Are you eagerly awaiting Hassan versus Ethan on recent events? Yeah, that's going to be wild. It can't be that bad. They have Quran burnings in Sweden. Yeah, but weren't they talking about making that illegal after the last time it happened and a bunch of people were protesting? I don't know if they actually did make it illegal or not. I'm so glad. Thank God for how prescient, I am using that word correctly this time, our founding fathers were to enshrine that freedom of speech in the Constitution in the form of the First Amendment. Because if that was just like a law or something that could be got rid of by executive order, I feel like in the United States, I think we would have trended in a similar direction. Oh, you look like Steve Jobs. Oh, wait. Do you know, is it Catherine Holmes? Have you ever heard of her before?
What? My outfit?
Yeah. Do you know who Steve Jobs is, right?
Yeah.
Is Catherine Holmes a person, or am I making that up? Oh, yeah. She tried to... It's Mel!
Is that me right now?
Yeah, she tried to look like...
This is what happens when you work to change things.
She tried to she made her voice artificially deeper so people would take her more seriously as a woman.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world. And
why'd she do that?
I have to...
Because she thinks people take her more seriously?
Do people take me more seriously right now?
You?
Yeah, can I say something? Tell me something to say, and we'll see if people take it more seriously.
Say, Sweden is a way better country than America. In a deep voice.
Sweden is a way better country than America.
Close. Deeper.
Deeper?
Deeper.
Sweden is a way better country than America.
Based. That sounds way better. Wait, you sound like this woman. Have you ever seen the, Have you...
Yes.
Fuck! I don't want this ad. It's 11 seconds. Say something. You're making it
What the
awkward.
heck do you have ads for? Are you not paying YouTube?
Yeah, but I'm on
Fucking
my...
millionaire?
I'm on my streamer account.
Making millions?
I'm on my streamer account. You can't pay for YouTube on this account. It's on my other account that it's not.
Now you're getting Swedish.
Yo, you talked to that new girl from HR
Oh,
yet?
Mike, you watch
No,
this?
no, yeah. Say it in that low tone.
Yeah, she did.
She-
Fine. Some paperwork, right? And she's like,
Oh, you're gonna need to come in after lunch too?
Bell voice.
Because there's a couple more documents you're gonna need to sign.
Oh, I've seen this.
Have you
From
seen
the-
it? Oh, yeah.
and
Just
then he actually
wanted-
does have that voice.
exactly.
Yeah. He's like,
That's
oh,
what you gotta
why
talk.
would you make fun of her voice?
You gotta talk like that all the time, Mel. And then people take you seriously.
I should have talked like that in court.
You should have. They would have been like, wow. That's a real woman.
Me at court was like, oh my god, I can't believe you guys are doing this to me.
True.
No way. I was like, not ready for this.
There you go, Mel.
That's what I sounded like.
I told her that she should have dyed her hair brunette and gotten glasses like Jody, but Mel didn't take my advice. Instead, she showed up in a pink dress with high heels
And I said, oh my god.
and a little dog.
I had a little dog.
And she was like, I can't believe I'm even here today in Swedish.
I'm just representing the bimbos.
Did you see the Saint Center guy shit talking you on Fresh and Fit last night? Wolves need not concern themselves with the opinions of sheep, okay? A great man once said that. I don't care about that scammer. He is an actual literal scammer, okay? I don't care. I wish that Fresh and Fit would reach out to... I know that they're trying to break away from red pill content, which is good for them, or at least like just the dating, shitting on women stuff, which is good for them. But I wish that they would not just exclusively fight on like scammers. I know that Link for Girth subreddit kind of like... attacks them a lot for it, but like, yeah, like not like you can probably reach out to more interesting people and shit. Like, I bet if they tried, I bet they could get. I wonder if they could get Jordan Peterson. Did they get Candace Owens yet? I don't remember. When are we watching rest of the House of the Dragon episodes? I don't know. I watched like half of episode 3. Have you watched House of the Dragon?
I watched like 1 episode.
Oh god, it seemed like maybe it was starting to get better. It might have started to get better, but then I fell asleep like halfway through, and I was like, I don't know. We'll see.
Can we like watch something that we'd never expect us to watch just for fun?
Well, I'm like 3 episodes into House of the Dragon, so I should finish watching it.
We should watch something that no one would ever expect us to watch.
That's a lot of time, Mel. Name something, like what?
Garbage fucking like reality show or something.
No, what the Mel?
Why not? That'd be funny.
Because my time is so limited. Why would I spend...
and like just waste some stupid shit. I think we can probably learn something from it.
Am I allowed to be on my laptop while we watch it?
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, I can do that.
Just for fun.
Sure. Would you ever consider having a screenwriter on to challenge you in your dog shit show / movie taste? Yeah, anytime. I would crush them.
I'll come back and make you dinner.
Don't die. It's past episode 3. Past the time skip is when it gets lit. Oh boy. Have you ever heard about the fringe orbiter drama between Lauren De Laguna, Tom Fuller, and Tree of Logic? Yeah, I saw that they were fighting. I offered to host a debate between Lauren and Tree, but I don't know if Tree will go for it because she seems like she really hates Lauren, so who knows. You've probably never ever heard of a show called The Wire. You should check it out. The Wire? Was it like a construction show?
I forgot something.
She forgore. What headphones do you use? These are HD 650s, I think? Look, Destiny, LOL. A Jewish man speaking of the eradication of a race of people. 2023 is a scary time to be alive. I wonder how many of the women and kids who are soon to be obliterated, kidnapped, or raped anybody. My guess is 0. Who is he even talking about? A Jewish man speaking of the eradication of a race of people. What is he referencing? Scroll up. Oh, never mind. It didn't load before. Let me assure you, as someone who has not pimped women and bragged about it, that morality requires that those who rape women and kidnap children must be eradicated, not negotiated with. No, I don't know. Okay. Did you see how yesterday Dr. Kelly demolished cuckwaves in DGG chat? I did not see that. Is Dr. Kelly fighting the savages? Have you ever watched Breaking Bad? The main character reminds me of you? I don't know. Never heard of that show either. Have you had time yet to watch Jenk's debate with his Jewish co-host? He has a Jewish co-host about the attacks on Israel? I'm not. H3 fans mauling on the alternate subs because they got banned if they mention it on the main sub. Oh no. Bro, the Hassan... Like, Hassan's fan base is definitely kind of like leaked into the H3 one, and then it's kind of like starting to turn them. One second. Did you ever play with the bridge simulators at science museums? That's the H3 and Hassan Bridge lately. Bridge simulators at science museums. I have not. When you're going to leftovers with Ethan? True. How much you pay for your ADHD meds in the USA? I have no idea. 100 dexamphetamine tablets cost me 11 AUD in Australia. People are telling me that my 30 pills of Vyvanse is going to cost me like $400 in the US. I'm not sure. Hassan will just say Hamas is bad and that will be enough for Ethan. I don't think Hassan can say that. He can't say that without like saying Israel bad too. I don't think he can do that. I don't think he will do that. I think Hassan is actually, it's kind of crazy. I kind of assumed that like Hassan was I assumed that Hassan was like, how do I say this? Like aesthetically lefty, but just whatever's popular. But it feels like he's been giving off legitimate tanky energy over the past couple months. I don't know if he actually is a tanky or not. I super can't tell. Especially when he went on that one gross fucking podcast, you know? Where is hold on. Let me see if I can find this. That second thought guy. Oh shit, we'll do this later today. No, we'll probably do this very soon. Actually, we'll do this almost now. Let me listen to this and then we'll do something. I need to archive a lot of stuff today. Holy shit. This is crazy. So this is a well, actually, hold on. Let's just set this up so we can watch it 1 second. I feel like I can't have 3 chats on this screen. Fuck. Let's see. We're gonna do boom. I can't believe Second Thought blocked Not So Erudite. He blocked me a long time ago. I super believe that. Why would you not believe that? Oh no. Wait, we're getting the laptop destroying lag now. Fuck. Boom, boom, boom. When posting about Second Thought, please attach his main channel. Wait, didn't I? Oh, wait, hold on. Here's one real question. When I click and drag Windows, how do I get rid of the thing that pops up next to it that says like 1, 2, and the full thing? I don't know if this is a Windows 11 feature or if this is something that's like comes with my laptop. I can't tell. Fuck, hold on. Let me figure out. This shit is lagging. It's fucking bothering me. Let's see. Advanced. Render is Direct 3D 11. That means it's not using X264, right? I can't tell. I think Direct 3D 11 is using the graphics card. Does anybody know? Where are my tech bros at? Oh no, output, video, okay. Video encoder hardware, NVENC H264. That's good. That's what I wanted to be using right now, okay. I'll change the encoder preset here, boom, boom. Thoughts on podcast anti-fans before it even started? I don't care. Miss Apostate, thank you for tier 1 subbing in YouTube chat. Use Good RX for adding your Vyvanse prescriptions. It will cut costs like 80%. How do I get my doctor to send it? I don't know how any of that shit works. I've never like had prescriptions before. Does my doctor send shit there or add? Oh, let's do this. Studio mode, add window capture. Microsoft Edge, aka Microsoft gooning. Anybody else goon with Microsoft Edge? Get it? Get it? Find window of same executable. Boom, boom. Baltic Finnish pipeline might have gotten hit by Russia. Nice. Do you ever goon? Only when your mom goons me. Your doc will send script to pharmacy. Whoever picks it up shows person on the counter good RX code. Oh. I feel like me using like coupons and shit like that is not like, I don't really need to, right? Isn't that kind of like stealing or unethical? I want to support big pharma. Okay. Okay, I'm closing these windows. Boom, boom. And this. Okay, we're just gonna go, we're flying blind. No idea what my viewership is. Crazy. You have a goon cave? Do people have goon caves? With my hentai posted all over the wall? Usually only useful if you don't have insurance. Yeah, I don't have insurance. Not now. I can't read any of this. Twitter.com/ Oh, hold on. Wait 1 second. 11.5k people in the sub. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Why did it automatically, Edge automatically synced with my Chrome? I don't want you to do that. Sync is on. No, I never even told you to turn sync on. Sign out. Bro, I don't need people seeing my bookmarks. My exclusive, my goon archive. I don't need people having access to that, okay? God damn. Jay, there were 7 instances of arson in Stockholm last night. Nice. What the fuck is happening? I feel like I'm looking at an archived version of my Twitter from like years ago. Why is the Sneeko tweet here? Wait, what the fuck? This is the gayest shit I've ever seen in my life.
He's laying down under a tree. He's so big. The little lion cubs, they start messing with him. Biting his tail, biting his ears. He doesn't do anything. The other animals, they notice this. The jackals, hyenas, barking at him, laughing at him. Till one day, that lion gets up and tears the shit out of everybody. Runs like the wind, eats everything in his path. Because every once in a while, the lion has to show the jackals who he is. It's too late to be scared. Get this lion.
Okay. Where's my, can somebody link my tweet, my retweet of that, of Second Thought talking in, on my Twitter right now? I don't think I can. My shit lags too much. There's gotta be like other programs I can close. AMD software Adrenaline version. Do I need this shit? I don't even know if it's on right now. We don't need Steam on. Close that. Microsoft Teams? I'm a lone wolf. I don't need Teams. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I don't know why I did all this work to show you guys a video when these guys aren't even like actually on video on their fucking podcast. Oh, whatever. I had to do it anyway, man.
Incentivize all thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage? Incentivize all thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like if imagine like if
sorry, go on.
Germany, you know, let's say Germany to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what? Since
I like how they say, let's use Germany to be non-controversial. Like, oh, let's just compare all of Israel to Nazi Germany. Like that's such a revealing moment, you know? Like, okay, bro.
Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home. and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation.
I don't know why, but I guess I was expecting more from ST regarding NSE. Won't make that mistake again. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Who is ST? Is SCE not so erudite? I don't know what ST is.
Despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize, they already have all the power.
Yeah.
But they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person.
Oh, second thought. Why not just say second thought? Are you like, is your time so valuable? You're like working these huge corporate accounts, and you come over to my chat, and you're like, I bill $600 an hour. I need to abbreviate every fucking thing I say. Like, bro, why?
Person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Just to be clear, like the guy is essentially justifying that you could kill any Israeli citizen that you want, right? That's what that justification is. That every Israeli citizen is an occupier. If you kill anybody, civilian, child, man, woman, whatever the fuck, that you're good, any age, you're good to kill all of them. Like, that's insane. Did you see people virtue signaling they'd be okay with the Native Americans killing them? Yeah, Jesus. Okay, here's a couple things I want to talk about, okay? First, I want to talk about my sub, all right? I know this is hard to do. All right? But you have to always, okay? Now you guys are going to have some of the burden that I have, okay? You're about to share some of the burden that I have in my life that you fuckers always tell me about, okay? You have to be measured and precise with who you hate after events like this, okay? It is not acceptable to feel like we should level the Gaza Strip, nuke all of Palestine, kill Palestinians everywhere, kill everybody in the West Bank, okay? There is a reality, not a reality, I'm sorry. The reality we live in is that the conditions in Gaza are really bad, okay? Israel does have a blockade. Now, something I want to read about more today is, I'm not entirely sure why Egypt has a blockade as well, because, whoa, shit. Because Egypt shares that border on the southwest with Gaza as well. I don't know 100% why, but I'm sure there's good reason, and I'm sure it's the Jews' fault somehow. But hold on. Yeah, you have to limit your hatred towards the people that are committing the crimes. So hating Hamas is totally fine. Okay. Hating Hamas is 100% okay. And even hating, probably not justifying the murder of, but hating the Palestinians that support Hamas is also probably fine. Okay? That's A-okay. However, yeah, calling for the death of all Palestinians, I know that is bad. You shouldn't do that. Israel has subjected people in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank too to really harsh conditions. Okay? That's true as well. But yeah, you can't just run to one side and then paint everything black and white just because these big events happen. You just can't do that. It's bad. I don't like it when people in my subreddit do it. I understand the emotional response, okay? That's totally fair. But you can't, you just can't let people... Every country has a blockade because of Black September. You can't let people push you to extremes. You're telling this to your sub, but you're telling your sub mods? Yeah, Forethought should be aware of this too, because Forethought got a little bit unhinged as well. Black September, also known as the Jordanian Civil War, was an armed conflict between Jordan, led by King Hussein, and the Palestine Liberation Organization, led by Chairman Yasser Arafat. The main phase of the fighting took place between the 16th and 27th of September 1970, though certain aspects of the conflict continued until the 17th of July 1971. During the 67 Six-Day War, Israel military occupied what had been the Jordanian annexed West Bank, Following this development, the Palestinian Fedayeen relocated to Jordan and stepped up their attacks on Israel and the newly Israel-occupied territories. Tensions began when an Israeli reprisal operation took place in Jordan in 1968, developed into a full-scale battle of Karameh. I would be clicking all these and showing you the locations because you should know on a map. My laptop is too laggy to do this, so... drawing in both new recruits and financial aid, the PLO's strength in Jordan grew rapidly, and by the beginning of the 1970s, groups within the PLO had begun calling for the overthrow of Jordan's Hashemite monarchy. Acting as a state within a state, the Fedayeen openly disregarded Jordanian laws and regulations. On 2 occasions, they attempted to assassinate Hussein, leading to violent confrontations with the Jordanian armed forces. Oof. The PLO, yeah, Jesus, okay. The PLO is the, those were the Palestinians in the West Bank too, right? People like to think there are 2 sides where there are at least 4 parties or more in this problem, namely Hamas and the Israeli government, who are most to blame, and then the Palestinians and Israeli citizens who aren't to blame. Yeah, it's probably more than that too. In 1948, they also killed the Jordanian king. Oh, Jesus, well... PLO equals old school Fatah in West Bank. Yeah, I think so, yeah. What were the argument for the nukes that were dropped on Japan? And is there any similarity here when we talk about civilian casualties? Not really, no. Japan was its own independent nation with clear borders that was in a armed war, military conflict with the United States that was like a clear nation with its own borders, or a nation with its own border. Like, it's not really comparable. 2 nations going to war with each other, I think, is quite a bit different than whatever the clusterfuck situation that exists in Palestine/Israel is now. They also killed an Egyptian president who made peace with Israel. Okay. Oh, type /maxlines100 into DGG chat. Yeah, I did that before, but I just have to keep refreshing it every like few minutes so that it doesn't lag. About 300 Israelis dead in same time by Palestinians. Right now, I'm pretty sure the death toll for Israelis, I think, is 700 plus. If anybody has other sources on that, or if it's different by now. Wait, hold on. Jesus. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait. $900 announced this morning. Don't have a source on hand yet. Palestinian at 350. Damn. This is basically like, this is like fucking, it's not basically like, it really is. It's like 9/11 for Israel. Holy shit. On the TV here in Israel, it's 900 minimum. I heard Hamas hit a 930. Oh, shut up. Except it's total blah, blah, blah. Is he in a hotel? Why is the cam quality way better than his at home? For some reason, this camera and this angle like looks really good on me. I don't know why. My Mr. Girl interview was this same camera, 920 at a similar angle. And that's like probably one of the best shots of me. It's a cheap camera too. It's like $100, but yeah, I don't know. The angle and the type of camera is just good for me for whatever reason. My time for like all my friends and everything is like so fucked. Oh yeah, anyway, oh, I took notes on here. Just a few. Yeah. So anyway, on my subreddit, yeah, don't do that, okay? We are better than that. We are better than that. We're built differently, okay? We are DGGers. Just because people do fuck shit in a government doesn't mean that we're going to come out here and be like, oh yeah, we need to nuke Palestine. We need to flatten Gaza. We need to destroy everything, blah, blah, blah. Don't be like that, okay? Just fucking like. Mr. Banal, I spent all weekend in Obsidian channeling my autism into a visualized rough draft of the entire Palestine-Israel history into a timeline. Would you be interested in having us post in the sub, my dude? That was Zaz, $10. Yeah. Here's something that we're probably going to spend a decent amount of time on over the next couple days. This is something that is very, 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 very scary to me. Okay? So, six or 7 years ago, people on the right, or the alt-right, really, back then, were saying that people on the left were going to be just as radicalized as Nazis, or that they were, basically. Most people said that it was ridiculous. I agree that it was ridiculous. And then maybe 4 years ago, I started saying people on the left are becoming about as radicalized as Nazis and shit. It's probably not good. They're okay with lying. It seems like in select instances they condemn violence against certain people that they probably shouldn't be, et cetera, et cetera. That's not good. Over the past few days, I think that we've moved like past the stochastic terrorism part of the left. We are in an insane timeline where a lot of people on the left are making insane validations or supports of Hamas killing civilians. It is wild the amount of ultra high engagement tweets that I've seen from lefties that basically are celebrating Hamas's attacks or explicitly supporting Hamas killing Israeli civilians. That is not good. And I think we're like one step removed from like the internet radicalization to murdering people in real life arc. We're like one step removed, I think, from lefties doing terror attacks in real life. That is not good. It is very scary. And I think more people need to be having a more stringent response or like hardcore reaction, not reaction, I say, but like response and disavowal to these types of talking points. The idea that, yeah, this is what a revolution looks like. It's murdering civilians. It's flying into festivals and dance parties and killing and abducting people. That shit is wild to me. People like Hassan's statements, that Frogan loser, her statements. I think I've seen things by Denims. These types of statements are absolutely fucking unhinged. Jeez. Newest article by Noah Smith. It's so fucked because the relations are so complicated. There's no one video or article you can read to get all the facts. Yes, and then also, I want to remind people of like, there's two things that you need to have in your head a lot. Okay, there's two things that you need to have in your head a lot right now. One is something that a lot of people are talking about, and that is that the history of a region is really important. Okay, that is true. That is true. But there's a second thing that's also true, and that is that history is totally irrelevant and means nothing. Okay? Now, in some ways, history can be instructive to say, like, how did we get here? How did the situations end up where they are right now? Okay? History can be important in giving us answers. However, it is total bullshit when people try to use history to justify like modern day conditions or to try to make statements about modern day people. We know this intuitively because when we're in the United States, like how many times have you heard a conservative say, oh, well, the Democrats were the ones that opposed civil rights? And what's the response? Yeah, in the fucking 60s. Why the fuck would I care about what the Democratic Party said in the 60s? Like, if you want to be honest, I don't give a fuck about the Republican Party in the 2000s. Like, do you think the Republicans under Bush have literally anything to do with the Republican Party under Donald Trump? These are fundamentally different people. The neocons of the 2000s are nothing like the Trump-era Republicans that exist today. And that's just one political question, which is, where do people stand politically? One political question revolving one political party in one country in just 20 years. So the idea that people say, I'm not going to sit here and say history doesn't matter, right? Having a historical analysis or understanding of things is important to show us like how we got here. But people that are trying to justify certain things based on history, it's like, oh, well, we know that Israelis think this because in 1948, when they were given their land, or in 1962, and like, bro, no. That's not how anything in the political world works anywhere in the world. Nobody in the world does that. Nobody thinks that way. Nobody does anything like that. Like, bro, in the span of like 20 years, dude, after World War I, you got the dissolution of like 4 of like the largest nations on the fucking planet, okay? Things look way different pre and post World War I in the course of 15 years. Right? People look way different around the world pre and post World War II in 15 years. Look at how different the world was in the 80s versus the 2000s, pre or post the Soviet Union. Yeah, I just want to be really clear that when you have people running around saying like, oh, historical analysis is necessary to understand everything, blah, 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 kind of, but also kind of not. You can't use things that happened in the 20th century to justify like terrorism in the 21st century. That's insane. If you start going that route and using those types of justifications, you can justify almost any type of violence imaginable. Right? I could take a group of white soldiers and go on an SJW crusade through almost all of Central Africa, killing every black person we find because they were the ones that sold the original slaves, right? They were the ones that empowered white colonialists to buy and sell people based on the color of their skin, right? That's just an insane... Or I could justify the Aztecs tearing through and murdering fucking everybody in probably Central and North America, probably, depending on how far north you go, right? Or at least Central America. Or I could justify natives stealing arms from the US government and then going south and fighting Aztec people from, I don't even know who their descendants are. Like, it's just a wild thing to say that, like, we're going to use a historical analysis to decide, 20 years ago or 100 years ago, how we're going to treat people today. Nothing in the world works that way. Nobody makes decisions like that. There are no Aztecs left. I'm sure they have descendants, right? I have no idea. I don't know shit about Central American indigenous people. But yeah, nobody in the world thinks this way. No politician makes decisions like that. No individual thinks this way. Anytime somebody starts saying, well, actually, we need a historical, they're probably trying to justify some shit that is unjustifiable. Because if you've got to go back more than 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years to try to explain why you're doing what you're doing now, it's probably because what you're trying to do now is really fucked. Okay? Yeah. Just keep that in mind whenever you say shit about, or whenever you see people saying this, like, oh, like historical, blah, 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 like, bullshit. Fuck you. History is really important to tell us how we got to where we are today. That's really important. But it doesn't morally justify what's going on today. Meanwhile, Destiny always brings up the Holodomor. When have I brought up the Holodomor to criticize Putin? What? I bring up the Holodomor when people want to talk about the Soviet Union because the Holodomor happened in the Soviet Union. Are you fucking retarded? Why would they? Israel bombed civilians, so you bomb them back? While it is true, Israel has killed civilians, I'm pretty sure nobody argues. Are there people on the left arguing that Hamas doesn't use civilians as shields? Are there, I don't know like what level of propaganda we're on right now for anti-Israel shit. Also, if I could implore my fan base to keep one thing in mind, okay? And now this might change in the future. But I don't think that the sentiment right now among the left is anti-Semitic. It is heavily anti-Zionist, but when you guys are running around saying like, oh, these people hate Jews, these people are anti-Semitic, that's not true. It's anti-US foreign policy, it's fuck America, and it's anti-Zionist, but it might become anti-Semitic in the future, but it hasn't taken that anti-Semitic bend yet. Just be aware of that when you're criticizing these people, because you're missing like what's going on, or you're missing why people are so like ass-pained on the left over everything. It's just because of a hatred for US foreign policy and a hatred for Israel in general. It's not like, I don't think it's as anti-Semitic as people make it out to be. Now, there might be some elements of anti-Semitism in it, but when I look at like the really large figures on the left that are championing this stuff, it's not, yeah. Hold on. Sorry, I have to keep up with these. They are hardcore enabling Nazi-level anti-Semitism from Hamas, though. Does it matter that they don't personally feel antagonistic? I think it matters. You could say that it doesn't, but I think it's, but just like how I, didn't want to call Fuentes a Nazi until he went completely mask off, I would say the same about the left. They wouldn't call them explicitly Nazi yet, because Nazism or anti-Semitism is not the source of their ire for Israel. The source is any U.S. foreign policy, and the source is like, just that. Honestly, it's just that. If China was supporting, what were the arguments that Hassan made for China invading Tibet? That they were religious extremists that weren't giving rights to people? What is the state of LGBT rights in Gaza? What is the state of LGBT rights in Palestine? I truly have no idea. Maybe they're actually super pro LGBT. I don't know. Are they? Are there lots of happy gay people in the Gaza Strip? Are there trans people in Palestine? I don't know. There might be, and I could be totally wrong on that, but very pro. The LGBT are so happy they're jumping from roofs. It's a mixture of that and unironic SJW identity politics, maybe. Somebody did me an ask, for Palestine, can you tell me why there are so many Middle Eastern countries and nobody really wants to help them? That's an interesting question. Sometimes, now I could be wrong, but sometimes it feels like countries are only invested in helping Palestine insofar as they can use them to kill Israelis, but they don't really give much a fuck about the actual Palestinian people. Now, is that 100% true for all Middle Eastern countries? Probably not. But would they give a fuck about the Palestinian people if it wasn't directly in the service of killing Jewish people or Israeli citizens? I don't know. Far left is anti-Semitic under the guise of anti-Zionism, but far right is openly anti-Semitic. Don't be naive. There are aspects of it, but I'm just saying, just be careful to understand. You have to understand the people you're fighting with, right? On top of that, conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism dulls our sensitivity to authentic anti-Semitism. Sure, yeah. Is the current situation similar to Israel/Palestine situation? Maybe. Assad literally bombed Syrian Palestinians and Tengis were cheering that? I don't know anything about that. Historically, that might be true. Oh, when they were fighting with Palestinians in Syria? Maybe. I don't know 100%, but... Is there a block on Gaza from the Egypt front? Yes. I don't know why. I want to read a little bit about that today. More about that today. And then second question, can you explain the lore behind why Muslims fucking despise Jews? Why is it I don't think it's so much that Muslims despise Jews. I think it's that the whole world hates Jews. Muslims especially, but I think they got into a lot of conflict, like geopolitical conflict, because they were kind of spread through a lot of even territories where Muslims had majorities, and they kind of sort of oppressed Jews there, like made them pay more taxes, or sometimes were harsher than that. Like even in the original areas of Palestine, I believe, somebody correct me wrong, but I think even in the Ottoman Empire, I think around 10% of that Palestinian territory was still occupied by Arab Jews. It's not like it was only Palestinians or there were no Jewish people there at all. Like there always have been like Jewish people. I'm pretty sure there have always been Jewish people in Palestine. But though back then, they also used to call them Arab Palestinians. But I think today, Palestinians don't like to be called Arabic at all. They don't like that Arabic add-on at all. They just want to be Palestinians. I don't know if that's because they feel a stronger, they just feel like a stronger attachment to that land, so they don't want the Arab moniker at all. But isn't it fair to call it a result of colonialism rather than just historic anti-Jewish sentiment? Yeah, but the problem is that the whole world is built on invasion and colonialism. Where do you think every single country ever came from? Okay? All of it has been invading and conquering people. That's how it works, right? The Ottoman Empire lost World War I. Austria, Germany lost World War I. They broke up. They don't exist anymore. Oh God, what was the other huge nation after World War I? There was a dissolution of three massive nations after World War I. Was it Prussia? And then the Ottoman Empire, right? These three, they lost, it was Austria, Germany. It was the Ottoman Empire, and I think it was Prussia, right? These three countries basically dissolved after maybe Russia too. Russia was part of Germany. Oh, it was, I'm sorry. Hungarian Empire might have been the one. Austria-Hungary. Fuck these loser countries, okay? Yeah, but like they lost the war, their territories dissolved, and then there was a whole bunch of like resettling of territories post World War One. Like that's what happened, you know? And the idea that you can go back and freeze frame at any one point in time and say that like, oh, well, hold on, we should respect these borders. Like it just doesn't work that way. Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Like nobody can go back and say that like this is the right time to freeze frame everything, because you'd be in an impossible situation trying to sort out anything. Hold on. Did Tiny justify any colonialism in the Middle East? I'm sorry, wasn't Muhammad like a literal fucking warlord? Kill yourself, you fucking retard. The fuck out of here with this apology of like, your colonialism is bad when you do it, but it's okay when I do it, okay? Fuck you. There were the Christian Crusades. Pretty sure there were the fucking, not the fatwas. What was it called when the Muslims did their crusades, okay? Listen, the whole history of the world has been built on conflict. It's only been relatively recently... the caliphates. It's only been relatively recently they've been like, okay, chill, settle on what our borders are, and we need to stop taking over countries, okay? Maybe like really barely in like the past 30-ish years, maybe, right? Since the fall of the Iron Curtain, I think we've all, for the most part, kind of settled. But then even in that, right, you've had the breakup of Yugoslavia, you've had Kosovo, I think, was made a country. Like there's still like a little bit of ritual. For the most part, absent, any like crazy genocidal shit, we've been pretty settled, okay? Talking about colonialism now is just stupid. You're not like, I super think that anybody that brings up colonialism about how to solve modern day political any problem just needs to shut the fuck up. It doesn't contribute to the conversation at all. You can never go back in time and freeze frame where the borders of any country should be. It's not realistic. It doesn't work. And it hasn't been the history of the entire world. Mob chants of gas the Jews and fuck the Jews at Sydney? No shot. Fuck, this is way too fucking loud. Whoever linked this is about to get banned if I wasn't lagging and I could go back and find you. Hold on, Destiny, you were very unaware of international law then and the international community's consensus on the borders of Israel-Palestine? I'm sorry, when you say international community's consensus, are you talking about like the Gulf states and like Iran and like the UN and everybody else in the world agrees 100% where the borders of Israel-Palestine should be? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. Do you think that there is like an easy consensus there? I don't even think there's a consensus among Israelites or Palestinians on what the fuck the border should be. So I don't know what the fuck you talk about when you say there is an international consensus. I'm pretty sure most people, for instance, say that like I feel like pulling back the settlements from the West Bank would probably be a good idea. But again, it's hard because every time here, the problem is Jewish people or Israelites. Is Israelites even a modern term? Does anybody say Israelites anymore? I don't think anybody does. The citizens of Israel will say, hold on, you want us to pull back our settlements, but when we do that, we're worried that we're just going to get attacked more, which historically has kind of happened, okay? Every country around Israel kind of wants to kill Israel, okay? Making the argument now that like, listen, please, okay? You pulled back the settlements in Gaza. Remember in 2005, you pulled all the settlements out. Why can't you do that in the West Bank? Is because now they're going to say, oh, well, how's Gaza going? How's the Gaza Strip doing right now? The place that we pulled the settlements back from. Why the fuck would we pull settlements out of the West Bank when we just had fucking Jewish 9/11, okay? I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but like these are the justifications of, or not justifications, these are going to be like the motivations of how the people feel in the area at the time, right? If you were looking for any consensus among the Israeli citizens for pulling settlements back and shit, that shit is off the table for at least a year, right? That'd be my guess, right? How the fuck are they going to feel comfortable pulling back from any of these territories after this attack? That'd be my guess. I could be wrong, but Also, the Hamas charter quoting the prophet for killing Jews, Article 7. Yeah, to be fair, I believe, I think it was just the first Hamas charter that said they wanted to kill all Jews. I don't know if the modern Hamas, I think they amended their language a little bit. Didn't they soften their language on killing all Jews for the current Hamas people, like 20 years later, I think? Did they? But yeah, Hamas is pretty yikes. It's pretty easy. It is like if you walk up to a person like, do you think you should be able to fuck 7-year-olds? That's like a really easy question to be like, no, I don't think you should fuck 7. It's like, okay, cool. I'm glad we got that really easy question out of the way. It's a pretty easy geopolitics question. Like, do you support Hamas killing Israeli citizens? It's easy to be like, no, I don't support that in any way, size, shape, or form. I don't think it's good for Hamas to be killing Jewish citizens or to feel like they want to kill all Jews. That's such an easy question. The fact that so many people on the left are struggling with this right now is like, bro. But I mean, like, to be fair, Hassan did say America deserved 9/11. So, deity, aura. How does Israel get justice in the eyes of its people while avoiding civilian casualties since Hamas is using body shields? I mean, I don't know. Good question. That's difficult. Isn't a critical point of the West Bank conflict that it includes large sections of Jerusalem, which is a historically important piece of Jewish history? Is it? I feel like when I look at a map of Jerusalem, and I could be wrong because I don't know all of the territories, or I don't know like the historical territories of Jerusalem, but it feels like, isn't most of Jerusalem like owned by Israel right now? Doesn't the West Bank just have like a little section of East Jerusalem? You can tell me if I'm wrong. I've only looked at maps, so maybe there's like more important historical parts that I'm unaware of. But it feels like Israel has control of the vast majority of Jerusalem. And there's like this little section carved out near Al-Aqsa, and like that wall temple or temple wall or mount, whatever the fuck it's called in the east, that the Palestinians have control of. Durimian Murdy, I'm not even trying to pronounce his name. Do you think colonialism not matter for any contemporary issues, i.e. why certain problems persist in colonized countries, or does it just not matter for borders? If not, what do you think is more relevant? I don't think it's relevant anywhere. Like, for instance, let's say it was the case that people in Gaza and the West Bank, let's say that there were no settlers in the West Bank, and let's say that there was no blockade on Gaza, and the people there were living like happy, healthy lives, right? Would anybody be talking about colonialism? I don't think so. The issue with the people in Gaza and the issue with people in the West Bank are not ones of colonialistic history. It's modern day treatment of Palestinians. It's what's happening to the people that live there right now. The problem are the settlements in the West Bank right now. The problem are IDF soldiers killing Palestinians and killing Palestinian civilians right now. The problem is the blockade, the control of all of like the food, water, and electricity into the Gaza Strip by Israel right now. That's like the issues that need to be focused on. I feel like when people want to yank your chain and go back to like the borders in the 60s or Oslo Accords or the Camp David Summit or any of these other things, like the issues are right now is what we need to focus on. Again, a historical analysis can be instructive for how we got to where we are today, but I don't think it's why people are mad today, right? But also I could be wrong. Jordan Peterson, America should not help Ukraine, not our problem. Ben Shapiro, America should not help Ukraine, not our problem. Matt Walsh, America should not help Ukraine. Israel gets attacked. Good one. You have to understand, the IDF doesn't kill civilians on purpose. Come on. They are killed as collateral because Hamas does some shady shit. That is a cope bullshit talking point for every single time. There have absolutely been times... what was it? In response to the abduction and killing of 3 Israeli citizens, there was a 16-year-old Palestinian boy. This is like one off the top of my head. There have absolutely been times where... Now, I'm not saying that the IDF just indiscriminately sprays and murders Palestinians, but there have absolutely been times where the IDF or people in Israel have murdered Palestinian civilians because of some kidnapping, because of some bullshit, because of some fuck shit. It has absolutely happened. So you can't wipe all of that away and say, oh no, Israel never does fuck shit. They do. But obviously you can't keep justifying like terror attack, right? Yeah. But I feel like I could be wrong on this. I need to do more reading on like deaths of Palestinians on both sides. But I feel like it's not at the same type of level, the same way that Hamas does it as well, though, right? But also, I mean, Israel has like infinite military tech to kind of like hold the attackers at bay, so it's a lot different from both sides as well, right? A good example of that is the Irish problem, which has a ton of historical issues and context, but once an agreement was reached, that was acceptable to current people, the violence largely ended. Yeah, the Good Thursday agreement. In general, it's harder to find videos of atrocities committed by Western soldiers. My guess is this is due to a culture of shame. An American soldier would face both legal and... Yeah, I feel like I don't want to be like a dick here, but also this is like the hard thing, okay? And I feel like this is where possibly a lot of the hate could come from. Generally, my feeling is and I could be wrong, feel free to link me otherwise, when Jewish or when IDF soldiers do some fuck shit, people are embarrassed, ashamed, they hide it. People know they're doing fuck shit, okay? When they're abducting or killing Palestinians, they know they're on some fuck shit. That feels a lot different than Hamas dragging bodies in trucks back to cities where everybody is clapping and cheering. That feels way different. It's going to have a way different effect, a way different impact on people watching those videos. If Jewish people... Destiny knows nothing about Irish history. True, and you're perm banned, so now I'm never going to know anything about Irish history. Goodbye. Yeah. The feeling that people are going to have watching those videos is going to be way different. Like, for instance, if it was the case that Jewish soldiers were abducting people and there were, like, villages, like people in fucking Jerusalem or people in Tel Aviv were all, like, clapping and cheering with some dead Palestinian boy in the back of a truck, people would feel the type of way about that as well, you know? This reminds me of when children hit each other and the other one keeps saying the other one started it. This will never end because the other always feels provoked. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Have you seen the Israeli execution videos uploaded by Hamas? Have they actually started uploading those? They said they were going to start broadcasting them. But I don't know what the goal is there. Devil's Advocate 1999. Do you think Ukrainians aren't talking about colonialism in the occupied territories like the Donbass, Crimea, and what have you? I agree it's much less common. People getting kicked out of their home. I mean, it's not like colonialism. No, I don't believe... Are Ukrainians saying that? I don't know if the Ukrainians are. I'd call the Ukrainians retarded. That's a fucking active invasion. That's not colonialism. That's an invasion from one country to another. Like... somebody asked, do we not punish war crimes anymore? War crimes are complicated. I think war crimes they're not like war crimes. They're more like war guidelines, I think. Like, if people really fuck around, you can get held in your own courts, but I don't think people will generally submit to courts of other countries for, like, war crimes, unless you're doing really fuck shit. Like, for Abu Ghraib, I'm pretty sure there were U.S. soldiers that were discharged and a few got charged with crimes and stuff, but I don't know if we do international courts for that at the moment. At Destiny, what has happened historically has generally been continuing the whole way. Israel has not stopped committing atrocities. It's just important to have the historical context, see that a larger pattern that is occurring and not individual acts committed by bad apples. Sure, but you also have to keep in mind the external support that comes for terrorist attacks against Jewish people as well, right? Like, during the first Gulf War, I'm pretty sure Saddam Hussein was literally just firing Scud missiles off at fucking Israel. He was just like, let's just shoot a few in that direction. Because he knew that, like, the Gulf states and every other Middle Eastern country hated Israel so fucking much that if Israel got involved in the Gulf War, every other Middle Eastern country would bounce. They'd be like, oh, the Jews? You think I'm fighting alongside the fucking Jews? Good one, Chief. I'm bouncing. Like, everybody hates Jewish people in the Middle East, okay? People keep talking. If you want, here's the thing. If you want to talk about history, that's fine. But you also need to talk about geography as well. This isn't just an Israel-Palestinian problem. It is an Israel versus the entire Middle East, with Palestinians being used as a conduit for really anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli violence from every other country. That's always the problem. If this was just Israel and just Palestine, that would be a different question. There's a blockade in Egypt as well. Okay? Don't forget that. Other countries in the area, okay? Hezbollah wants to fucking murder fucking Israel, okay? Iran and the IRGC want to murder Israel. The Gulf states are like, I think at this point, the Gulf states are like lukewarmish with Israel. But hold on, am I wrong? Which Gulf state? Was it Qatar that put out a statement saying they hold Israel solo responsible for what's happening, or was that Iran? Who put out that statement? I think we read this on stream a few days ago. Was it Qatar? It might have been Qatar. Yeah, they put out a statement like Israel is the only one responsible for all of these people. It's like, bro, really? Jesus. Destiny, Qatar hates Israel. Qatar's Qatar hosts Hamas's leadership and funds them. Okay, I wasn't even aware of that. That's like more relationship stuff that I would need to read into. The night you came to Sweden, there were 7 house burnings in Stockholm. What did you do? Bro. I was just gooning, bro. Wait, did this guy get banned? Wait, why are people saying... Oh, is this... Oh, hold on. Circumstantial evidence is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's mostly speculation. The evidence at 2 discussions within that thread operate off of... Assumed to be dead when body was being paraded by the truck. There's evidence being discussed and used. The comments speculate that she was abducted prior to the video of her in the truck, and at the time... And in that time, she was raped. The actual circumstantial evidence that Hamas attack began around 6:30 a.m. The truck video, along with other hostage and death videos, released later in the morning. The following is... I speculate... Like others, from the non-conscious body, broken legs, and blood on her head, that she is dead. Wait, why did this guy get banned? I don't know what we're talking about here. Is this guy even banned? Oh, he is banned. Oh, he got shot, that's why. Guys, stop shooting each other in my sub. Violence begets more violence, guys, stop. Can you acknowledge that Bahrain stood with Israel? Does anybody even care? Isn't that like the itty bitty mini country that... Is that the one next to the UAE? I only know about that country because I learned the countries of the Middle East. I don't know anything about Bahrainian politics or anything about... I have no idea. They're like the fucking Aruba of the Middle East. Or next to Qatar. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I'm sorry, that's mean. I don't mean to say that. I don't know anything about Bahrainian politics or anything that goes on over there. I know it's over there, and it's like a little itty bitty island. The UAE stood with Israel as well. That's good. Egypt's situation is precarious. If they lift that blockade, it increases instability in Egypt. It will be a nightmare fuel scenario. As in, there are 110 million on a knife's edge. It isn't like just some, they don't like Palestinian thing. Okay, but do you think that Israelis might feel like they're on a knife's edge as well, maybe? Egypt has closed the Rafah crossing on the border with the Gaza Strip. The reason for the decision was the IDF's intention to operate in that area, an unnamed Egyptian official told Haaretz. He said the crossing was closed to ensure peace, not at Israel's request. Can we get a take on Mia Khalifa's tweet about the violence? What did she tweet? I saw that she got like dumped from, was it Brazzers or who, or OnlyFans, or who cut their relations with her? Oh, Playboy. Yeah. "40 babies massacred in Israel." From @Kremlin Trolls.
Different houses. David, it's hard to even explain exactly just the mass casualties that happened right here. In fact, the Israeli military says they still don't have a clear number, but I'm talking to some of the soldiers and they say what they've witnessed as they've been walking through these different houses, these different communities, babies, their heads cut off. That's what they said.
I would also say you should be really, 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 really careful. I'm not saying they would outright lie, but you should be really careful about, the same way that we should be careful about what Ukraine says Russia's doing, you should be careful about what Israel says Palestinians are doing, or Hamas is doing. Just always be very, 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 very careful, okay? It might be true, it might not be, but take everything just like with a little bit of a grain of salt. Have you seen any videos of baby heads being cut off? I haven't. I've looked at a lot of bloody videos. I haven't seen any of that yet. Not to say that the only way we can believe that is to see the videos, but just be aware of that. Like having some sort of like US, memory saver, freeze up memory from inactive tabs. Yeah, turn that shit on. Thank you. Have you seen anything from the H3 video yesterday? Not yet. Mia Khalifa tweeting with some Hamas people riding in the back of the truck saying, "This is a Renaissance painting." Jesus. Have you seen statements by the squad members? I think I read one by Ilhan Omar, and I thought it was reasonable, like way more reasonable than I thought it would be. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. But they seemed like they all had, like, they were pretty reasonable tweets. Oh, let me finish listening to this, I guess.
Gunned down, families completely gunned down in their beds. You can see some of these soldiers right now comforting each other. Many of them reserves who jumped into action, leaving their own family.
Holy shit, Mia Khalifa. Can someone please tell the freedom fighters in Palestine to flip their phones and film horizontal? Jesus Christ.
Families behind as well, not knowing the sheer horror that they were about to come to. They say they've never experienced anything like this. This is nothing that anyone could have even imagined when you're walking through here. Baby cribs thrown to the side.
Like, I'm sorry, this sounds like, maybe I sound like really cold. Does she need to be crying? Like, she's just a reporter. Does she go and see the dead babies? If she saw the dead babies, then she can cry. I'll give her props for that. But, like, come on, bro.
Doors thrown wide open. Still some Israeli bodies still here because the fighting in this community just ended just recently. So many of these troops are still going house to house, door to door. It's taken them sometimes 30 minutes, 40 minutes because many of these houses are also still have grenades.
Actually, you know what? Maybe that's unfair for me to say because I'm pretty sure Americans talking about 9/11 right after or as it was happening would probably be pretty emotional as well. So actually, you know what? Maybe I'm being a little bit, I'm being harsh.
And then booby traps. In fact, as we're trying to get closer to some of these scenes, we're being told, no, get back from some of these Israeli military because there are still grenades in the area. I want us to keep walking through, continue to kind of see the destruction that's happening on the ground here. Even something as simple as a soccer net just left to the side here as people were with their families playing. I see in the distance more bodies being covered. All the while as they're covering these Israeli bodies trying to evacuate everyone else from the territory, taking all of the casualties out of here. It's also littered with...
Why do you think Israel had such a weak border presence and took hours to respond? I can't confirm any of this. Fuck, if there are any good articles out right now to read on this, I'd be really interested. The thing that I was hearing was that there was a lot of IDF presence in the West Bank at this time or something. But I don't know. The conspiracies, of course... Hold on, I need to change this fucking light. The conspiracies, of course, are that Netanyahu that knew everything was coming. Egypt apparently told him in advance, and they decided to do nothing because we all watch way too many Hollywood movies and think that, like, a leader will single-handedly know that a massive attack like this is coming and hide all of it from every other part of the administration, and there would be no blowback and nobody would find out, and they'd create the perfect terror attack because we all live in the world of V for Vendetta. Like... Yeah. It is a blunder, though. Something fucked up here. Something fucked up. Because, this is a huge attack. And the whole reason why we're friends with Israel is because intelligence is like one of the things they do pretty well, right? Yes, I don't know what the fuck happened here. But I'm sure there will be more reports and more information coming out in the days to follow about the massive intelligence failure that was.
With the bodies of terrorists. So we're hearing from one of...
I can't believe Israeli crybabies. They came to a land they do not belong to, literally taking others' homes and lands. They have a top 30 economy. What do you mean they came to a land they didn't belong to? Great Britain had a mandate to put people wherever the fuck they wanted to. You lost World War I. You lost. Just like when Germany lost World War II, they lost all the land that they took. When the Ottoman Empire lost World War I, they dissolved as a country, and it was up to the rest of us to figure out how we wanted to sort things out. Take the L. You lost the war. It was over. Yeah, at that point, it's up to everybody else to delineate your new borders and your territory. That's the whole history of the entire fucking world. You can't run that like, oh, Israel like 80 years ago, they came to a place they didn't belong to, blah, blah. You lost. You didn't belong there anymore. You could have been kicked completely out of that fucking country, and there would have been buck off for you to say it. And that's what happened to some people. Some people didn't like it so much, they did revolt, right? After World War I, we tried to drop some borders. The Turkish people got ass mad. They were so ass pained, they revolted, and that's where the country of Turkey came from. Like, yeah, that's what happens after big countries lose wars. Like, not to say that it's like nice or feels good or blah, 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 but yes. Like, yeah, dude, have you ever heard of a little place called Greece? Greece today is known for people that take naps during the day, people that eat boring Mediterranean food, and people that snuck into the EU by cooking the books because of how fucked their economy was, okay? I don't even know how many modern Americans know that Greece is like the same like Greek. It was like the Roman Greek, like the same thing. They were, okay? How the people of Greece were like, bro, where's my shit? Like, you want to talk about inheriting a legacy and then being born into like a where the fuck am I place? Like, come on, dude. Sorry, okay. But I'm just saying, it doesn't make, you can't, nobody thinks like this. You have to stop. Nobody thinks like this. Where did these people come from 80 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago? Nobody thinks like this.
The lead commanders here, it was anywhere from maybe 70 armed terrorists who made their way here from the Gaza border fence, which is less than a quarter of a mile away. And as I said, the atrocities that they committed, violence with...
Shapiro talks about how Hamas infiltrated the border fences. What the Daily Wire doesn't do on-the-ground reporting. Why the fuck would I trust anything they say about any of that? I would just read whatever sources he's reading.
Guns, with grenades, with knives, targeting these innocent civilians inside their homes. So for the soldiers here, it's a very, very difficult scene for them as well. As I said, leaving their families behind, but they say they will continue to be here, continue to kill every terrorist who is in the area. You can hear we're very, very close to the Gaza Strip, so we continue to hear artillery firing overhead.
Ben Shapiro said a cyber attack disabled the sensors on the border fences. Melina told me that she read that somewhere, so that might be true. It wouldn't surprise me if Iran was involved somehow, but, you know, who knows?
As well, even as we were giving this tour, we were told to get on the ground and take cover because you're so close to the strip right now, you don't even get the red alert. You actually hear the boom before you're even told to get to the ground. So this is the reality, and this is what all of these soldiers, you can see, none of them expecting this, but all of them being here, ready for the fight nonetheless, and proud to fight for their country is what I'm hearing as well. And so that's why they want to show the press, they want to show these very, very difficult images, David, but they want everyone out here because they want to see and show exactly what is happening here on the ground.
Would you consider this type of reporting mostly just propaganda? I don't really see much worth in the reporting. She's not showing anything new or exclusive. Kind of, but you have to stop. Don't normatively load propaganda as being bad. Everybody does propaganda to some extent, and you probably should do propaganda to some extent. You want to get your citizens and the part of the world like hyped to support your cause and everything. Propaganda is only bad if it's like false or lying, right? If they're showing things that aren't actually happening. That would be bad. Goga, are these real names? Goga Beniashvili. Jews laterally got their name from the land of Judea, and Palestine means invaders in Hebrew. Also, no letter P in Arabic. Okay. The Egyptian junta ousted their previous government, Islamic Brotherhood. They were an ally of Hamas. Reason why Egypt isn't fond of the Gazan Authority now. Okay, those are donos from YouTube. Thoughts on this? It's the girl that got kidnapped from her husband on the bike. Oh, that Syrian girl. Oh, God. I used to DM with her and shit because she had a lot of information around, like, the Tate stuff. And she is, like, completely unhinged on this issue. Holy shit. She said, the female illegal settler who was taken prisoner on a motorbike is seen perfectly fine drinking water in Gaza. You people claiming she was going to be raped. I hope you realize how sick in the head you are. It's Israelis that rape, kidnap Palestinian women, not the other way around. If it comes out that she's like part of a filmed execution or something, this girl's going to look really bad. Unlike Palestinians, every Israeli woman has served in the IDF. Is that true? Are you required by law to do IDF military service in Israel? People are saying yeah? Okay. So the Ottomans lost the war, and Britain basically divided up the territory, including giving Israel this land. I mean, the territory was already divided up. Like, the Ottoman Empire had kind of like these rough lines drawn around where like all these different types of people lived. But again, there were Arabic Jews that were in the areas of Palestine in the Ottoman Empire even before the other ones came and they like created the nation of Israel and shit. But also, like, people have been fighting in these territories for a long fucking time anyway, in the Ottoman Empire and prior to the Ottoman Empire. Like, it's not like there's been one peaceful group of people. I don't know why lefties and everybody give this impression. Maybe it's not fair. Lefties give this impression like, oh, in the year zero, Palestinian people lived in all these lands. And for about 1,920 years, we all lived here in these exact same lands peacefully and everything. And then Britain came and fucked it all up. That's not what happened. That's not the history of that region at all. Destiny, I live in Israel. The conspiracy among the right wing is that someone on the inside betrayed Netanyahu and the IDF. Okay. Until the Jew nation attacked. True. If you look at the data, the aggression looks very one-sided. Israel has done more than 20 times the damage to Palestine than the other way around. Yeah, true, but that's because Israel has been very aggressive at, like, defending itself, right? But, like, here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with the numbers. Let's say that you find Hamas is shooting rockets into Israel. They fire 200 rockets. 180 of them are intercepted. 20 of them land in the ground, okay? Then let's say Israel says, well, we're going to counterbomb you guys. And Hamas is like, cool, we're in a hospital. Good luck. And Israel's like, we don't need luck. And then they bomb the hospital. And now, like, 100 civilians die. When you have conflict after conflict after conflict after conflict like this pop up, yeah, the death toll gets really high on one side because of Israeli technical superiority and because of Hamas's pretty undeniable use or undeniable willingness to kind of use civilian shields. I don't think anybody realistically denies that, right? And I'm not saying that it's good to kill civilians, and I'm not saying that, like, and there have been times where Israel's probably overstepped or killed people in areas where they probably shouldn't have, but, like, yeah, it's going to be one-sided. Why is Destiny going back and forth on his take on history? When it's convenient, it's relevant. When a chatter uses history to make a point, it's no longer relevant. What? I'll argue about history if you want to argue about history, but you can't use history to justify modern conditions or justify what's going on now. I'll only argue about history if you want to argue about history, but you can't use it to justify modern actions because nobody in the world does that except for people on Twitter. What did Cory Bush say? Yeah, true. Okay, Avi makes 2 points. Since when is a country obligated to make the response proportional when a hostile country launches an attack? And then 2, in what universe are the raw, unadjusted numbers of total killed an accurate measurement of proportionality when there is a widespread technological defensive gap? I imagine if Israel didn't have its defensive tech, their death toll would be much higher too. True. Two sides can easily attack each other proportionally while one side incurs many more deaths. Seems like we need to also adjust for other factors too, such as population density, to the extent that targets are deliberately useful or using this for collateral damage discovery. Yeah, true. Daniel C, $20. Destiny, is there reports are true the Iranian government funded, planned, and ultimately signed off on the 10/7 terrorist attack? Should they be held responsible? Should the U.S. intervene with military action? When was the last time U.S. troops were in Israel? Did we do that? Oh god, I just like maximized this. Where's Wicked Supreme? Would he know this? I could be wrong, but I don't think in general the United States does. I don't think we have that role in Israel. I don't know if we have before. I'm not sure. I just don't have the knowledge of that. Rage Dipshit is saying, yes, we have a massive radar array there. That's not at all what we're talking about. But would the U.S. intervene for American hostages? I don't know. I'm not sure. That's also another big fuck up. Can somebody tell me if this is right or wrong? Let me find this. Germany aid Palestine. I thought I read a headline that Germany and Austria might be suspending aid. Oh, now so Austria suspended aid. Germany is reviewing aid for all of Palestinians. I think after that one girl got kidnapped. Maybe it wasn't just in response to her. Maybe it was a response to the whole Hamas thing. But I've read that a lot of Germans are really mad about that. yeah, the Hamas strategy here is, I don't understand what the strategy is. Keep in mind that people say this thing, Ryan Dawson especially say this. Oh, Assad? Do you think he would really gas his own citizens? That would be so dumb. Obviously, the whole world's going to be against him. Well, I don't know why Hamas is murdering people at parties. I don't know why. People are saying the Israeli death toll has risen to more than 1,000 in Hamas attacks. In less than 3 hours after the Hamas attacks, Iranian hardliners were celebrating with serving cookies in the streets. Banners were already up. I think the strategy is just to derail peace talks. Okay. The strategy is going all in. They fear they will rapidly lose support if more normalization treaties are signed. Sweden is also considering withdrawing theirs. Have you seen the list of international people killed and kidnapped? It's like 20 countries. Yeah, that would be really, 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 really bad. One of the reasons why we were able to build like an international coalition around like the 9/11 shit was because of 9/11 is, I think even to this day, 9/11 has killed like more like citizens of certain countries than any other like local terror attack, even in those countries. It was a huge deal internationally. And yeah, Hamas killing killing citizens of other countries is like, that's like a big no-no. That's like a, you're fucking your shit up really hard at that point. Do you think that the Gaza invasion and Afghanistan earthquake is a coincidence? I have no idea. To be more clear, if Iran were partially responsible, it would be morally justified for Israel and the U.S. to attack Iran. I don't think we'll attack Iran. I don't actually know why. It seems like we just want to sanction them into the fucking dirt. But maybe somebody with more knowledge there. I don't think we would ever do. When was the last time we had like troops on the ground fighting Iran? Destiny, they chopped the head off Thai people working there. Bangkok confirmed 12 Thais dead already. We are just trolling them. Destiny, doesn't this make it... Okay, Xavier, you're about to get banned. Stop fucking spamming, Jesus. Yemen's Houthi... Oh, you are getting banned. Never mind. All right, bye. Yemen's Houthi group says that if the U.S. intervenes in Gaza, they will respond by firing drones and missiles into Israel. Does Yemen have... I truly don't know. Does Yemen have missiles that they can fire into Israel? Will Yemen be shooting missiles over Saudi Arabia and everybody else to get the... That seems wild, but... Maybe they do. I don't know what Yemeni military capabilities are. All I know is that I can't go there because I'm an analyst. The Houthis have more shit now. You're 100% right. People forget that Greeks ruled the world via Alexander. Istanbul was Greek only 500 years ago. Now it's 99% Turkish. Also Ottoman Empire shit. Sure. Yemen has the second largest military force on the Arabian Peninsula after Saudi Arabia. I did not know that. Did the Nakba in 47 kind of change why and how the Israelis were living and operating in the area, from living together to saying, okay, let's mess this place up and take over Palestine? Was that when the Israeli people there were attacked by some local Palestinians? I don't have a record of every single... All I know is that basically ever since like Israel was like formed or mandated there post World War II, I'm pretty sure that like both sides have been fighting consistently. Palestinians trying to kill new Jewish people coming in, Jewish people fighting against other people in the area, but there's like constantly been like conflict and shit in that region. But this is Destiny's Kick title. Oh, did I not change my shit on Kick? Fuck me, dude. I don't know if I can open it or if it's all gonna fucking lag if I try. Hassan has said exactly word for word. Wait, Hassan has actually said the world would be a better place had the Ottomans succeeded in conquering Europe. Oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking like as a lefty, that's insane. As an American, that's insane. But maybe as a Turkish person, maybe that's not insane. Maybe it's totally normal that you would feel that way. I don't know. For a lot of young men, it's suicide by war, like suicide by cop, but as a group, go out in a violent blaze of glory. It's a problem in all small fighting groups worldwide. Do you think this could escalate into a global issue? Probably not. I've seen unconfirmed reports of U.S. Special Forces on the ground working with IDF Special Forces. That could be true for like training and shit, but that's a lot different than like we're deploying to fucking Israel. Hassan avoids Islamic nations. He doesn't want to live there. Yeah, he doesn't want to live in any of the lefty ones either. Go figure, huh? Destiny, no one knows this, but Hassan gets weirdly nationalist whenever he starts speaking Turkish. Okay, warning, conjecture time. Okay, take everything I say with a grain of salt, and it might just be humorous and it might be bullshit or whatever, but I had a Turkish guy that I kind of knew here in Sweden the last time I was here, and he told me that Turkish people are like de facto like some of the most nationalistic motherfuckers like in any country that he's ever seen in his entire life, and that they are just like some wild shit. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, he says that Turkish people they're very socially smart, and they won't. This kind of sounds anti-Semitic, but for Turkish people. But like Turkish people, they groom well, they take care of this, they're very socially intelligent, or whatever. But like when there's a bunch of Turkish people talking to Turkish people, they're on some wild nationalistic, historically nationalistic fuck shit. I don't know if that's 100% true or not, but I'm just reporting that. Why is Hamas brutality the main focus when Israel has killed and kidnapped Palestinian kids? They killed over 200 Palestinians this year before Hamas attacked. Yeah, but what were the nature of those Palestinian attacks? Was it Jewish IDF soldiers just walking in, kidnapping people, bringing them back, video recording it, and then having people cheer on as they killed civilians? Or was it like in response to at least perceived violence? That's the problem, is people always argue over every event, right? It happens in that Al-Aqsa mosque all the fucking time. Nobody's more nationalist than someone from another country living in Western Europe. Okay. I've had chats with a few Turkish people and can have similar vibes to Serbian nationalists. Yeah, and it's ironically the Turkish expats who are the most radical in their nationalism. The ones in Belgium are the most pro-Erdogan motherfuckers you'll ever see. Cutting food, water, and electricity is aggression against civilians. Hamas has enough stockpile and it won't harm them. Yeah, but I think the Israeli justification for that is that I'm pretty sure Hamas enjoys pretty widespread support in the Gaza Strip. So, like, unironically, Israel is seeing a lot of the people of the Gaza Strip are saying, like, hey, you have to stop supporting Hamas, right? But do you think the proverb "history repeats itself" has damaged people's analysis? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. History repeats itself. Like, the world changes. Like, things things are a lot different now than they were 200, 500, 1,000, 10,000 years ago, right? Sorry. Israel tells Egypt that they will strike any vehicle that carries aid into Gaza from the Rafah border crossing. This is the only crossing between Egypt and the Gaza Strip. Damn. Did you ever listen to Sam Harris's video of why I don't criticize Israel? Nope. Holy shit. I might do, yeah, read the no article. Yeah, I just pulled it up. Okay, let me read this. We're going to read. Good luck. Hold on. Western leftists have lost the plot. Gleeful support for the massacre of innocents is simply inhumane. This is an article by Noah Smith. Looks like it was published today. The first picture is a picture of that Was this in the United States? Well, I think this might have been the New York City protest where there's like a brown person is holding up a phone with the swastika logo on it. And then there's Palestinian flags waving in the background. Can you link it? Yeah, sure. Here you go. So the way they killed or kidnapped is more important than the act itself. The Israelis kill more Palestinians. Perception is the main thing after all, not the. You should leave. You're retarded. You're not even worth talking to. The way they kill is more important than the act itself. Yes, it is. You fucking retard. Of course, it's more important. Like, if you perceive that there's like a threat, or you have good reason to believe there are terrorists operating out of some building, and you bomb it, and there's collateral damage, that's way different than abducting or deliberately killing civilians. Yes. Not to say that there haven't been times when the IDF might have deliberately killed civilians. That might be the case. But of course, the manner in which this happens is way more important than like the kill count, right? Yeah, of course. What a stupid fucking insinuation. Of course, the manner is important. Okay. Test? Yeah, okay. Why does the U.S. support the illegal settlements or at least veto anti-Israel UN resolution over condemning it? I don't know. I mean, Israel always uses the excuse or the justification of security concerns when it comes to settlements. I don't know why the settlements are allowed to continue to expand in the West Bank. It seems stupid to me, but, you know. Can we have some lo-fi music in the background while reading? I don't think I can play music at the same time because my shit is gonna lag. Oh, I got it on my speaker actually. So Israel can bomb every building in Gaza and justify by saying there was a terrorist attack in every building. Yes. Yeah, true. Yes, that's exactly what I said. What a great contribution. Hold on. I'm gonna play music and it's gonna sound good for me, but I think it's gonna sound fucking horrible for you guys. Or it'll actually be even more lo-fi because it's gonna come in through my speakers in the background. Why would Israelis want to settle closer to the danger zone in the first place? Because it's new territory for them to have. They have a stronger claim to the West Bank if they can get more people living there for long periods of time. It's good for Israel, like, to have a stronger claim on the land. It's kind of like a slow invasion, basically. Okay. Harris shares a lot of your thoughts on this conflict in the transcript of the video on the website. Should read. Maybe we'll see. Let me read this article first. I have no idea like how this will sound coming through. There you go. This is your lo-fi. Okay. Wait, did this guy get a golden DGGL? Can you have golden... Wait, is there a golden DGGL? What the fuck? It's randomized by a timer? Breaking. The Russian survey vessel Sibiryakov was conducting underwater activities in by the Baltic Connector pipeline throughout the summer. There's now a hole in the pipeline. Finland suspects Russia has attacked its critical infrastructure. Really? Really enjoying your streams. Always thought-provoking. Thanks, Stan Scott. Would you debate any of the leftists justifying or celebrating these attacks? I would, but these leftists don't debate. At Destiny, you basically just admitted innocent Palestinian civilian deaths are worth less than Israelis. You went full retard, bruh. See you later, permaban. If that was what you took from what I said, then you're too stupid to have the conversation. Go talk somewhere else. You don't have to be here. Bye. Okay, I'm reading this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I promise I'll get back to econ blogging soon, starting with Claudia Golden's Nobel Prize. But first, there's one more thing about the Israel-Hamas war that I have to get off my chest. The above image is from a rally by the New York City chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America in support of the Palestinian cause. The rally was on October 8th, one day after over 1,000 Hamas gunmen attacked Israel. It was one of many similar rallies by local DSA chapters around the country, as well as on various college campuses. The woman in the picture reportedly flashed the swastika at pro-Israel counter-protesters. In case you haven't... Is that a woman in the picture? I thought that was a guy. Okay. Why can't we see screen? I'm literally reading an article! Okay, give me 5 minutes and I'll figure out how to get this on screen. 1 second. You guys would have died in the days of, like, talk radio. Holy shit. There you go. I don't know if this helps. Destiny, do you think it's a fair point to one guy to represent an entire group? Would pointing at a Ukrainian holding Nazi symbolism be too far? Okay, remember what I said before. Okay, hold on. Remember what I said before. Please remember this, okay? This is such a better way to view these types of things online than how people traditionally view it. When you look at a thing online, the thing that's actually making people mad, they think it's the thing they see, but oftentimes it's not the thing they see. It's the response to the thing they see. That's what people are getting upset about, but they don't realize it. For instance, when we look at the Kenosha stuff, people are willing to say these people are Nazis, these people are white nationalists. People will say this if you have one person who was in one Facebook group that shared one alt-right meme. And that's enough to write an entire group off as Nazis, okay? People were willing to do that. People were willing to do that, to write off entire groups of people because one or two people were willing to say that, that guy was in a Facebook group and they had a Nazi meme once, so this whole group of Nazis, right? That's the issue, okay? So the issue is when the DSA have actual people, okay? Hold on, you're not getting this article on screen anymore, okay? I'm not doing this. I don't have time for this, okay? People that are, when somebody's holding an actual fucking swastika up in your rally, okay? When people are holding actual fucking swastikas up in your rally, when you're having all sorts of people look at this and you're not coming out with the strongest disavowal in the world, then you look like a fucking lunatic. Because when there's a congressperson or there's a staffer that's like doing this in the background, people are trying to say the entire Republican Party is full of Nazis now. It's like, wait, what? But when you got a person in your own rally holding up a fucking swastika and you're not saying shit about it, then people look at you like, the fuck, are you crazy? That's the issue, okay? So the problem isn't that one person is doing it. The problem is that, yeah, this is a group of people who said if there are 10 people at a table and one Nazi, there are 11 Nazis. Okay? So if they want to apply that standard to people, then that means that they need to apply the same standard themselves. Okay? The rally was on October 8th, one day after over 1,000 Hamas gunmen attacked Israel. It was one of many similar rallies by local DSA chapters around the country, as well as on various college campuses. The woman in the picture reportedly flashed the swastika at pro-Israel counter-protesters. In case you haven't read all about it, the Hamas gunmen attacked a music festival. Hold on. Destiny, you're right, but it's pretty difficult when they're pulling out a pic on their phone and not clearly swinging a flag around or something like that. Okay, AZIC, has the DSA put out a statement on a person waving around a Nazi flag on their phone? If they have, then link me the tweet. And then I'd say, okay, well, maybe it's not fair then to hold them accountable for this. Jesus, this fucking website. In case you haven't read all about it, the Hamas gunmen attacked a music festival, killing at least 260 festival attendees and taking scores of others hostage. The gunmen then proceeded to attack surrounding Israeli towns, massacring random civilians indiscriminately. The total body count of the Hamas attack is estimated up to 1,000 Israelis so far, though the number might rise as more bodies are discovered. Videos have shown Hamas massacring some of the hostages it took. There are also numerous reports of rape and other abuses by the Hamas fighters. 11 Americans were among the victims, as well as citizens of various other countries who had attended or worked at the festival. When it says 11 Americans, are these American Israeli citizens, or are they dual citizens or just U.S. citizens? I'm curious. 11 U.S. citizens have died in the conflict in Israel, President Joe Biden said Monday, and an unknown number remain missing. Jesus. Why are you making this about dumbfuck DSA? Why is the DSA and leftist retardation shaping your view on the issue Palestine is facing? It's not shaping my view. The problem is that it's highly problematic when a whole bunch of white people living in Europe and especially America are coming out as being pro-Hamas. Like, these people should be bullied off the fucking internet. That is insane. That is unreal. And the problem, the frustrating thing, is institutional. Organizational, because if I were to go on Twitter or YouTube and I were to celebrate the Christchurch shootings in New Zealand as fighting against Muslim invaders, people would, I would get banned off of every platform. It would be over. I would be banned. I'd be perma-banned off of everything, right? Like, people look around and they wonder, like, how can somebody like Lauren Southern be driven to go to the fucking Mediterranean Sea and shoot flares at immigrants? It's because of this type of shit. It's when you see people on the left can act with impunity, saying like Hamas is doing a good thing and it's actually justified and based to murder, rape, and abduct Israeli citizens. If there was ever I don't know of any more radicalizing moment on the internet than seeing tweets with over 100,000 likes celebrating that sort of terrorist activity. That's wild. So yeah, it is important to talk about it. Just like how, for the longest of times, people on the left wanted to talk about every single fucking time they saw somebody make an okay sign on their fucking pants. People had their lives ruined over stupid shit like that. But also, if you think, bro, 11 dude, if there were American hostages executed on video, and bro, if you think that Israel's treatment of the Gaza Strip is bad, Bro. Like, if U.S. military action happens, I mean, we would be careful. It's not like we would destroy the whole place, but like... Destiny, but Vosh said the trans genocide happening right now. True. Okay. I'll finish that CNN article. 1 second. Did you see Ethan Klein talk about Israel? I might watch this next, okay? Why is there so little pressure from Palestine supporters against Hamas leadership? Well, why the fuck would they protest against? They're getting fucked by Israel. I doubt the average Palestinian gives a fuck. Like, there's going to be no... Like, if people were committing terrorist attacks against what they perceive to be, like, as Nazi Germany or the Soviet Union, like, they're not going to sit there and protest against it because they feel like Israel is the greatest oppressor anyway, so... I don't think I would even expect Palestinians to speak out against Hamas. I don't know what my expectation there would be, but... Emma Viglin's tweet. On Indigenous Peoples Day, it's important to stand with the colonized and formerly colonized people of the world. That includes the 2 million Palestinians living in the world's largest open-air jail, half of whom are children who are without food, electricity, and clean water. Half the people in Gaza are under the age of 18? Is that true? Good tweet, Emma. How are they all so young? That's insane. %50 of people are under 24. Oh, is 24 is the cutoff for children now? Is that what we're defining? I mean, I'm sure if you put the number up high enough, I'm sure you could get there, but okay. Okay. So we just read a paragraph about all the stuff that Hamas just did, right? This is the kind of action that would be rightfully denounced as a war crime in any war. I'm a big supporter of Ukraine, but if Ukrainian commandos massacred a Russian music festival, I would condemn it harshly and demand that the Ukrainian government make sure it didn't happen again. But many of the American leftists holding pro-Palestinian rallies gleefully celebrated the targeting civilians as an act of liberation, even joking about the murders. For example, you can watch a video where one of the speakers at the NYC rally says, and as some of you might have seen, this is a quote, and as some of you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in, electrified hang gliders, and took at least several dozen hipsters. That's unhinged, guys. Holy shit. That is unfucking hinged. I kind of want to hear that video. Hold on. Destiny, we found him too. Eugene per year. He's a Russian media agent, Destiny, and has yet to be disavowed by the broader DSA. That wouldn't surprise me. I think Second Thought has, because Second Thought is like, has direct affiliations, or he's part of, I think, the U.S. Communist Party too. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of these guys in a roundabout way are. Okay. Let's see. This is a New York City protest.
When the Palestinians broke through the fence, they put the F-35s on trailers.
Also, keep in mind, now remember, you have to walk a higher path, okay? We have to play by better standards because we're better than these people, all right? But it's hard because people will say, hey, it's Hamas not all Palestinians. But when leftists are celebrating this violence, they don't call them Hamas. They call them all Palestinians. People want to delineate when it benefits them, and they want to obscure when it benefits them. Like, oh, you're saying there should be violence against Hamas? Well, bullshit. Or violence against Palestinians? It's not all Palestinians. But when they're celebrating it, they can't celebrate Hamas. They want to celebrate all Palestinians, even though it's Hamas doing the text, right? Don't let people get away with this bullshit. But also, don't do it yourself, okay? Okay.
When the Palestinians broke through the fence, they put the F-35s on trailers.
Like, all of these people are celebrating like a terror attack, right? All of these people are celebrating a terror attack. Holy shit. And it's in New York City. I just had a fucking brain blast. Honest to God, so here is I don't know if I've ever talked about this before. This is the one thing. This is one of the biggest. I don't normally have a lot of like boom moments in my life where I'm like, oh my God, my whole political ideology is changing. There was one thing that happened to me when I think it was 15 or 16, that started to radically change my political beliefs, that started to set me down reevaluating. I think this is what changed me from Republican to Libertarian, and then eventually I went from Libertarian to left. And it was when I saw people who were in New York City who were protesting the construction of new mosques. It was a new mosque that was kind of close to, I think it was in Manhattan. It might have been kind of close to Ground Zero. And I saw those protests happening. And I was like, hey, 9/11 was crazy, I agree. But part of the coolest thing about the United States is that like we always have like freedom of religion. We always have these types of freedoms. How are you going to go and protest religious people building like a house of worship? That was like and I don't know if you call it a radicalization or anti-radicalization. I guess it depends on your perspective. That was a moment for me where I was like, bro, this is not cool. That was one of the big things that turned me off. And I had written articles for my school newspaper, like supporting, Bush and supporting the war in Iraq. I was a hardcore Republican, but that was a huge wake-up moment for me. I was like, what the fuck? If I was a conservative today, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, if 9/11 happened today with Twitter, I wonder if I would be radicalized seeing Twitter's response into being a lifelong conservative. I wonder if that moment would be so strong for me that it would be like 5 years of radicalization. Could you imagine if 9/11 happened today and people like Hassan, like as firefighters are going into the building, are saying, you're like, well, this is what happens when America does this, or like cheering as the planes go into the building? Because he would. Don't make any mistake about that. That Hassan would have a stream celebrating and cheering between Towers 1 and 2 getting hit by airplanes. He absolutely would. He would do it. Or any of these other leftist dipshits on Twitter, right? Or as the first tower falls, right, Emma would be tweeting out, today we need to remember about all of the atrocities committed in the Middle East by the United States, right? That would absolutely happen. I don't know what impact that would have on my mind if I existed in that time period and I was watching that happen on Twitter. I think I might I don't even know. I might go hardcore conservative. Holy shit. But Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm sorry, back to watching this. You've grown up with a brain, so you wouldn't go full retard. I mean, I was a kid back then. That's what I'm saying. If this happened when I was a kid, if Twitter would have existed during 9/11, I don't know where I'd be right now.
When the Palestinians broke through the fence.
Shit. There's a norm. Is there a norm bit on this? Uh-oh. Hold on. Somebody might have said it before me. Bro, I don't.
Well, I can't say my friend's name, but he said his biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that would get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible.
Yes, that's horrific.
That's true.
Okay, let's do some jokes.
Jesus. Okay. Wait, did the people on the show not understand the joke, or did they just not laugh on the joke or that show, or am I thinking of that joke way differently than he intended? I'm so confused right now. Was the joke that like why is that the first place your mind goes to, or okay? I feel like they didn't understand. Okay, I don't know if I was being retarded or not. The joke went over their head. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
They put the F-35, when the Palestinians broke through the fence, they put the F-35s on trailers. And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says.
What an unbelievable statement to have everybody here clapping. Like, that's so unbelievable.
But nobody had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that, because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine.
No, they don't!
They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see of what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago, on the land, from the sea, and from the air, the people of the Gaza Strip, our people from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid. Our farmers, the farmers of Gaza, you know they say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment. Well, unfortunately for them, the tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to the farms of Gaza. I think now I'd like to bring here, from the Palestinian youth movement that helped us take the initiative to be here on the streets today, we'd like to welcome them to give some words.
Hi everyone, I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement. Thank you. Long live.
Do you think most of the protesters at a protest like this believe Hamas are just all Palestinians, or just this dude spreading misinformation? Unironically, this all stems from, I think largely, a lot of it is just America bad, and America interest bad, and capitalism bad. And here's like a prediction that I would make, okay? And this is it's slight, I'll say like 10 to 25%, which is bigger than I want to be. It wouldn't surprise me. I feel like within the next year or two, I feel like we're going to start to see like lefty violence in the United States. I feel like it can happen. I feel like we're close to that point, because like we've already got like the big, like even like the milk toast figures like Hassan are basically in leagues with people justifying violence against every Israeli citizen. It wouldn't surprise if we started to see like violent lefty shit happening in the next like year or two, like in the United States, like an uptick on that. I guess you could argue like BLM kind of was to some extent, but like Jesus.
Palestine. Thank you all for being here, for raising your voices to celebrate the glorious victory of the resistance. And to honor our martyrs, and for marching to show those here in the heart of the empire that they will never defeat our struggle. They have failed to break the unity of our people, and they have failed to dampen the revolutionary spirit of our people who grow stronger every day.
The only thing I wish I could do, isn't Hamas literally like is it a Sunni Islamist group? I wish that, yes, these people finally have taken over the entire region. Like, can we start getting some trans flags up on these buildings now? And it's like, bro, the only trans flags is gonna be one over your fucking casket, bitch. Die. I wasn't calling her a bitch in general, but I'm like, I don't know, bro. Although to be fair, the more hardcore leftists don't give a fuck about like the trans shit because they eschew the impulse stuff and they only care about like class struggle. But there is a lot of like overlap between these groups as well, so it gets weird. But what is this? A Palestinian woman says that the Hamas terror attacks in Israel are inspiring, beautiful, and a success. She says this at a street rally in Brighton, Britain, from the safety and comfort of the United Kingdom. I don't know how to pronounce this.
For me, yesterday was a victory. As a Palestinian, yesterday was a victory. For freedom fighters in Gaza to break out of a 15-year blockade so successfully under the inhumane genocide from Israel was so beautiful and inspiring to see. It shows us that it shows us as Palestinians and it shows the world as us from Palestinians that we will always fight and we will always...
Dude, I hate immigrants. I like all of them, like all the white ones and the blah, blah, blah. Here's what I hate about immigrants, okay? No offense to immigrants, okay? But I hate it when immigrants are living in a country their entire lives and they still have this ultra strong identification with the place they come from and they speak like they have like some shit to say about it. Like, bro, like when people in the United States like, oh yeah, like I'm Palestinian. It's like, you're not Palestinian, motherfucker. You're from fucking Los Angeles and you've lived here your entire fucking life, okay? You're American. Shut the fuck up with this crying for the... When was the last time you were in the Middle East? Have you even been on a plane before? You're like, get the fuck out of here, right? Now, maybe that particular lady does have stronger ties to this place, but like, if you've never set foot in Palestine before, and you sure as fuck aren't going back there if people like this take over, then shut up. You're British, okay? You're British. Or you're American, okay? The fuck out of here, right? If you came from those places, or you know what? If you've at least visited once in the past 5 years, I'll give you credit. Or once in the past 10 years, I'll give you credit, okay? Once in the past 10 years, I'll give you credit. But other than that, fuck out of here, all right? Have you ever been oppressed in a blockade before? My parents would ban me from internet access past 7 p.m. sometimes, okay? 7 p.m. sometimes. Do you know what suffering is like?
Resist, and we need to celebrate these acts of resistance because this is a success. Revolutionary violence initiated by Palestinians is not terrorism. It is self-defense, and it is encouraging the liberation of Palestinian people who have been under illegal occupation for 75 years.
Why doesn't Hamas attack Egypt for their blockade? Now, this is a total fucking guess, and I could be totally fucking wrong, okay? So this is all on intuition. My guess would be is that if Hamas attacked Egypt, Egypt would fucking destroy Gaza. They would be like, huh, I'm sorry, do you think we're some Western cucks? Excuse me? That'd be my guess. I could be totally fucking wrong. I could be totally wrong, but that would be a guess. I don't know. Somebody can email me or tell me if I'm incorrect on that. But also, I think Egypt has like a whole bunch of their own shit going on too. But also, so does Israel, right? But
I'm gonna leave you with this. This is not a Muslim issue. This is not an Arab issue. This is not a Palestinian issue. This is a human rights issue.
oh, British. Here. Get the fuck out of here. What year is it? Okay, sorry. I just wanted to see the videos of this. Hamas split off from the Muslim Brotherhood, which originated in Egypt, and Egypt has huge problems with those guys. Gotcha. Do you have any idea as to how this mess will end? My amount of damage and deaths, and in 3 weeks, maybe? Or 2 weeks, all of us are going to forget about this and move on to the next thing, because that's how it goes. Did you see that Slicker wished the death on a soldier who died a few days later?
Hopefully the bullet... Hopefully the bullet bounces back to your fucking forehead, you dumb, stupid Israeli army shithead. Fuck you, motherfuckers.
I knew it.
Hopefully...
Wait, is that true? Did this guy actually die a few days later? Isn't Slicker another one? Like, wait, has Slicker ever been to the Middle East in his life? Does anybody know? People are saying he has been to Iraq. Okay. Bro, Melina's dad works in Iraq. Okay? Like, whatever. But hey, like, at least he's been there, I guess. Is he even Palestinian? Well, so, okay. Let's be... So I said before, I would not attribute to a lot of leftists online. So people like Hassan, people like Second Thought, I would not attribute to them their anti-Israeli takes on anti-Semitism. I think they come from a different area, namely anti-Americanism, or maybe mainly anti-American foreign policy. I would not apply that same logic to Muslims or descendants of Muslims or Arabs or descendants of Arabs. A lot of that is motivated by anti-Semitism. So for Slicker, it wouldn't surprise me if he just doesn't like Jewish people in general. That would be my assumption based on the things I've heard him say and the way that he acts, and then his background. That'd be my assumption. Might not be right, but that would be my assumption. Landon Tapscott. I'm not sure how anyone who doesn't have any sort of pre-existing bias can look at the situation objectively and argue that Israel shouldn't have fully annexed the territory after the multiple wars. Well, what are they going to do if they annex the territory? At that stage, you're looking at some form of genocide, right? Because they're going to either have to deport every single... they either have to deport all the Palestinians there, have them live as second-class citizens in an apartheid state, or kill them all, right? So that's why they can't annex completely the territory. It's like, yeah. But Denim and Frogan... Bro, that Frogan girl is such a disgusting fucking piece of shit. Oh my god. Did she... I remember we watched a video of her crying about her winning the upcoming awards because Mizkif insulted her or asked why she was winning. Did I look at her stream history on stream? Does anybody know this? Did I look at it on stream or did I only like briefly cover that drama? Does anybody know? Does anybody remember? You briefly did? Well, I saw her tweeting her fucking bullshit. God, I wish we could deport all these people to these regions and have them go fight. Like, let's go. Let's go! Yeah! Palestinian revolution! Go be part of it. Good luck! I looked at her stats because Melina had brought it up too. Like, oh yeah, this girl, like, she just won this upcoming streamer award because she's like friends with those people. And I'm like, is that true, Melina? And then I looked up her stats and I was like, yeah, it is true. This chick has been streaming for years. She's been losing audience literally the entire time. And then somehow, like a year ago, she won an upcoming streamer award? What do you mean? She's like a fallen off, irrelevant streamer. How the fuck is she winning awards when she's been steadily losing viewership for like 3 or 4 years? I have no idea how the fuck she won that. Like, yeah, I don't know. That was fucking wild to me. But apparently because she got the support of like the other... She's like literally... It was like a Hassan Orbiter award basically, but yeah. Her tweets about this particular situation were... We need to finish reading this article. Destiny, isn't it fair to hate said group if said group unjustly persecuted your people for a long period of time? Yes. Okay. Which is why I'm saying we need to carve out room. There needs to be room to talk about Israeli aggression against Palestinian people. And there needs to be room to talk about a justified desire for reprisal from the Palestinian people. We can make room for that. But when you're at a point where you're clapping and cheering for people, like murdering people and dancing about it on camera, you've gone too far, right? There's a line. You can't go that far. That's insane. Her tweets were, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Civilian deaths, quote unquote. Okay, still, where was this energy for Palestinians for all these years? This type of stuff is also scary because are you saying that if socialists did a similar type of attack in the United States, you would support it? Because at that point, like, I fully think people should be bullying you in every internet space you're in. You should be getting, like, she should already be getting bullied. She should be getting a lot of pushback for this. These takes are unhinged. It's all right to do terrible things to the civilians because their government has done terrible things. Two things can be bad at the same time. LeMayo, Google Iron Dome. I don't even know what, yeah, but. Yeah, that's wild. I feel like if Hamas only went after military targets, it would have been much better. But nope, their cowards went after civilians. Yeah, that's why I tweeted that as like a joke. I didn't get much engagement on it, but I genuinely believe it. I think that like if they would have like targeted the settlements in the West Bank, I feel like everybody would feel differently. Even I would still feel bad. You can't like have videos and shit of people abducting you. But like if this was against settlers on the West Bank, I'd be like, bro, why the fuck are you guys even settling there? Like, yeah, I mean, get fucked. Obviously, it's bad what Hamas is doing, but like, bro, targeting a dance festival? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's some wild shit. True, hold on. That's a tweet. Boom, boom, boom. Link to the stream where she cried being called a falling star.
Yeah, I look for drama. Yeah, I'm chasing karma. Seen some things that other people can't see.
Oh, yeah.
A falling Star Award? Bro, that'd be so funny.
Fuck, I don't remember if at the time, I don't remember if I actually looked at her streamer stats. Hold on. You did? Okay. God, I hate this person.
A falling Star Award, brother.
God, she's like the worst type of human. She would be like a person that would be like injecting dye into like 2-year-old Jewish civilians' eyes in Auschwitz, but like because her like favorite Nazi streamer was like saying that it was based, she'd be like saying like, oh, it's okay, like these people deserve it. Like she would be exactly. All of these people are examples for why the Milgram experiment is like a little bit instructive on how people defer to authority, whether it's social authority or otherwise in real life, for their moral systems. It's insane.
That'd be so funny. I would clear.
Honestly, okay, it makes me really upset. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to cry, but it really does make me really upset.
The full screen alt.
Listen, I saw the clip. The reason I said that.
Fuck. But the funny thing is that if like you look at her stream, how the fuck? So in the past year, her numbers have just been falling. If you look at her stats in 2022, she was streaming the whole time. Her stats were like about the same. It's hard to tell because there's like so many ups and downs, but it was like a little bit rising. But that was like, she had 461 average viewers at like 2020. Oh wait, is this 2023? Wait, I don't know what year I'm looking at. Oh no, this is 2022. Yeah, she had like about roughly the same viewers in like 2022. She was streaming through like all of like 2021. She kind of like, she started in 2021 from nothing. That was good. How did she get a rising star thing a year later when her viewership has just been like falling? She got nominated for the Rising Star Award 2 years in a row. Is that possible? What does a rising star mean? God, I hate this fucking person. And then she cried when somebody dared to question it. Fuck, I hate all these people so much. Bro, this is your rising star? Last online 7 hours ago? Oh shit, sorry, this is her. Yeah, but like, fuck this person. What does rising star mean? My understanding is a rising star would be, now this is super whatever, but I would guesstimate it's somebody that started in the past like 1 to 12 months maybe, and they're like maybe not even 12 months, for a year would you be a rising star? Yeah, I think that's fair. Like 1 to 12 months and you've like made like a considerable gain in viewership. Not somebody with 300 concurrent viewers after 3 years of streaming. That's fucking wild, bro. But I don't know. Okay. Look at the Twitch aristocrats defending her. Yeah, because it's all the Hassan dick sucks in his orbit. I haven't even read the cherry tweets on this. People are spamming Frogan under your new tweet. Good, they should be. I love when Twitch streamers run to defend people in their social circles with zero regard for why they're being scrutinized and what they're defending. True! Girls are the worst about this over the Me Too shit. Girl behavior is actually fucking disgusting when it comes to supporting other women for the Me Too stuff. They don't even read the twitlongers, and they're already out there collecting their like tiaras for supporting a fellow queen. It is actually fucking disgusting when they do it. Holy shit. I will forever be triggered by that Nico shit. I will forever be triggered by that. Shouldn't have deleted your comment, male Natuti. More people should get to see the values and priorities of these self-centered Twitch streamers. Twitch has revolved their entire moderation/harassment standards around. True. What was this thing? What's the Nico shit? Nico is a girl that was upset that her ex broke up with her, went to his house and beat him up so bad that the cops actually came. They arrested her and she was convicted for domestic violence. She came out a couple years later and put out a Me Too tweet on him saying that he forced her to go out and fight with him. And every fucking woman on Twitch was yas queening her in the replies. And nobody ever gave a fuck about the actual police report. That was fucking wild. Holy shit. Remember Frogan in tears because she thought Mizkif didn't deserve a streamer award. No tears shed for innocent lives taken, though, and expects everyone else to care less. Soulless behavior. True. I also enjoy using non-correlated situations to be illogical and unreasonable just so I can make myself feel better when others get hate. Stank pussy energy club founder vibes over here. Oh, it's Melina. Oh, because Melina and those people, bro, the LSF crew, no offense, but they have like no social, no political values and no anything. They have no ethics at all. It's always about clout. But we know this. I'm not even going to talk about them. Whatever. I shouldn't have to talk about them. I don't know why they just don't say anything about politics. You're clearly fucking retarded. I know that like since Hassan is kind of like your lead like dick suck, you all kind of feel like you need to have political, but you don't. It's okay to just have no political opinions because you have no education or anything in the area. That's fine, right? Brown dwarfs, also called fail stars, are substellar objects that are not massive enough to sustain nuclear fusion of ordinary hydrogen into helium in their cores. Can't survive without Hassan host. Okay. Fuck.
Okay.
Wait, hello?
Hey.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Hey, not much. A lot of crap's been happening lately, particularly in Israel.
True?
Yeah, I don't know what you think about some of this, but my opinion is Israel is kind of provoking some of these attacks, for sure, by the apartheid in Palestine. Like, obviously,
yeah, a
I'm
little
not...
bit. Sure.
I'm
they didn't
not
come
in
out of
support
nowhere, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in support of Hamas at all, but Israel is provoking these attacks. And I think what's fucked up is the U.S. isn't demanding that Israel end the apartheid and all the policies related to, you know, basically keeping Palestinians imprisoned in Gaza and deliberately trying to reduce the Palestinian population in Israel to, like, I think it was below 10%. That was the quota. Before they send any kind of military aid. And honestly, they should just be sanctioned like we did in South Africa.
Yeah, but I think the issue is that Israel feels like Hamas in the Gaza Strip wants to eliminate them. And they also feel like everybody else in the region wants to eliminate them. And I think today was probably like an even stronger statement that Israel probably feels even more justification that that is the case. Like, yeah.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because the Israeli apartheid is what is encouraging these attacks, and then Israel uses these attacks to justify the apartheid, and it's like this fucked up like feedback loop.
Yeah. I understand that. Why is there no I'm curious, why is there no pressure on Egypt to chill on their part of the Gaza wall?
Well, what is it? I don't know.
Isn't that kind of an important question? Because I know a lot of people pressure Israel, who is like, now we see even more, has been like attacked by Hamas pretty regularly, even though they can deflect most of it with the Iron Dome. But like, yeah, I mentioned this in my stream earlier. There has to be talk that the conditions that Palestinians face are not good, especially in the Gaza Strip, and especially with settlers encroaching on Palestinian territory in the West Bank.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it definitely pushes people in that direction. But then like if Hamas would have been launching attack, even like stealth attacks on like Israeli military installations or shit like that, I think we would be having a much different conversation than if people in the West were cheering on.
Well, Hamas is basically ISIS. They have a little bit more specific political motivations than ISIS, but they're basically ISIS.
Yeah, I know. So it's like hard for people. I think they're Sunni Islamists. I think Islam. Yeah, but yeah, they're very, very, very radical, and they enjoy widespread support in Gaza, which you can argue is because of Israeli treatment to Gaza. But it's hard.
It's almost entirely due to Israeli treatment. Almost entirely. Almost. There
all
are
of the other,
like,
do you think that like Iran and do you think Hezbollah and do you think these other countries in the Middle East, do you think that all of them don't like Israel because of how Israel treats Palestinians, right? That's the issue.
No.
Palestine is like a conduit for all of that other anti-Israeli sentiment in the Middle East, I think. Like they use them to
So Iran and Hezbollah, they're much more religiously motivated, and I mean, you can see that in their rhetoric, whereas Hamas is more politically motivated, but they're all like jihadist Islamists.
Yeah, so I think that's the challenge is like Israel just doesn't know if they free up more resources or free up more things in an area, is it going to come back to bite them in the ass like hardcore, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, with Hamas, like what's terrible too is I think there was some good like headway being made against the Israeli apartheid. And now Hamas doing this attack really fucked all of that up. Because now Israel's not only super justified to keep the Gaza Strip under control, and just have a full-on attack in Gaza, but now they're getting like just insane amounts of international support. And now the discussion isn't really about whether or not it's okay for Israel to do these things and whether or not we should work towards ending the apartheid.
Yeah.
Now it's, okay, we got to send military aid. And now, like, a lot of innocent Palestinians are going to get killed. Like, we're already seeing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. It's that's fucked, but...
It's really fucked. It's a really, really fucked situation. But, I think the right way forward in the long term is probably to end the control in Gaza. Basically, get rid of that open-walled prison. You might get some Hamas extremists to, like, it might be a little bit harder to control them. But I mean,
this is the scare. This is the scare. It was the case. Am I wrong, or did Hezbollah launch some rockets yesterday into?
They did. Yeah.
They did? Okay. Yeah. I think here's the fear that Israel has is, I think Israel is probably scared that they're in a perpetual Cold War, to where if they become weak as a country and shit gets a little bit fucked, that everybody else around them might come clamoring in for blood. That like, so you saw Hezbollah launch those rockets. Like, so here's like,
sure.
This is a future that Israel could be worried about. Let's say that Israel says, okay, you know what? We pulled back the settlements in 2005. We are going to give Gaza everything. We're going to end the blockade. We're going to let them manage their own electricity. We're going to do everything. Let's say they do that. Let's say that Gaza launches an attack like this, but it's 5 times more successful. And as Israel starts to falter, people like Lebanon and Jordan and Egypt, and then other countries further east are now looking at Israel like, there's some weakness here. Now we're in a situation where Israel is looking to like the United States, and they're like, hey, our country is about to cease to exist. The Holocaust 2.0 is about to happen. And now US troops are on the ground in the Middle East fighting everybody's military. I think that's the scary part that could happen. And I know that that's a shitty, and it sucks because I'm basically saying like, oh yeah, the open air prison status of Gaza is justified because of a potential future for Israel, but Hamas's stated goal is the eradication of Israel. Iran wants to eradicate all of Israel. Every other country in the world, whether it's a 6-day war or other, there's like 8 countries that have over the past 80 years have wanted to try to eliminate Israel. So like, yeah, it's a really, it's a rough, go ahead.
I just think the only way forward is for Israel to basically make peace and have goodwill with Palestine. And like the only way I can see that is to get rid of the restrictions in Gaza, get rid of those directives to keep the Palestinian population under 10% in Israel, get rid of those illegal fucking settlements, or at least don't make any more. And like,
do you think the people
that will largely solve a lot of the problems with Hamas?
Do you think that is the case? Do you think that Hamas would just go away though?
No,
or do you think that they would feel emboldened or
like,
empowered
again,
by the concessions that they've gotten, and they would want to push further?
No, I think what would happen is they would lose a lot of support, at least in the next few years, from Palestinians. Hamas wouldn't go away. Like, again, I would consider them basically like ISIS. It's just that they have more specific political motivations. But I don't think that would embolden them any further. And I think they'd lose a lot of support from Palestinians because, like, again, that's largely what a lot of Palestinians are kind of rooting for them for, not the Islamist jihad kind of ideas they have.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would happen, but, you know. All right,
yeah, as far as Hezbollah, though, that's a different story.
Okay, I'm trying to read an article. Anything else?
Sure. No, not really. Take care, man.
All right, I'll be careful. Oh, he left. I don't know if the sound's on. You really think there are countries other than Iran and maybe Syria that would go to war with Israel? I mean, I don't know. Qatar put that statement out, basically solely blaming Israel for what happened. Was it Yemen that we just read so that they would launch ballistic missiles at Israel if they attacked Gaza? I mean, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. If there was a lot of weakness in Israel, are there other countries besides just Iran, just Lebanon, just Palestine? The problem is that, like, again, here's the issue, right? And I'm not using this, please don't misunderstand, okay? Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying this is justification for Israel acting poorly towards these people or anything like that, okay? But the feelings of Palestine, the feelings, I'm pretty sure the Yemeni government aren't threatening anything. I think we just read earlier that the Houthis were saying that they would literally start launching missiles at, I'm sorry, did I make this up? Hold on. I thought we just read this earlier in the stream. Houthis, news. Maybe it wasn't like an official statement by leaders. Yeah, but just Houthis? Okay. I don't know how much power, how many arms they have under control in Yemen, but the issue is that, like, if Palestine or if Iran or if Lebanon, if these countries are like attacking Israel, if they kind of like fuck up, then we kind of like go back to this weird world where we're kind of like living in two worlds where Israel's trying to be nice to people, but also kind of oppressing people and kind of whatever. But if Israel loses and they fuck up, Israel basically ceases to exist. I think that's like the problem, is that every single one of these fights is essentially like an existential threat to Israel's existence. Because like if Israel starts to falter, fine. Let's say that people are like, okay, Destiny, are all these countries really going to dogpile in and fuck up Israel, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's say that I buy that. Sure, let's say they won't. Let's say it's like 2 or 3 at the most, okay? Let's say it's 2 or 3 at the most. Let's say that's the case. Are any of those Arab countries coming to Israel's aid? Do we want U.S. troops in Israel fighting Israel's war? Like, a lot of it just gets, yeah, it's just a very fucky situation. Like, Israel is obviously lives like on edge when they live in a sea of adversaries, you know. Do any of these Arab countries have competent militaries? The IRGC, as an international fuck shit up force, my understanding is they were incredibly competent. In Iran, wasn't the IRGC, weren't they the people that were largely contributing to military deaths in Iraq? Iraq's military was quite substantial before the U.S. invaded, right? Didn't Iraq have like the second largest military in the fucking world before the United States came in? I know that Assad has been fighting his shit for a long time, but they get a lot of support from Russia and China. Jordan has a decent military. Yeah. I wouldn't just assume that none of the Middle Eastern militaries that they're all dog shit. Like. Before the Gulf War, at least, sure. Okay, let me finish reading this, okay? They're dog shit because of a lack of tech. Yeah, but it kind of feels like, careful, it's just my blah, 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 blah. It kind of feels like when it comes to technology, it kind of feels like everybody on the planet is Terran. And like the United States is like Protoss. Like tech is really important for like high-tech wars, and the United States definitely utilizes that well, but I feel like other people don't utilize technology in warfare as effectively as the US, so it doesn't matter as much. I could be wrong, but like Russia's ability to hold and fight in Ukraine isn't because of tech. It's because of artillery from like the fucking Cold War, right? Ukraine has gotten a lot of tech, but they have a really hard time coordinating it on a wide scale. It feels like the United States is probably the only country in the world that has technology and can utilize it in a highly effective manner across huge theaters of war that I don't think any other country in the world is on board with that yet. Russia definitely isn't. Ukraine hasn't gotten there yet, despite being given unlimited money and unlimited technology. That's just a really hard thing to do. Like, people just shoot at shit and they bomb stuff and they've got like artillery and stuff, but yeah, I don't know, like the technology factor, I don't know how important that is if you don't have it, but that's just like my... Logistics is literally all that matters in warfare, and the U.S. has mastered it to... I don't think it's just logistics. I think tech is important too. Like, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like F-35s could like fly into Russia, bomb military installations and leave, and I don't know if anybody in the world would even know that it's happened. Like U.S. technology has hit like insane levels. Like, I think the radar cross-section of an F-35 is like a fucking bumblebee. It's like insane. These planes, and they can hit you at insanely high altitudes. Radar is never picking these things up. Like, you can get in, bomb shit, and leave, and nobody even knows like what the fuck happened. Like, our shit is pretty wild right now.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add to the technology thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the issue Russia has is they actually cannot replenish any of the actual technology they have. So pretty much all of their military equipment, it relies on imported goods. So a lot of like the sensors for their IR equipment, like infrared or like heat detecting systems, like on their tanks, night vision equipment, like their drones, just you name it, it all relies on imported goods. I think the drones they can still get from China right now, but most of their other equipment they literally cannot make because it all relies on importation, and because of the sanctions against them, they can't get it. So that's the issue Russia has. But as far as like using technology to their benefit, at least when it comes to tanks, huge benefit to using infrared.
Okay. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, like Hamas, Hezbollah, and to a large extent Iran, they don't have the kind of technology that, you know, America has, obviously, and they would be at a huge disadvantage. Especially when it comes to like seeing at night. There's a reason why that attack, like those attacks were happening during the day. It's because, again, Hamas doesn't have night vision. They don't have infrared. That's a huge disadvantage. So if Israel were to, well, they are at war, but if Israel is going to go into Gaza and start fighting, like, again, they're going to have a massive advantage at night because they do have night vision. They do have infrared.
Sure, but do you think that is Israel really going to send ground forces into the Gaza Strip? I would assume they would just keep like shelling them and stuff.
They're going to shell the fuck out of them, and then once everything's flattened, they're going to go in.
Do you really think
I can
so?
almost guarantee that's... I can almost guarantee that's what's going to happen. Especially since there's hostages. They're going to flatten a bunch of buildings. They're going to try to hit military targets, or what they think are military targets, or what they claim are military targets. Then they're probably going to go in if they won't release hostages. They're probably going to do a whole sweep of Gaza.
Damn.
And just shoot anything that shoots back at them. That would be my guess.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. If I win and my prediction's right, then, I'm the real deal.
Gotcha. Okay.
But take care.
Okay, peace out. He left. Okay, apparently a lot of people are saying Israel has made those. They're committing troops to the border. I haven't read anything about that yet. So.
They didn't deserve it, you...
That's insane. A full ground invasion of the Gaza Strip seems like it would be insane.
Deserve it, you fucking idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be fucking executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza. You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my dick. How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these fucking people? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even fucking people in the eyes of Israel. They didn't deserve...
Jesus. What is this? 4 weeks ago. Oh, I don't know. Don't care. All right. Sorry, let's continue reading. Hold on, back to our lo-fi background music. Israel and Israelis want to eradicate Palestinians, even if there were no Hamas. Netanyahu has showed a map for Greater Israel where all the land is theirs. Oh, well, if there was the map of Greater Israel, did he debut this at an IMF conference? For example, you can watch a video where one of the speakers at the New York City rally says, I'm just rereading this, and as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time till the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. The audience cheers his description of the atrocities, whooping with delight. Meanwhile, posters for other rallies were decorated with heroic images of the paragliders that the Hamas attackers used to attack the festival. Some chapters explicitly praised the attacks. In other countries, meanwhile, the rallies were even more bloodthirsty. Here's a video of one from Sydney, Australia, where people were chanting "Gas the Jews." You watched that earlier. Online, leftist rhetoric in support of the attacks was rewarded with massive amounts of approval and engagement. Oh, I saw this tweet earlier with 90,000 likes. I'm curious what it's up to now. Did some people just think Palestine had to, file paperwork or something to be freed? This is what the oppressed fighting the oppressor looks like. Some of the rhetoric got downright bizarre. Oh, he linked his own tweet. Good one. Listen, oh, this tweet. Listen, if native militant groups started doing shit where I live, like what Hamas is doing in occupied Palestine, I'd simply have to hand it to them. How could I possibly object? If I got murked, I'd just be like, LOL, nice one. Good on you. I'm a settler at the end of the day. I don't get to be precious about living on stolen land. Bro, are you okay? That's the world that Pisco wants, by the way, remember? Other leftists angrily tried to deny the reports of rape at the music festival, as if Hamas murdering random people without raping them first would make them morally less culpable. There hasn't been a single verified report of sexual violence, only the assumption that fighters seated near the body of a bikini-clad woman had to have raped her. This is the same strain of propaganda used to paint slavery in the U.S. as necessary to protect white women. What the fuck? Community noted. There have been reports of rapes in the festival Supernova, which was targeted by Hamas. This is all pretty inhumane. It wasn't just bloodthirst and occasional anti-Semitism that disgraced these DSA rallies, though. The advertisement for the rallies also made reference to 75 years of occupation. Gaza and the West Bank were occupied in 1967, which was 56 years ago. 75 years ago was the creation of the State of Israel, meaning that these leftists are explicitly supporting Hamas's goal of ethnic cleansing of Israel. Now, at this point, it's important to point out that as far as I know, all of this bloodthirst and support for ethnic cleansing, 100% of it, is coming from the grassroots rather than from socialist politicians or progressive leaders. That is true. Bernie Sanders strongly condemned Hamas's attacks. He did, and he got shit on for it, as did AOC. She did, and she got shit on for it, I think. The squad called, even Ilhan Omar, I'm pretty sure I saw her, and Rashid Tlaib, I think were like pretty chill. Hassan liked this tweet. True. If you want to see Hassan's true beliefs, don't look at what he's tweeting. Look at the tweets that he's liking. They're unfucking hinged. Holy shit. Elizabeth Warren, who has been consistently pro-Palestinian over the years, broke down in tears at the reports of Hamas's violence and said, "I'm here today to say unequivocally that there is no justification for terrorism ever." And so on. A number of New York leaders from the Democratic Party scolded the DSA rally. Even among the leftist grassroots, there wasn't unanimous praise of Hamas's war crime. Some principled socialists stuck up for decency. Sock done left. Every leftist who fails to condemn violence against civilians by Hamas is a gift to the right. Decolonialization does not require indiscriminate killings of random civilians in traffic or at a rave, actually. I remember you said that Hassan is trying to center himself a little bit from where he was a year ago. Do you still stand? No, I don't think that's true at all. I don't know if I even said that. But over the past couple months, he took a couple big L's. The Taiwan shit, I think he looked bad on the Taiwan shit on the Leftovers podcast. I think even the H3H3 fan base started looking at Hassan a little bit differently. And then the Taiwanese stuff, I think, started to not the Taiwanese stuff, the capitalism versus socialism stuff also. That re-education comment that he made was wild. Who knows what that episode is going to look like when Ethan and Gila, is it Gila? Is that how you pronounce her name? Start fighting. Yeah, the Tibet stuff was also fucking wild, but I 100% assume that Hassan was more clout hungry than principled. No, Hassan, well, I didn't think he was this far left. I didn't actually think Hassan was like this. But Hassan has always been very ego-driven and very protective. And I think there's no evidence of that. I've talked about this a few times on stream, that why didn't Hassan should have had his own red pill arc. He was the perfectly positioned person to do it. He was he's a super Giga Chad looking guy. He's fucked porn stars. He's 6'4", he's super attractive. Hassan should have been on every single red pill show, destroying these guys. But his ego was too precious. He couldn't handle losing a debate to Myron. So he never went on those shows. He could have 5x'd his fan base running through all of these red pill shows, and he didn't. Instead, he just sat and he's not even stagnated on Twitch. He's slowly losing steam. He's losing popularity as time goes on. He was more popular 1 year ago and 2 years ago than he is now. He debated Tate. Yeah, he had a 10-minute joke debate with Tate one time because Aiden Ross was on stream. What was Hassan's take on Tibet? I don't want to misquote him, but I'm pretty sure he was saying Tibet was ran by a bunch of religious fanatics anyway. So was it really it was probably an improvement for China to go in and invade and steal other shit and kill it. It was fine because they were religious fanatics. Somebody can go find the actual streamable though. I don't want to misquote it because it's wild what he said. It sounds like what I'm saying is not true, but he basically gave the they're savages argument. So let's Wait, what is this?
I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes. Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not... that part, of course, comes with the territory of humiliation, subjugation, and that part is real. It's just you will never hear about it from those people who are now running with the narrative that like Hamas actually went into Israel or Palestinians went into Israel specifically to do mass gang rapes or some shit.
Look at the twist on the logic there, right? Are you saying they flew in to just do mass gang rapes? Like, the hyperbole.
And I'm not even saying that that is impossible. Of course it's not impossible. It is very possible. A disorganized military apparatus, no rules of engagement whatsoever, very little training, very little resources. It's slated to happen. Okay? It's just that, like, you know, I don't know. I haven't, like, even the people that say that...
I'm sorry, just to be clear, because Hassan's take here is uninformed. He thinks that this is just like random, fuck! I don't like this light on this chair. I can't handle this. Hold on, I gotta move this shit. This light is like precariously perched on this fucking chair, and it keeps falling over. Alright. Saying that this is like random military action and like shit happens, you have to keep in mind that for Hamas views every single Israeli citizen as a settler/invader. Okay? Like, that's a really important part of how... Now, I'm not saying all Palestinians do, but Hamas views there is no such thing as an innocent Israeli citizen. All of them are invaders. All of them are settlers. All of them have to go. So when they talk about, like, oh, yeah, we don't kill civilians, what they mean is there are no such things as Israeli civilians. They're all evil. They're all bad, and they've all got to go. Remember that. Okay? But...
This is definitely something that happened. Like Noah...
Oh, we heard Second Thought in his Twitter thing. He said as much. Remember, Second Thought said there are no innocent Israelis. All of them are invaders. So all of them can be killed with with impunity, you know, fully justified by Hamas. Do you think there's some truth to Hassan introducing more and more people to leftist thinking politics so he's a net good to the space? Absolutely not. Fuck no. No, he radicalizes people further on the right, and then he radicalizes more people to the left. No, Hassan is an absolute net negative to the state of politics online. All of this communist bullshit has been.
Opinion was like running with that, and when someone questioned him, when it was like, where did you get this information from? Like, I'm genuinely trying to find out. He was like, oh, well, I actually don't know. I saw a video, and it looked like it was maybe someone was raped in the video. Which is like, that's insane. Like, what the fuck? There are miles between mass gang rape is occurring inside of the Israeli borders in the hands of like the Palestinian roving gangs of Muslims that are engaging in like gang rape and oh, I saw a video and it looked like it might have happened beforehand. It's always like battling hypotheticals.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if there was a video of Israeli soldiers, like, attacking people in Al-Aqsa or some shit, do you think Hassan would have the same energy? Hold up. It was just a video of the idea of shooting at Palestinians in East Jerusalem. They could have had Molotov cocktails. They might have had rocks. They might have actually been... We don't know that, guys. Don't, like, really... Do you think he'd have the same fucking cuck energy? Like...
And once again, I am not stating that that is impossible, okay? It is certainly possible.
It's so dark, and I don't mean to come off this way, but I also do mean to come off this way. I'm happy that, like, some of these situations have been popping up now to, like, have these people on the left go mask off. Like, it's finally... I've been waiting for this for so long, and it's finally happening that a lot of these big leftist figures are more mask off now with how fucking radical they are, right? That, like, they're on the same level of Nazism when it comes to justifying, like, murder, rape, killing, pillage, because it's all called, like, decolonialization, and it's all justified for them. And to see people like this that are, like, so lukewarm... Again, like I said, this is, like, it's so easy to just say, yeah, probably shouldn't support Hamas. What's happening in Palestine is bad. What's happening in Gaza is horrible. But, you know, probably shouldn't support Hamas going into festivals and killing people, right? That's so easy. It's so easy to say that. During his stream about this, he was just reacting to videos of IDF soldiers harassing Palestinians and other random 5 to 10 minute
Mandate.
Israel videos. True. Remember when Hassan did that like 3 or 4 years ago? When I think it was a little black boy, like 4 years old, got shot and killed in a car. And then on the Young Turks, he did a segment where they just reacted to, or they talked about racist, anti-black violence from white people for like the whole episode. And then it came out a week later that, oops, it was actually a black person that shot the person. It was part of gang violence, and it was a stray bullet. Remember we argued about this exact fucking issue? But fuck. Fuck these people.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Who's here? Fuck, I can't hear when people come in here. Hey, what do you want? Oh, do it short. Because I'm reading stuff and doing stuff. I don't know if I have like a 3-hour argument. What do you want?
No, I wasn't coming in here to argue. I was just, I mean, if you don't have time to talk right now, that's cool. I'll come back later.
Yeah, no, if you want, yeah, what's up? All right, give me your thing, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too informed on this, this whole conflict. So I'm not coming in here to like, have a point one way or the other, but maybe you could help me understand better, like what the outrage at the left is. Because from what I have seen, I've seen people on the right, kind of like supporting this a little bit. Tim Pool, well, Jimmy Dore really isn't on the right, but
wait, people on the right
Patrick,
supporting what?
Supporting, like not supporting, but not seeing this as such an atrocity. Like, what am I trying to say? Like, so
I think the problem is that a lot of far left people seem to be supporting the idea that any and all violence against Israelis is justified.
Okay, so all right. So I wanted to ask you a question about that. Do you think that's inconsistent with their, previous statements on the situation over in Palestine or in Israel and Palestine? Because I've heard a lot of lefties say what you've just been saying, that, every Israeli is considered a settler, and that's how they look at it, and that's how Palestine looks at it. So from that angle, and with the fact that so much has been going on and this is so complicated, why are you so upset with the fact that they're like supporting Palestine in this when they feel like Palestine or Israel is the bullies in this situation?
Well, I'm upset because their views are incoherent with liberal democracy, right? Like, these are people that inevitably have to be killed, right? Because they start killing us. Like, they're championing illiberal causes. They're championing killing people that are immigrants to places, right? You saw that weird tweet from that person that said, like, oh, if Native Americans started killing us, I would just kind of applaud because, hey, like, you deserve it. Like, that type of thinking is really bad.
Okay.
The same way that, like, people on the far right very consistently don't like immigrants and don't like people of color and want to kill them and, like, expunge them from their lands. Well, I would say that those people on the right are incompatible with my liberal views, right? It can't be the answer that we support terrorism, right? We can understand it to some extent, but you can't support terrorists. That's fucking insane. And the left already did it with black people over the BLM stuff, and now all of this organized retail theft, where they say, oh, well, actually, all forms of theft are justified and based when it's against large corporations. That shit is unhinged.
Yeah. So I don't have much disagreement there. I guess where the disagreement comes in, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to really argue with you. You said you're in the middle of something, but maybe you can just like clarify for me.
I'm not mad because they're inconsistent. I think they're consistent. I just think they're consistently horrible. And other people finally, even on the left, are starting to wake up to how radical and fucking insane a lot of these people are.
I agree. A lot of people, yes. The left has a lot of radical, insane views, statements. However, with this particular thing, I just heard you say that this, you were sort of comparing it to like the situation in World War II, or if this was back in the day, they would be defending Nazis or because
of course,
So, could you kind of like walk me through that comparison? Because from my end, I don't see any analogous, because
when you have
the
done
Jews
a thing,
weren't,
anytime you start doing a thing where you've labeled an entire group of people an enemy, you've created a situation where it becomes permissible to enact violence on that entire group, even if the people aren't even kind of related to the apparatus that you view as like being oppressive towards you. That's the issue, right? So for Nazis, they identified Jewish people as being part of that and a whole bunch of other minorities. And then for these people, they've identified Israelis. Like, here's something. It wouldn't surprise me if people in the West started to feel like there was justification for attacking pro-Israeli Jews in the West, right? Because they support the same type of action as the Jews in Israel. I've already heard from friends, this is just anecdote, so I don't like to base too much on this, but I've heard from friends that, like, for instance, if you're a young person and you go to college, like, if you're Jewish, you're about to get purity tested like crazy by every single woke person around you about your stance on Israel. And that, like, it can be a really uncomfortable feeling being Jewish in college. Like, you don't wear that fucking jewelry, you don't talk about birthright, like, you don't do any of that shit because people instantly assume that you're a Zionist, and you've got to, like, full-throatedly disavow everything that Israel's ever done if you're Jewish in any of these groups. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that said over and over and over and over again by a number of Jewish friends that I have. But maybe they just run in different woke circles and it's different for them, but yeah.
Now, I understand if you're Jewish and this is going on in the last couple of days, to be scared, to be like, I completely sympathize and empathize with, Jewish people, especially who are viewing this from outside of Israel. But so, like I said earlier, they've been going back and forth for the last 50 years now, and I've heard you acknowledge that there's been atrocities on both sides, and both sides are not really playing fair, so to speak. So the rape is going to be like, that is abhorrent. That's horrible. Nobody should ever be even going close to defending that. The kidnapping of children and civilians, I agree with you. That is, that's all. That should be off the table. That shouldn't even be, if you're even in a revolution or an uprising, you should really prioritize your targets and point towards what you're really aiming at. Now, I just heard you say that the problem is that all the Palestinians view all of Israelis as settlers, so they're all the same.
I never said that. I said Hamas.
No. Hamas.
Yeah,
you're right. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Hamas. Okay. Yeah, and then by proxy, Palestinians cheering on the last couple of days the events. The optics is as if they are full-throatedly supporting Hamas. Now, here's a question: how true is that? Like, have you seen any data on how much Palestinians support Hamas? Like,
well,
let's take the last couple of days.
I'm not talking about Palestinians at all. I'm talking about leftists, like white leftists. Or people
in
the
America,
West.
like commentators.
Like on Twitter, you're getting multiple tweets of like hundreds of thousands of people that are liking these tweets that are celebrating these killings. At that DSA rally, you've got people holding up or a person holding up like a Nazi flag on a phone. You've got speakers at these events. We watched one in the UK, we watched one in New York City, where people are like cheering on like these Hamas revolutionaries. You've got mainstream political figures online that are like basically hand-waving the Hamas violence and championing, like revolutionary action and shit on Twitch and YouTube. Like, so I mean, like, it's happening in real life, it's happening in multiple countries, it's happening on the internet, and it's happening with large creators. It's not just like a fringe thing. I don't know how much longer we're gonna say it's a fringe thing. I feel like when it came to the left, if people saw one guy like hold up a fucking OK sign at a factory in like fucking West Virginia, they were okay calling every single person tied to that company a fucking Nazi, right? It was leftists that constantly said online, if it's one Nazi and 10 people sitting at a table, it's really 11 Nazis. Like, that was their purity testing for that. So it seems like their side is on some high fuck shit if that's the standard they want to hold other people to. But
true. All right, so one more question, and then I'll let you go back to doing what you were doing. So I like, over the past years, I've heard people like come in and ask you, like, so Destiny, what is your stance on Israel Palestine? And you would always say, I'm not too read up on everything. It seems kind of fucked up what Israel's doing, but I'm not going to like full-throatedly denounce what they're doing because I don't have a complete understanding of the situation. And so now that this is happening, I kind of think that this is what people have been, especially on the left, this is what people have been like saying, that this is like the inevitable outcome of a state, Israel, trying to force their will and their way on that whole region. And like I said, I don't have too full of an understanding.
Here's my take. This is my uneducated take, okay? Because there might be more reasons why this is maybe it wouldn't be a good solution. Here's what I think should happen, okay? The Gaza Strip blockade and everything from Israel ends, okay? Is completely gone. They can manage their own food, water, trade, all of that. In the West Bank, most, if not all, of the settlements are withdrawn from, okay? Israel takes back the settlers. They all go back to fucking Israel. They got plenty of fucking land on their own. I don't know why they need to be there, okay? And you know what? They even give the fucking Golan Heights back to Syria, and they withdraw from that position too. And then Israel says, these are our new borders, and we're all going to live in happiness and harmony here. And that's what Israel says, okay? And then they do that, and they sign that agreement with, I guess, with Syria and honestly, there probably have to be a lot of countries present for this. Iran would probably be present, Lebanon. They sign this agreement. They say, here's our new borders. That's what we're going to do. And then the U.S. is party to this agreement. And then what the United States says is, here's the new security arrangement. Good luck. If anybody fucks with Israel, we are NATO missioning you out of existence. Okay? You're going to be Libya 2.0. You're going to be the Gulf War 3.0. You're gone. All right? And that's what happens. The United States enforces...
Aren't they kind of signaling? They're kind of signaling that right now.
No,
aren't
they don't. No, the United States largely, I don't think, really fucks with like troops on the ground. Like when it comes to like Israeli shit, they kind of manage their own shit for the most part. But that's what they do. Then the United States comes and they enforce, and the United States says, you know what? If you want to fucking bomb Israel from the Golan Heights, that's fine. Okay? ISIS might not have done it, but NATO will remove you from power, Assad. And we go from there. Boom. There you go. That's what you do. I don't know. Maybe some sort of. No. I think like the problem right now that Israel has is when they give anything to the people around them, they feel like they're compromising their ability to keep themselves safe. So maybe Israel needs like third-party assurances that they'll be kept safe. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know.
I think America is probably the only country that can give that to them. Okay, all right. I have a lot more thoughts on this, but I heard you when I first came in. You were in the middle of doing something. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I stand on this as well. Like this is just crazy, and it is very unfortunate, and it's very like it just seems like this is never going to end because not only is it like tribalism countries, this is like religion involved too. So now it's like a whole nother layer that's always been there, but religious things are like the hardest things. I swear they're the hardest things in the world to come to an agreement
like
with. But,
a little bit. I've said this for a long time, and as I've studied more and more history, I feel like I'm just correct on this. I don't think the religion stuff matters that much. I think most of this is geopolitical. People look at this as though they're intractable religious conflicts, but I don't really think they're religious conflicts. I think that the issue is about land, territory, who owns what and who's where. That's how I feel, right?
But do you think they can live right next to each other peacefully? Like for that solution you just stated, they would literally have to live right next to each other peacefully. Do you think that's ever a possibility?
I mean, like, I think it's possible to do it. I just don't think that we can chalk this up to just religious differences. I think the differences are like more material and more geopolitical than that, right? Yeah. Like Iran Iran is the fucking Ayatollah, right? And then you've got Qatar, right, which is I imagine it's a Gulf state. It must be a Sunni majority, right? Am I fucking crazy on that? Like, both of these people are supporting the same group, right? We hear all the time about the Sunni and Shia divide. That's the whole reason why all these countries have Sunni and Shias and Sunni and Shias. Like, but as soon as it comes to Israel, magically, a lot of these disagreements between a lot of these Arab states disappear, and now they're all cool working together. It's like, oh, actually, we do kind of both support these guys. So I don't believe that it's just a religion thing that divides these people. I think a lot of the conflict has to do with the geography, the shared land, and the finding of one another. That's what I feel like. But okay. Anything else?
Not right now. I just wanted to let you know, like, I appreciate you, being patient with me because I know I'm not the most informed on this subject, and I like I said, I'm trying to form my opinion, so I do appreciate your patience. Before I go, I have been doing research about our conversation. I don't really want to have a debate about it. I just kind of want to come back in and talk to you about like the gun violence and why people carry around illegal guns. We'll do that on a completely different day, but I know you're in Sweden right now. I'll wait till you get back to your regular schedule and we'll set that up. But all right, so thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
All right, I love you. Be careful.
All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, peace.
Bye. I don't know if this is relevant anymore. These are the comments on Tibet, but okay. It's not all just religious differences, but religious Zionism specifically is a huge problem. It's the main reason behind the settlements. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like sometimes my intuitions are more correct, though, than some of you guys who have read on this, because you just say some fuck shit. So people will say religious Zionism is the reason why the settlements are happening in the West Bank. I don't agree with that. Now, are the settlers mainly Zionists? Sure. Are the settlers the most extreme? Sure. But they do that with support from Israel. Netanyahu and these other guys, they don't have to support the extremists. Now, the extremists can go and be the settlers, like, oh, well, look, it's all extremists. But bullshit, because the IDF will be there in full fucking force to support those settlements, right? It's not just the extremists. It's the nation of Israel that will support them. So I know that people will say stuff like, oh, well, no, it is religious. No, I think that Israel, for their own political goals, for their own geopolitical goals, for their territory, they kind of want those settlers moving in and taking territory and setting down cities and like having more Jewish like presence. I think they do. That's the feeling. I could be wrong, but why do you say Zionism like it's bad? Why is it wrong for Jews to want their own land in Israel? I'm perma-banning you. Have I ever even come close to saying Zionism is bad? I don't think I've said it's bad or good. Zionism is a thing. I don't think I've ever said it's bad or good. I don't know why the fuck you would just assume that, other than you're some like Jewish dick suck in my chat who is like simps hard for every fucking thing Israel ever does. I haven't said anything about whether that's good or bad. I don't know how the fuck you could come away from anything I'm saying. I feel like if you've heard me talk for the past 2 hours, I feel like anything I come off as more strongly pro-Israel than anything else. But fucking retard. Okay, we don't need to watch this thing. Sorry. They beheaded babies. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if they actually beheaded babies. I saw that thing, but are we considering Zionism a sect of the Jewish religion now? No, I would consider Zionism to be a more like I keep saying geopolitical. When I say geopolitical, I'm referring to like political situations involving like borders and nation states, I guess. I feel like I'm using the word a lot. But yeah, Zionism is like a geopolitical thing. Zionism is like, I want a country for this group of people. I don't know if Jews are even like, I feel like Jews are some of the most like secular religious people I know. But I could be wrong. Well, I mean, no. There are different sects that are more secular than other ones inside the Jewish faith, but yeah. Zionism is fundamental to Judaism, not Jew. Now, Jew is okay if you prevent us from. No Jew is okay if you prevent us from going to Israel. Is Zionism fundamental to Judaism? Is it? I mean, considering it took them like 1,900 years to get their own country. I mean, if that's true, they're pretty bad at it. And Jews seem to be pretty good at most of the things that they put their mind towards. But I don't know. Zionists would argue it is. Based. Hold on. Have you watched Golda? Recent Yom Kippur war movie. Fuck no. Sounds boring. Is it? Okay, sorry. Did you watch the Shapiro video? Not yet. The DSA's national organization said that they unequivocally condemned the killing of all civilians and called for combatants to respect human rights laws. That's good, if they did that. Holy streamable.
What do you think's the right move?
Okay, I don't know where I'm going with this. But the bloodthirst pouring out from leftists in the streets and on the internet suggests that there's a deep sickness in the Western leftist movement. It's one thing to believe that Israel is an apartheid regime and that war against it is justified. It's another to believe that massacring random festival goers is an acceptable way to prosecute that war. True. And even if you do think that our modern definition... Oh, sorry, hold on. That our modern definition of war crime... I know you like to see the text for some retarded fucking reason. And even if you do think that our modern definition of war crime is too restrictive and that killing large numbers of enemy civilians is an acceptable way to force a belligerent to throw in the towel, it's still repugnant to joyfully cheer that slaughter and to march side by side with those who advocate genocide. This is another thing, too. It's a tone thing. Like, I could even buy if somebody was like, listen, like, killing civilians is rough, but like, fuck, man, what do you expect them to do? Even that take, I would be sympathetic towards. I might still fight you on it because I'd be like, bro, party goers, really? Even that take, but when you're like, oh, what did you expect to happen, bitch? Like, okay, like, keep that same energy when Israel invades Gaza, I guess, because what did you expect to happen, right? It's when people are gleeful about it that it takes on a much more sinister tone, I think. If Zionism is acceptable, then so is Nick Fuentes' arguments for Christians. What do you mean? Fuentes thinks the U.S. is a fucking Christian nation. How fucking brainless are you to think that? Fuck off. The founding fathers of this country and all the people involved in that shit were literally autistic. Like, they wrote so much shit. These guys were in love with themselves, okay? They wrote papers, they wrote pamphlets, they had so much fucking shit that they wrote. They wrote fucking all the Constitution, all that shit. How did none of these dumb motherfuckers think to write, by the way, America is a Christian nation? Like, you would think that in all the fucking writings, Benjamin Franklin and Hamilton and all these fucking losers that sit all day writing on all this fucking parchment and all this shit, not one of them thought to, like, codify that somewhere? Like, not a single one? Like, fuck out of here, okay? Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. America is a Christian nation. Come on. Okay. Jesus. What about the president holding hand on the Bible? Isn't that just on anything that you feel religious about? Like, I think in court now, can't you swear in on like a Quran or some shit? I don't know what they have atheists swearing on, but... How long is this article? I'm sorry, do you want me to do something else? I could close all this shit down and we play Oxygen Not Included. Why am I reading chat?
Gone. I love Israel.
True, I do. I totally agree with your take on that, on the tone, but what would your response be to people who call that tone policing? Tone is important because tone shows what you care about, right? When you have a certain tone towards certain things, it shows, like, do you care more about the freedom of the Palestinian people, or do you care more about, like, dead Israelis? Like, that's the issue, right? And I think there's a meaningful difference there. Hi, what's up? What do you got?
Hey, can you hear me? I'm from my phone, so it should be kind of lame. Oh, anyhow, so I give up on Western leftists.
Yeah, welcome to the
That's my take.
We gave up on them a long time ago, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I tried, I swear. Like, I made a couple posts, like, I reposted your stuff, a couple of things you said, like, on Twitter, and I made my own, like, statements, and it's so... I mean, I know that most of my friends now, online and offline as well, are Western lefties.
Yeah.
So I'm joking when I say I'm giving up on all of them, obviously. But it's just so bad. Holy shit. Like, most of them are coping hardcore. Like, the ones who are not straight up pro-Hamas, like pro-killing, dragging civilians out of the cars, raping children, women, men, and all sorts of shit. And most of them who are not pro that directly, they at least are trying to somehow excuse it, or they say that this is not a huge problem on the left. And it's like, what pisses me off so much. This is like no offense to Wash, but this is like his school of thought, that every authoritarian lefty or the bad apple on the left is actually not a leftist. It's a far-right person.
Oh,
so
yeah,
they
do
can't
that weird
possibly
thing.
even admit.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. People on the far right
Yeah,
would do
yeah.
that. Remember when people on the far right would go like, oh, Nazism, that's actually a leftist ideology because it's
Yes,
National Socialism.
exactly,
Yeah, that's fucking
exactly.
dumb. Yeah, it's stupid.
Yes, this is same fucking shit. Like, we talk with Kraut about that a little bit, and he like basically explained the same like thing to me, that he did say that it's mostly a Western socialist thing. So to be fair, I don't encounter that much of this in Europe in lefty circles. So mostly like Eastern European lefties, they will be like, yeah, 100% leftism can lead to authoritarian shit too.
Well, yeah,
It
but
did,
I think you probably have to be careful because like lefty stuff. When you say Western, wait, do you consider like Germany, France, the UK, Sweden? These are Western to you, right? Or no? Because I think in Western and Northern Europe, I think a lot of those lefties are more similar to the US ones than the ones in Eastern Europe. Eastern European lefties, especially ex-Soviet ones or ex-Warsaw Pact ones, they're probably going to be of a far different character than lefties in like Western Europe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'd say like Northern America way worse, and America in general. So South American leftists and North American leftists, they seem to be living even more in America bad brain rot camp, which kind of leads them to supporting any authoritarian, atrocious, genocidal regimes or organizations or groups, as long as they are sufficiently anti-West. That's my impression, at least.
Sure,
so
maybe,
yeah. Yeah, I don't see that as much in Europe. There are cringe ones as well, but not as much. I think also like simping for every empire that is not the West also doesn't exist here that much amongst.
Yeah, that's an American
so
thing. That's a
quite
young
a lot
American
of people.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. That seems to be, yeah. So I pointed out all those things, and people like got so offended on me, like because of that leftists who like read me, I guess, on Twitter. They were like, "Oh, why you generalizing?" I'm like, "Holy fuck! Like you're political." I researched it. It's not just Twitter. Like the political socialist parties in United States, like Canada, all sorts of like Northern American, and even in Western Europe, they are all. Almost all of them are either spewing Russian propaganda talking points, or they are at least making some excuses for Russia, or they blame the West equally. So they will like both side this thing. They will say like, yeah, Russia invasion bad, but have you heard about America bad though? Have you heard about NATO though? And they like kind of to remove the responsibility, accountability from Russia for its action. It always is the counter reaction to what West is doing. So Russia responds. It doesn't act. It responds all the time. And in my opinion, like the vast majority, it's not opinion, it's fucking reality. I should drop the opinion bit. The majority of Western political parties that are socialist, people like ideologues, famous people such as Chomsky, for example, and people who are like influencers, YouTubers, the major ones, most all of them do some sort of this Russia apologia or like simping for Russia-China bit. It's just very prominent, and
Yeah, I agree.
and to me it's very weird that they don't address it. They don't want to. I talked with like normal people who are like pro-Ukraine, who are not simps like for genocides, Russia, Gulag, Soviet Union, nostalgia shit, right? But they still would not recognize that left can lead to authoritarian stuff. It's just so mind-boggling to me. It's obvious. It's fucking obvious. I don't treat all nationalists as Nazis, but all fascists, because they're not. But there is a big potential there, if you're like a very nationalist, quite a far-right person, that you can step into the direction of ultra-nationalism, of notions of supremacy of your own nation, of notions of fascism and Nazism. Same shit here. If you're a socialist, it doesn't make you a commie, tanky, Gulag enjoyer or Stalin supporter, right? But there is a road there is a pipeline, so to speak, that can lead you there, and it does. Most of these people who don't start as Gulag enjoyers, they become Gulag enjoyers through America bad and through apologia for other empires and other regimes, and trying to pretend and believe in the fact that the West is worse somehow. It's just very, very awful, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah, but people shit on me all the time, So there's that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, such as,
but they show themselves, like how they reacted to Ukraine, how the Russian invasion and Russia's everything that happened, war crimes, all of it. How they now react to this Hamas situation in Israel. Fuck. Yikes, as you say.
Pretty yikes, yeah.
Upsetty spaghetti.
Upsetty spaghetti. All right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just your takes and Lonerbox, at least you guys are okay and based. But but a lot of that. Also Lonerbox showed me this like second thought or something like that. He's like, I watched his propaganda North Korea simpery and like him simping for like Soviet Union, calling it ideal land for the free proletariat and all this cringe. And then he showed me him reviewing supercars.
Yeah, that was his second channel. I'm not sure if it's still active, but yeah, that guy is insane too. Yeah.
Why? It's all the same, all of them. Like Hassan, this guy, they're like, whatever. I cannot. It's too dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, nice stream, dude. Bye bye.
Be careful. Love you.
I'm gonna go
Seriously.
up the upset somewhere else. Yeah, bye bye. Love you too.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think we watched this. This was at the Sydney Opera House. The funny thing is that, like, it's not inconceivable that, like, 2 years from now, you could have a bunch of these, like, crazy Muslim extremists marching alongside a lot of those, like, far-right extremists who are like, actually, Islam is based and Christianity is cringe. Let's go. Like, we all hate Jewish people, and we all are super fucking conservative on our social values. Do we really need anything more to hold us together as a people? And then remember, it's also hard because you got to hold yourself to a higher standard, because it's like, listen, it's not all of Palestine, it's not Palestinians, it's Hamas. But then these guys are like, Jesus. They're not even saying like fuck all of Israel, they're saying fuck all Jews, like Jesus. Somebody is saying they definitely chanted fuck them Jews, but the gas the Jews is a voiceover. I can link your articles if you want. Wait, really? Somebody did a voiceover? I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible. Is that true? I feel like there would be so many recordings of this that we should very easily be able to verify if that's true or not. Also, would it make that much of a difference? If I've got a recording of a whole bunch of Palestinians walking around saying fuck the Jews, would I really be like, this isn't sensationalist enough? Oh, what if I change fuck the Jews to gas the Jews? Really? Sorry, but the bloodthirst pouring out from leftists in the streets and on the internet suggests that there's a deep sickness in the Western leftist movement. It's one thing to believe that Israel is an apartheid regime and that war against it is justified. It's another to believe that massacring random festival goers is an acceptable way to prosecute that war. Even if you do think that our modern definition of war crime is too restrictive and that killing large numbers of enemy civilians is an acceptable way to force a belligerent to throw in the towel, it's still repugnant to joyfully cheer that slaughter and to march side by side with those who advocate genocide. Destiny, sorry, I just reread this and I'm already... Destiny, literally no Arab cares about the delineation between Zionist Jews and non-Zionist Jews. They're legitimately inherently anti-Semitic. I don't know if I would say that. Arab encompasses a lot of different people, right? I don't know if like Arabs in like Tunisia would feel the same way as like Arabs, even fucking, I'm going on feelings right now. I feel like even a lot of like Arabs in like parts of the Gulf that are like the rich ones that go to other countries and party and drink alcohol and shit, even they, I don't know how much they're up on that fucking anti-Jewish shit. More so it's just like the politics in the countries and whatnot. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but like I know that like, for instance, a lot of Arabs, you know what? I'm going to champion this again, okay? Fuck you guys in Europe. Our Arabs, we have the best Arabs in the United States. Our Muslims are pretty chill. Unless I'm forgetting anything, I don't think we generally have, like even the ones that flew the planes at the towers, those motherfuckers had to come from Saudi Arabia and shit, okay? Generally, now I know we had that one Miami shooting, okay? But that guy was like a wannabe ISIS member. He wasn't even a real ISIS member, okay? Generally, the Arabs that we have in the United States are generally pretty chill. Generally pretty chill. The ones in Europe, you guys are crazy, okay? You guys are fucking wild, all right? I can be in America and I can be like, fuck Islam. Muhammad is a fucking pedophile, okay? I feel okay saying that shit in America. I don't know if I would go to Malmo and say that shit. I don't know if I feel comfortable standing outside of Sweden saying that shit. I definitely wouldn't say it in London. Definitely wouldn't say it in Paris. Like, damn, you guys over here are pretty wild, okay? You guys are more wild here. But a lot of it also probably depends on where they immigrate from and like the conditions and everything too. in general, like, Europe has just done a really bad job at integrating their Arabic populations or even Muslim populations compared to the United States. But I don't know if that's like Europe's fault versus like something that always frustrated me when people would talk about this when it came to U.S. immigration is people would always say like, oh, we can't keep letting all of these refugees, we can't let the right refugees into America. We don't vet any of these people. We don't vet any of these from the Syrian refugee. We don't vet any of these people. Bro, I'm pretty sure in the United States, you get vetted by like 13 different fucking organizations when you come from high-risk areas. It is insane. And I remember arguing this a lot way back in the day. I might have even argued this one in my StarCraft days, like 2013. I argued this a lot in Trump. Bro, what are you talking about? If you want to immigrate from the Middle East, you get vetted like crazy. And I feel like, for the most part, that vetting process has worked pretty well for the United States. Like, I don't think we're generally concerned about like Islamic terrorism in the U.S. Like, it's just not a thing we think about as much. Or really at all past like 9/11 and shit. Or that one shooting when ISIS was at its peak, that nightclub shooting in Miami was really bad. But again, that guy wasn't even an ISIS member, I don't think. He was like a wannabe. He like wanted to get in and they didn't I don't even think they took credit for that dude. But you argue the fuck out of it with Lauren, yeah. There's a big problem with Muslims/Arabs, etc. in the Middle East, and that a lot of them have false history and misinfo regarding Jews. Like Egyptians legit think they won the Yom Kippur War and have a national holiday for it. Yeah, people rewriting history to justify bad events is bad. It happens with black people, by the way, in the United States. This weird rewriting of history. Would you call it Pan-Africanism, or would you call it this thing where like, I agree before, it's cringe when people on the right want to take away all of black history. That's not fair. And black people have contributed a lot of amazing things to the United States, even outside of areas of culture. But when black people want to try to say like, oh, all of Egypt were African Americans and like all of, this and all of that and the Yakubian white people and black people actually, but I was like, bro, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? That shit gets really scary. Yeah, these like, I'm talking about like black separatist groups, Nation of Islam types. Yeah, these types of people are scary, yeah. Yeah, like that Cleopatra shit was gross. The Cleopatra stuff was bad, but like nobody actually realizes why it was bad. In my opinion, the big issue with the Cleopatra stuff wasn't that like, oh no, you took a white character and made him black, or even that like, oh no, you took like a documentary and you did it incorrectly. The really bad thing, in my opinion, was that it played into that Nation of Islam, black separatist idea that like actually a lot of history is more black than we realize, and all of these people were African American and black, and you just don't realize it because the white man has lied to you about history. That's what I think that was the bigger problem, but nobody really cares about it or talks about that as much. It was more like woke versus anti-woke was like all the arguments, but Destiny never miss an opportunity to shit on black people. Yeah, I'm racist. Can you please talk about the recent issues of the southern border? No, fuck out of here with that conservative cuck shit. Okay, where was I? Okay. We're not going to reread this last paragraph for the third time. And especially galling is the fact that many of the same leftists now celebrating Hamas's massacre as a righteous blow against occupation refuse to give similar support to Ukraine's defense against Russian occupation. The DSA's International Committee blames NATO for Russia's invasion and advocates a peace that would mean parts of Ukraine being permanently ruled by Russia. Hands off Ukraine, no to NATO. That'd be crazy if this was the same group of people. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, but that would be crazy. Hey, Destiny, have you heard of the 2000 Ramallah lynching? Yeah, I understand. Okay, hold on, stop. Here's another thing. I know this now, okay? I do feel comfortable saying this. Anytime somebody says, history, here's the argument, and they say, look at when Israel did this, or look at when Palestine did this, there's always more reasons for it. It's never that, unless you're willing to go back to the 40s, stop doing this thing, oh, the reason why the West Bank did this is because of this lynching that happened in the year 2000. Yeah, and a lot of that infiltrata shit or whatever was driven also by Israeli aggression, right? I'm pretty sure wasn't the second one driven because some Israeli politician was like, oh, I'm going to go to the Al-Aqsa Mosque and make literally everybody fucking ass paint here. And they knew it would, and they did it, and it happened, and they're like, oh, well, look how violent they're being, right? if you ever want to link a thing, be like, the reason why it's like this is because in 2000. Well, no, it's because of this and this and this. It's like people have been fighting. If you're looking for a historical justification, you can justify literally anything you want in Israel-Palestine if you want a Wikipedia link. You can justify anything you want, right? This is why I'm saying that, like, historical arguments are dumb. The history doesn't matter. Forget the history. Where are we at right now? And what can we do right now to fix this shit? Because that's the only thing that matters. Otherwise, you can go back infinitely and find whatever particular event you want to talk about that justifies one side hitting the other. Wait, you have dirt on your right shoulder? Oh, it's probably Melina's makeup. Why can't you pronounce intifada? Because I keep wanting to say enchilada. Is it intifada or is it intifada or intifada? I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this. Destiny, yeah, an Israeli politician going to a mosque made Palestinians strap bombs themselves and board buses. The second intifada was a lot more fucked than people realized. Sure, but like, didn't the Israeli politician go there? Aren't you not supposed to go in Al-Aqsa? Isn't that like the whole point of that? Isn't that supposed to be an area sectioned off just for Palestinian people? The D in intifada doesn't exist in English. It's also a holy site for Jews, though. I thought Jewish people weren't allowed inside the mosque. Am I making that up? I thought that's, or maybe it's not Jewish people. Maybe it's just supposed to be the IDF that aren't allowed in there. Because there's always a big deal that like people will throw bricks and shit at IDF soldiers, and then they'll go run inside like the Al-Aqsa mosque, and they'll be like, "You're not allowed to come in here." Like I'm a girl and I ran into the girls' bathroom, and now you can't come kill me in here or something. But I don't know. Sometimes they are. The rule is no. They aren't allowed by Israel because they think Muslims will soy out and riot. Okay, well, not Muslims, but Palestinians, right? Okay, where am I? Bro, this article. Why would anyone celebrate Hamas's slaughtering a music festival but demand that Ukraine lay down arms and accept brutal and permanent Russian occupation? There's absolutely no moral consistency here. It's just that one occupation is by a power that's more or less aligned with the West, while the other occupation is, America bad, true, by a power that's opposed to the West. It's pure, unadulterated campism. Now, some of you who really dislike leftists are going to respond, see, Noah, this is who they are, this is who they've always been, and maybe you're right. After all, during the 20th century, a decent number of Western leftists defended Stalin, idolized Mao, and denied the atrocities of the Khmer Rouge. Is that how you pronounce that? Fuck me, dude. But at least those 20th century apologists could tell themselves that those regimes were building a utopian society. And they had to break a few heads or eggs to get there. Hamas, in contrast, is a religious right-wing group, and its supporters explicitly use Nazi stylings. Leftists have fallen pretty low if that's the best team they can find to cheer for. In fact, I think fallen pretty low is actually the key here. The communist project of the 20th century failed spectacularly, as did follow-up efforts like Hugo Chavez. Decolonialization happened, and the European empires vanished. Democratic socialism succeeded in Europe, but that success, which was ultimately driven by reformist progressive types rather than by revolution, doesn't seem to admit much room for improvement. Swedish workers are not going to start a revolution because Swedish social democracy is pretty damn nice. This leaves Western leftists without much to fight for. Sure, some claim that African and Latin American countries are still colonized because they don't get paid enough for their natural resource exports, but very few actually believe that, and even fewer care enough to march in the street. Nor do most people think that climate change is going to force a dramatic reordering of society. We're just going to build some solar panels and electric cars and stuff. Most actual imperialism in the world is now done by countries like China and Russia that are opposed to the West, and Western leftists only ever oppose the West. And despite continuous leftist shrieking that neoliberalism has left both the world and America impoverished, on some level everyone knows that global poverty is plunged and that Americans are materially secure. The Palestinian cause was different. It was an exception to this end of history ennui? I don't know how to pronounce this word. Here was real obvious oppression instead of some hand-wavy theory. Here was a liberation struggle that could be somewhat plausibly depicted as decolonial. Israel's alliance with the US makes it plausibly part of the West, meaning Western leftists feel okay opposing it. And because most mainstream progressives instinctively support Israel's continued existence, this was an issue that allowed Western leftists to draw a bright distinction between themselves and the left-of-center establishment. Thus, Western leftists began to lean even harder on the Palestinian cause, making it ever more central to their views of geopolitics. While everyone else was arguing about the Ukraine war, tensions with China, genocide in Myanmar, or whatever, for Western leftists it often seems like it's Palestine all day long. Obviously I'm speaking in broad generalizations here, subject to all the usual caveats. Okay, I don't know if there's just 2 more paragraphs. So when their chosen heroes, the freedom fighters in whom they invested so much moral cachet, showed up at a concert and started beheading raver kids and Asian workers and abducting grandmas and God knows what else, what were Western leftists supposed to do? In situations like that, there really are only 2 things you can do without switching your whole ideology. You either tell yourself that your team's inhumanity is justified in the name of higher goals and march shoulder to shoulder in the streets with the most belligerent elements, or you can pull back and call on both sides to avoid killing civilians. Left-leaning leaders chose the latter, but many of the grassroots chose the former. In any case, don't let my analytical tone hide my moral disgust here. People always have a choice whether to cheer for atrocities or to refuse to cheer for them. When your rallies end up with swastikas and gas the Jews and people making fun of dead innocents, well, you made the wrong choice. This episode is going to show a lot of Americans that the leftist movement contains, at the grassroots level, a lot of very inhumane, bloodthirsty people. Ultimately, that revelation will hurt the movements in the eyes of progressive Americans, draining some of the goodwill it built up over the last decade. Rip. And true. And based. Jesus. An Israeli Defense Force source provided FDDs at Longmore Journalism with a photograph of a child's blood-soaked bed in Kibbutz Kerem Shalom following a Hamas-led attack on the home. I want to see dead babies. I don't believe it unless I see dead children. Boom, boom. All right. Alabama puts Read Me a Story Stella children's book on watch list because the author's last name is gay. Oh, this is from the LGBT news subreddit. Okay. Yeah, Hassan liking that squirrels tweets are fucking wild, bro. I can't believe that account is still... God, that person is like one of the most disgusting fucking people online. Jesus. Are you going to cover the Boy Wu situation? His recap of the stream was pretty heartbreaking. Wait, what happened? Brianna Wu, did they fight? Wait, people were saying that I had LSF clips. Did they all get deleted for being political? I love my LSF soft ban. So based. Wu was super shitty to him in a Stardust panel. Oh, shit. Wu accused him of mansplaining and monopolizing the convo. Oh, no. Here you go, Destiny, not safe for life. Zaka teams covering the remains of an Israeli baby murdered by Hamas. Okay, that's pretty fucked up. Is this really? Okay, we're gonna watch this video now. Is this really what Mike looks like now? Somebody linked me this and said this is Twink Death. What happened? I hate this guy. What did he do? Why does he look so sad? Or what happened to his beautiful hair? The Bad Bunny breakup hit him hard? Jesus. Okay, no comments on physical appearance, guys. Hi, this is Blank from... Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Econoboy clip. Oh shit. We're missing on so much stuff. One sec.
And look, Econoboy, I've never really interacted with you before, but I have to say, this has been really, really hard to sit here and listen to you talk for an hour and a half because you've got, genuinely, like, you're not trans, you don't have dysphoria, so you're like mansplaining and you're transplanting to Jenny.
Are you serious?
And it is
this like a
and
what are they even arguing about here? What was the panel about? Oh no. Uh-oh. 3 hours, bro. Talking about Israel and Palestine. They were talking about transmedicalism. Why are clippings of Gaza allowed on LSF but those are applicable? I feel like I just have like a soft ban on LSF, just for whatever reasons, but you know, whatever. I don't know if the new mods feel that way. Probably just like some legacy rules, but it's LSF. I don't care. Fuck it. Uh-oh.
Oh, Ela's ready, so here we'll do this thing then.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Obviously, everybody's heard about what's happening in Israel.
Do you want me to let her in now?
Yeah, you can let her in.
Okay. So.
You know, oh hey, Ela, I just started talking about it.
It's right, the one that's turned into a circle.
I see you're behind a little bit. I see the delay. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to talk about it.
Okay.
So over
it's a delay, so I didn't realize.
So over the weekend, Hamas, who is the governing, I mean, they're a terrorist organization, but they're also control Gaza Strip. They somehow managed to put together this surprise invasion of into Israel, and it was, you know, it was horrific. There was, so far, at least 700 Israelis died, which is nuts. One of the crazy things was there was a nature party, a peace party, they actually call it, ironically.
Even his own fan base is saying like, turn chat off, turn off chat for real, chat off, turn off chat, please turn the chat off. Oh my god, how little faith do you have? Oh no.
And I guarantee a lot of people there were
oh, this is paid chat too.
Pro peace,
yeah,
as, you know, who are anti Netanyahu and all that kind of stuff. And so,
yeah, for sure, they were all young. Definitely that type of crowd that is unhappy with the government.
And so, 260 people got violently, brutally murdered by terrorists. And the really sad, kind of crazy thing is that, I don't know if this has changed, but last that I heard, Hamas didn't even know about the party. They just happened upon it. That's fucking, ugh.
Fuck. Wait, I accidentally closed the chat. How would I bring it back? Is there a way to do it? Oh, show chat replay. Sorry.
And so, but that was 260.
Let's
They were
go.
also invading.
Oh boy, here we go.
Lots of villages.
Oh shit, hold on, I'm seeing it. Join just to say Hamas W. Free Palestine. That's not as bad.
It's in towns. And just going, you know, build door to door and just murdering families.
Pro peace just means status quo, right? And a free Palestine, Hamas wouldn't exist. That's a little more
Kidnapping children, killing children.
Oh, not terrorists.
Kidnapping
Oh, this is gonna get spicy. This is their subscriber chat.
desecrating people's bodies. I mean, just the most horrific acts of terror that you can imagine on an insane scale too.
Hamas Piker. Free Palestine when he talks about Hamas mass murder as a clear dog was like, yeah, maybe actually I probably wouldn't. Destiny, you're in top chat mode. Click the bottom on top of the chat window and set it to all. Click the button on top of the chat window and set it to all. Oh. Live chat replay. Is that different? Oh, God.
One of the crazy parts was, or Elo's
Invading their own land? Whoa! Yikes.
watching Israeli news when it first started happening because I don't think American news had really caught up yet. But there was people calling in.
They didn't start it. You're literally describing Israel.
From like their safe room or their houses or
Pop off chat, free Palestine.
from hiding, being like whispering. Like,
Yeah, it was so hard, and like I've been watching the
Palestinians are murdered daily by the occupation.
news nonstop since it started, and that
Wait, whoops.
on that day it started at 6 a.m. Saturday, and the whole day people were calling the news because they called police, they called everybody, and nobody was coming to help them for hours until like late that day, which was too late for most of them. And yeah, I heard awful calls like moms with their children whispering
Oh, the PS things you're seeing are Palestinian flags. Oh, geez, okay.
in their safe room. Like I can hear them outside. I hear gunshots everywhere. Please
yeah.
send somebody. Please send somebody.
oh yeah, and then
Israel has been doing the exact same thing to Palestine and nobody cares.
so families would be locked in these safe rooms, and then the
Oh, God. I wonder if Ethan is going to have like a 2021 Destiny moment? When did I do the great commie exodus? Oh, shit.
terrorists would light the house on fire.
hmm
You
So
know,
some they just
Maybe 2019, maybe 2020.
light on fire. Some they ended up getting to. Some they kidnapped, and you see stories of like there's one guy who found
Yeah, well, Palestinians have been going through this forever. Israel is reaping what they've sown, unfortunately.
out through a video on socials that his wife and 2 young children and mother-in-law were all
Israeli government when they torture people until they resort to terrorism. Ooh.
taken hostage.
This is the consequence of an apartheid state.
The mom and the children went.
How did Israel become a country to begin with? I like how it's like harder and harder to distinguish the far left from the far right. Is that a Fuentes comment or is that like a commie comment? I have no idea.
To visit the mother-in-law, and he wasn't with them, and he ended up seeing the video of them being taken away on socials, and then he's calling the news on that day.
So you just get this info from one side, right?
And he's telling them, I just saw this, and nobody's calling.
97% of the water that 3 million people get is poison. Hamas W.
Me, nobody's telling me anything, and that's still
Crazy how 80 years of oppression led to an extremist group doing all of this.
until now. All the families that have people taken from them, they have nobody calling them, like no officials. There's no.
Holy shit! What do you think Ethan? He must be reading his chat, right? What is he? What do you think he's thinking as he reads through all of this?
No lines of support for them. Nothing. I think the government is so overwhelmed because this was such a surprise for everybody.
Taste your own medicine. Oh my God! This has been happening years to Palestine, but you only speak when it happens to Israel.
It's just like
you cannot silence the Palestinian. Oh my! Okay, I'll stop pausing to read. Holy shit!
Horrific stories, one after the other, and most of this has just been like people, the citizens themselves, creating support groups. People are cooking now and sending other people food. There's all kinds of stuff happening. They're just like people trying to help people right now.
So the part that dude, I had a hard time being online because, first of all, this always happens in conflicts like this, but there's so many fake fucking videos and stuff people post.
True.
But then the other thing that's been really hard is seeing. You know what? Let me do this. Before I even talk about this, let me just tell you, first of all, just so it's not ambiguous about how I feel about this situation as a whole. Okay? Let me just say this. Fucking disgusting weirdos.
Oh, no.
I tweeted this. I think this was when the IDF blew up some apartment building or some fucking horrific shit in Gaza a few years ago. I said the Israeli government's making me sick. Even if Hamas is operating as civilian buildings, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu's a piece of shit warmonger. It needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They are shameless, hateful, fueled by religious zeal, and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repositioning of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. For all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power and is on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. Okay. So, just so it's not unambiguous, and also if you need further proof, I was honored by this Twitter poster. Do we not have the original one? Can you find the original one? She, I don't know how big this went. PSA for those new to the Israel-Palestine fandom, which is a really fucking... She's being cynical, I think, right?
What is the point of this? Celebrities support Israel, celebrities support Palestine. I see, is that Arnold Schwarzenegger and Donald Trump? And then over here on the right, is that Ethan? Is it trying to say that, like, cool people support Israel and shitty people support Palestine? Is that the joke? Or...
Here's an important refresher. I made it to the celebrities who support Palestine, and very flattering. Actually, a lot of the comments were like, "Is that Ethan picture real?" Yes, it's from a while ago. She said. There was there's more here. No, that's not real. He photoshopped it because the main insult that Andrew Tate types with Rotem is he's being fat. And then she responded, literally has it on his PFP. Pretty sure it's him. So there we go.
Which I like the top comment in our thread on Reddit said, especially when their profile picture is of Olivia Wilde, and we can plainly just assume that they are not Olivia Wilde in this current moment.
We understand that you are from Israel and innocent people are suffering, which is awful, but the Israel is the oppressor. Dude, these chat comments, oh shit.
I guess maybe I should update it. I don't know. When I saw that, I was like, maybe I should update my fucking profile pic.
Maybe it's time.
Maybe it's time.
It must have been deleted. I'm not seeing it.
Oh, okay.
I found this post was deleted by the post author, and I found like all of the comments underneath where she's like, "Yes, it's from a while ago," and then someone's like, "No, it's not real."
They realized that it was wrong.
Literally has it on their profile photo. Pretty sure it's him. Wait, how do we know for certain though? Maybe he said it because deep down it is him.
Just go to my podcast. I do 5 episodes a week. Damn. Go click something. Anyway, whatever. I don't care. It was funny.
Yeah.
But the point is, before anyone thinks otherwise, let me just get that out of the way. Now, the thing that I've been seeing online that makes me fucking sick is that just like brazen, enthusiastic support for Hamas. Like this, so there was, even before Israeli responded at all, like the first 12 hours was just wanton massacre of civilians, kidnapping, desecrating of bodies, just absolute terrible, unjustifiable violence and terrorism. And immediately I see so many leftists being like, I stand with Palestine, which I do stand with Palestine, right? But if there's not unprovoked, but if there's a terrorist attack where 700 people are killed, and your
1,000 plus now, I think, is what we're up to.
immediate response is, I stand with Palestine. How am I supposed to interpret that other than I stand with Hamas? Israel hasn't done anything. They haven't airstriked Gaza. All that's happening is that they're trying to count dead bodies. But that's not the most gruesome takes, but I've seen a lot of that. And it's
the argument would be, well, Israel's continuing to oppress these territories is like the argument, right? But
like, it's am I missing something?
Israel's response to the attack does not include targeted strikes. They are currently bombing civilians, not keeping it limited to Hamas. Okay. What I need to do is start reading on particular Israeli strikes. If Israel wanted to just like bomb civilians, wouldn't they just like destroy like blocks of the Gaza Strip if they wanted to? Like, there's nothing keeping them from doing that. It's not like they have a bronze dome in Gaza to protect them. Like, okay, I don't understand what these accounts are. Bro, take a break. Jesus. Okay.
I don't see any other way to interpret, like, I stand with Palestine. First of all, an insult to Palestinians. There's 2 million people there, and I guarantee you a lot of them aren't fucking terrorists or for terrorism. So, you know what I mean? I don't think that represents the people of Palestine and does anyone a favor. It just seems to me like they're cheering on fucking terrorists. Am I missing something? Like, I don't know how else I'm supposed to interpret that. The only thing that they're saying I agree with is that 700 people were murdered in cold blood. Burned alive, desecrated. I don't get it. It's disgusting. It's actually really horrific. I've seen it so much. That's not just saying you're pro-Palestine wasn't the worst stuff I've seen, though. And I don't want to call anybody out because I don't want to get into it, honestly. But I've seen a few prominent lefties, I'm sure.
Search for survivors and deceased underway this morning from what's left of downtown Gaza. Well, hold on. I won't say that, I'm not going to say that Israel now is not going to be like bombing whole blocks. I don't know what they're doing now, but I'm saying historically, hasn't it generally been targeted to like buildings and stuff? Most of the videos I see, that's generally what it is, but.
Sure, you've seen them all that are just like.
Room temperature IQ take. Oh my God. His chat. Whew. Oh boy.
They don't fucking care. They just don't care. It's really sad. That's like really sad. It's like.
Destiny incorrectly said Hassan had a 10-minute joke debate with Andrew Tate. It lasted for an hour. Why lie about that? Why do you say I'm lying? I don't remember. That debate, what I remember Andrew Tate and Hassan arguing about was whether or not women could drive. And then like Hassan making a couple dumb jokes. I don't think they argued about anything of substance. Did they? Did Hassan and Tate argue about anything of substance? I remember the woman driving thing and like that was it. Can somebody go check the VOD? Did they really argue about that for an hour? Oh, and then they argued about like science and about like the earth being flat or something. Okay. It might have been an hour. I'm sorry, when I said 10 minutes, I wasn't trying to lie about the length of time. Rope yourself. Holy shit.
America and Iraq, we killed a fuckload of people there. Horrific. So imagine a group of terrorists, Iraqi terrorists, made it into LA, went to a neighborhood, and just started killing everybody, going into houses.
You're definitely missing a ton of nuance here, respectfully.
Dragging them out.
Huge L.
Burning them alive.
What about Israel killing people in Palestine?
Kidnapping kids, desecrating.
Israel is literally killing Palestinians daily?
People's bodies.
L take. Oh my God.
who's going to go, I stand with the people of Iraq?
Vad fint du gör.
Bro. I need to log into my YouTube account here, but I'm too lazy, so I'm not going to do it. Get fucked.
It happens. That's psychotic.
I just saw a survivor from the party, from the rave party, talking about his experience, and it's just, it's horrific. It's hard to, I think it's hard to explain to people.
Oh my god. 9/11 literally happened.
What people just went through. But he saw all of his friends die in front of him. They were all trying to hide, and
take, not the same
terrorists came and just shot all of them point blank in the face, looking at them and smiling, and then dragging bodies and dancing and playing music. It's just, that's just barbaric. That's just disgusting.
It's just the people's like their hate for Israel is like preventing people from. It's like they're supporting Hamas terrorism. And you see all kinds of takes like on one hand, I understand that there's not. Let me pull this up. Choose my words carefully here. You know, the other thing is that there's another misconception that these people who are being killed are settlers. There are no settlements around Gaza. These are just normal-ass towns. These are normal people living normal lives in their little communities. The settlements are in the West Bank. Every settlement around Gaza was evacuated in 2005 forcibly by the government.
Those were normal people of very different political leaning. Like, some were probably left-leaning and some were probably right. Just like here, how you have conservative and you have Democrat. A lot of people in Israel are not happy with the government. There's been so many protests in the last year. The whole country practically has been protesting. And so it's not like everybody that...
The whole of Israel is a settlement. Bro, I see these comments so much. I mean, in some ways it's scary, and this attack sucked if you were an Israeli citizen. But I feel like in other ways, they're probably like, look, guys, we told you. They want to destroy all of us. But... And then you see like justification for it online.
That died is a settler. That the settlers are like the crazies of Israel.
So people make what I think is a decent point. They say, settle.
Ethan is cool for not giving into audience capture and actually speaking out. I don't know if this is Ethan's audience, or I don't know if it's like kind of his audience that's slowly been turned by Hassan though, right? I don't know if Ethan has given takes to build an audience like this, or if this is like Hassan's audience that's kind of like permeated through the H3H3 fan base. I'm not sure, right?
Aren't civilians. They're, you know, inserting themselves into this violent clash. And I agree with that to an extent. I understand. And so people who are desperate to defend Hamas are saying that these people were settlers. They were not settlers. There's no settlements around Gaza. These were just normal motherfucking people. Children, family, kids. And it's really disturbing, frankly, the amount of people that I've seen just like are like, let's go, let's fucking go. I stand with Palestine right after a terrorist attack. Am I crazy? That I know what that means. I stand with Palestine too. But if right after the planes hit the World Trade Center, you saying something like, I don't even know what to say. I stand with Al Qaeda. I mean, what the fuck? I guess that's not the same. I think my analogy of Iraqis invading LA is good. We fucking did so much wrong shit to the Iraqi people and the country. Nobody sane would even disagree with that at this point. And a lot of the same stuff I'm seeing people say about Palestine, you could say, what are the Iraqis supposed to do? They don't have any recourse. This is the only way they can express themselves. You know what I mean? Like they.
You're thinking like he's gonna start rapping. Oh, sorry, that's fucked up.
They have every right. Oh, I've seen seeing this stuff too. they're calling it self-defense. They go, libs are like so excited for Palestinian rights and for the apartheid to end, but when they do something about it, then everyone pauses. Like them doing something about it is murdering 700 civilians in just the most horrific way possible. And so if you imagine that 1,000 Iraqis somehow invaded LA as, as revenge for the awful things the American government did there, right? So we could look at that and say, sure, in a sense, I get it, right? And you could say like, oh, America deserves it, whatever. Like in the sense of justice, like I understand that concept that you're getting at. But when they go to a block, a neighborhood of people and just, again, in the most violent, disgusting, inhumane, barbaric way, murdering kids, kidnapping kids, desecrating bodies, burning people alive, and then you're going to go, I stand with Iraq? I mean, that's fucking crazy. You can stand with Iraq and also condemn Hamas being fucking monsters, which people don't want to do. It's crazy. You know, and Hamas, they're not, dude, they're not freedom fighters. Hamas is fucking terrorists. They terrorize the people of Gaza just as much. You know what I mean? They're just like a fundamental.
Doesn't Hamas fight with the PLO and like people in the West Bank too? At least like politically. I don't know if I'm right or wrong on that. I don't know enough about the history, but I feel like I'd learned that at one point that like even West Bank Palestinian people are kind of like for like Hamas, like
mental fucking extremist terrorist group. And, you know, they also terrorize the Palestinians.
They cleanse them from Gaza.
Nice. that are under their rule. It's crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy, man. It's really nauseating to see some of the people, you know, just ignoring that. It's crazy. It's crazy. And again, I'm not, and now I can look at it and say that, you know, Ethan, you're being intentionally choose. Shut the fuck up.
Ooh, uh-oh.
People are saying Israel does that on the daily. The idea
I don't.
does that on the
That's
daily.
not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you in favor of an Iraqi terrorist cell coming to kill everyone in your neighborhood? Are you willing to sacrifice your life to an Iraqi terrorist for what we did in Iraq?
They're just going to say yes.
Go ahead.
Like they did on Twitter.
I don't see the difference. I don't. I mean, shit, America killed 1 million Iraqis by some estimates. That's a hell of a lot more than Palestinians who have died at the hands of Israel. So let's bring an Iraqi terrorist group to your neighborhood and you just go out and be slaughtered and your mom be slaughtered and your kids be slaughtered and you burned alive. Fucking barbaric. It's horrific. And again, I'm saying that I support Palestine. There's no other way for me to fucking, I don't know how more I can express that, you know? Here's an Israeli, because it's shekels. They say Palestinians voted Hamas into power in 2006. Ethan, they represent the Palestinian people. Dude, I don't think the Palestinians understood the scope of what Hamas, who they are.
Considering the origins of Hamas, so they're like I'm pretty sure they knew. I'm pretty sure the people in Gaza, given the opportunity to march against Israel, would kill every fucking Jew they could find. I'm pretty sure they would. Ethan's being a little bit too generous here. Not to say that Israel's treatment of Gaza is 100% just for anything, but
and I don't.
We're not talking about them voting Hamas in like 1958 or some shit, okay? Like,
think there's been free elections since that happened. It's been, and 2006 was a long fucking time ago. Hamas, they took power and they stayed in power. They're violent fucking terrorists. And I don't think it's fair to say that Hamas represents Palestinians. There's 2 million people there. They're not all terrorists, okay? Gaza's an open-air prison. Okay, I agree. But I agree. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So go fucking sacrifice your family to Iraqi terrorists if you care about freedom so much.
True.
Like, there's just a callousness that I've seen online and support for just violent fucking terrorists that's been nauseating. You know. Standing with Palestine. Oh, there's so many comments. Ethan, please learn more about this. Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
You're clearly
Maybe
taking
you
a side
guys
here, you
need to
loser. You
I
can't.
think Ethan has a lot of credibility to talk about it. He lived there for 5 years and he's married to an Israeli.
I know you care
Did Ethan really live in Israel for 5 years? Holy shit, I did not know that.
about.
It's funny to like sit in America and think that you know better than somebody who lives in Israel.
Go, please, go. Let's go bring the Iraqi terrorists to your block to murder your whole family, and then talk about how it's justified. If you
That's where he met Hila? I just assumed Hila came to the US or something, but okay, gotcha. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
care about Palestine,
I'm not an OG fan. I don't know anything about.
the way you're framing it is a really bad take. What, that fucking burning families alive should be condemned? Is that a bad take? Then you need to fucking see a doctor. If that's a bad take, you need to see a doctor. Okay? Like, I can't emphasize how much Israel has suppressed, fucking destroyed, ruined Palestinians' lives. The worst thing that's so hard to impossible to defend is the settlements that are government sanctioned in the West Bank. It's horrific, and it is an act of war and an act of fucking, cultural genocide, and it's horrific. Okay, right? And the government of Israel is a colossal failure. Netanyahu's a war criminal, a fucking psycho. I voted against him
Is there any other point of watching this? Or is it just going to be him getting mad at his chat for an hour?
every time I could. And young people don't fucking want him in there either. I mean, the whole country of
They
Israel.
hate him. They hate the government. They literally have been protesting. They've been out on the streets like the whole last year. People there are so fed up with the government in Israel. They could not feel any worse about it. They do not feel the government represents them at all.
Oh, this is a good analogy too. Let's say a group of and I'm not saying that these are peaceful people. Again, I'm only speaking hypothetically. Let's say a group of Native American terrorists come off of a reservation and come to your fucking neighborhood and start killing everybody, dude. Are you going to be like, hey, I support
I'm not
families, kids, women? Their only crime is being born somewhere. Same as the Palestinians, frankly. I mean, obviously, it's part of this. So think about what they're saying. Hey, the Native American first take is, I support the Native American revenge. It's like, yeah, of course I support Native American.
If you knew more history or what was going on recently in Canada, that unironically Canadians were cheering on Indigenous people, like burning down churches and stuff. So I mean,
Americans too, but like, did you not just see that they killed 700 people? Somebody said I found oh, maybe I shouldn't read that. Did catch my attention though, and it wasn't about this. I'm only saying that from what I saw, there are people on fucking Twitter, prominent lefties, who are so callous. They feel nothing for these fucking dumbest analogy possible. Shut the fuck up. What's dumber? What could be? It's right on. How's it dumb? The Iraqi one, the Native American one, they're pretty much right on. It's war, innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out, Iraqi terrorist group to your neighborhood, and see if you care. If people murder everyone you love, burn them alive. You're such fucking cowards. Such losers. You're sitting here in America. By the way, America, who's probably committed the most atrocious crimes against humanity of any recent country, and you're going to sit here and be like, "Go Hamas." Get a grip, dude. It's literally Columbus Day. That's true. That is an interesting coincidence. I'm sorry. I don't see what's possibly wrong with the analogy. How? How is it wrong? How is it a bad analogy?
I think what people don't understand when they say that is like what it means to somebody in Israel who's going through grieving right now with so many people around them and their life as it used to be. Nobody knows right now what to expect and how long this war is going to last. Like, when you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, they have children taken away from them, that's not, if you're really for humanitarian reasons, that's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support Hamas. I mean, that's what you're saying. Maybe not even intentionally, you know, but that
yeah,
is
it might not be intentionally, but that is what it means. And that their mission was to kill all Jewish people.
700 fucking.
Vad fint du gör, Puffe. Tack.
Ah, fuck. Okay, I don't know if I need to watch the rest of this. I don't feel like there's gonna be much going on here. Here, give me a minute. Have some chat for a while. Give me like 10 minutes. I'll be right back. 1 second. I gotta do something. 1 sec. Fuck, I can't even play donos because I don't have my dono overlay. Shut up. Maybe I'll do it later. We'll see. 1 sec.
Hey, chat, I just joined to say you guys deserve better. Destiny leaving you guys hanging like this in the darkness, unacceptable. Hey, chat, I just joined to say you guys it's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Aside from that, you guys have your chance now. I feel like a lot of you guys are all very polarized on this issue, which you should be. All right. I just wanted to say rest in peace, Yasser Arafat. And I hate Bibi.
Ooh. All right, where's the... People said Ben Shapiro had takes. Do we care about these? Is this relevant to anything? Quinn had the most base take of all time. Might have solved the Middle East.
The 3 Gaza wars fought by Israel against Hamas since 2008 killed around 2,000 Palestinian civilians and a dozen Israeli civilians. That's the real human cost.
That's not much compared to, I mean, considering all these, like, I mean, compared to, like, World War II or...
It's been playing like 20 videos of dead Palestinians and criticizing politicians for not being more aggressive. What?
Any of the fucking larger scales. I mean, reality is like, I mean, maybe they just need to full send and just commit. Right? No, but in terms of, I mean, you know, you're still in, you're not even in tens of thousands.
The 3 Gaza wars fought by Israel against Hamas since 2008 killed around 2,000 Palestinian civilians and a dozen Israeli civilians.
The Shapiro video is Omega TOS? If you put it on YouTube, how can it be TOS? Eight years ago.
In an extremely uncomfortable, providing you with the knowledge to land yourself in an extremely uncomfortable conversation at a party with a very opinionated acquaintance. We now present The Onion Explains the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict began in the wake of the devastating violence of World War II, when international leaders came to the sudden realization that the world no longer had a non-stop carnage-filled conflict with which to entertain itself, and decided that the best course of action would be to lock Israelis and Palestinians in bloody, unrelenting combat for their own amusement. Global leaders worked tirelessly to engineer a conflict so intractable that it could last indefinitely, with a near constant stream of entertaining destruction for many generations to come. The UN's plan has been so successful that it has resulted in some of the most thoroughly enjoyable displays of ideological bloodshed the world has ever seen, including the edge-of-your-seat fun of the Six-Day War, the non-stop satisfaction of the First Intifada, and the widely beloved series of Jerusalem bus bombings. While the conflict has raged for almost 3/4 of a century, both Israelis and Palestinians actually favor an identical solution for ending hostilities. Israeli and Palestinian leaders have made it clear that they see eye to eye on virtually every facet of the proposed solution, including such provisions as seizing all territory, watching the opposition burn in righteous fire, and building a unified nation on the corpses of the enemy. And yet they still haven't come any closer to putting a stop to the conflict. However, many Israelis and Palestinians remain hopeful that significant breakthroughs in recent years could mean that their mutual goal of total annihilation of the other side will be realized within their lifetimes. Given the lengthy and brutal history between the two rivals, there will never be peace in the region. But hey, that doesn't mean Palestinians and Israelis shouldn't try. Everyone needs something that gives them a sense of purpose. And if getting together every once in a while to have a chat about ending their fighting is what's going to give Israelis and Palestinians a reason to roll out of bed, then that's just great. Taking up rollerblading, building a ship in a bottle, negotiating a ceasefire built on 1967 borders. All of these are wonderful ways to keep yourself active and healthy. And it doesn't matter if the ceasefire fails to hold and hundreds more innocent people die. Because you know what? You tried. And that's what really matters. So forget about the ingrained hate and bloodlust.
Okay, 5 out of 10 meme, alright. Speaking of memes, okay, apparently on a lighter tone. Apparently Tree and Lauren were fighting over some shit. I don't know why.
Lauren is here? Oh, there you go. Lauren! Yes, Lauren, you messed up. You do, hold on. Yes, I was talking about you, Lauren. Lauren, it's not against the law. First of all, they're in Canada. You don't know about Canada law, so there's that. But even if they was in America, you do know it's not against the law for the mother to abandon children with the biological father, right? You do know there's no law out there for that. Did you not know that? Okay, check this out. Go get the law. Go get the law. You think it's not, hold up.
You can probably like sue them for child support or something, but I don't think it's illegal to abandon children into the custody or care of another caretaker. I don't think that's illegal, no.
Because I'm about to cut your little stupid ass out.
Oh, shit.
Go get the code. Go get the code right now. Go get the code of law showing me that it's against the law for a biological mother to abandon the children, you dumb bitch.
Jesus. Why do they hate each other so much?
Right now.
Oh my
Prove
God.
Me wrong. And watch that heifer won't come back. So if you're going to tell me I'm lying, I'm going to make you prove me wrong.
Biden about
Go
to
get the
talk.
code.
When Biden talks, link me. The second talk will be more interesting than the first. Because now we'll hear Biden's statements on what Israel is doing and potentially U.S. involvement maybe, right?
Go get the code, stupid. So you want to sit up here and talk about, it is against the law, you're dense. Bitch, I know the law. You don't. I don't give a, and I don't care if you got these degrees. You're a smart dumbass. That's what you are.
My understanding is that Tree is completely clueless on all the actual case law. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Hello? Oh, hi. What's up?
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. In contrast to the way that Obama handled the Israel-Palestine conflict and how stern he was with Israel in regards to setting up a two-state solution, why do you think Biden is so drastically different from Obama in that regards? Because I know when Trump came in, he was very much pro-Israel in all facets, and I think he kind of enabled Netanyahu's party. But why do you think Biden is so drastically different, or carrying on Trump's legacy a little bit?
Did Obama get us any closer to solving the Israeli-Palestinian issue?
He was definitely much more against the encroachments that Israel was doing in regards to the settlements. And so he was much more stern on that. And actually, the Israeli government had a lot of frustrations with Obama and his regime in regards to how they were responding to Israel's advancements. So yeah, he was definitely pushing much more for that. And I think Trump was a welcome sight when he was elected.
I have no idea. I couldn't give you a good answer because I wasn't as politically involved, I guess. I don't even remember like Obama's stances on things or what Obama did in regards to Israel-Palestine. So I'm not I don't know. In terms of why, if I just look at like why Biden isn't paying attention to much, probably just because it's not as hot button of a topic until now. So it's just been like of all the other things he's been focusing on, it's just not something that has drawn his attention as much. That'd be my guess.
Okay, all right.
But I don't know if
I'll just go and
Biden
look
is
up.
like, I don't know if it's like explicitly like way more like pro-Israeli settlements. It's probably just not like a priority for his right now.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah. Got him. Took care of that dude. Easy.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you. See, this is a dumb heifer. If it was against the law, do you know how many black men would be in jail right now? Oh, headshot! Do you know how many black men would be in jail for abandoning their kids?
I mean, technically, is not paying child support ultimately a jailable offense? I don't remember, but I mean, it's like 50% of women only get their full child support. So I mean, it's not like the law keeps people from.
She's one of these rich, stupid people. Men do not go to jail. Oh my gosh, she's so retarded. Look at what this dumb, retarded woman is saying. One proves my point. Men go to jail for not paying child support. You dumb bitch, do you not understand that paying child support is not the same as abandoning the children? Are you that retarded? Do you not understand that paying child support is different than abandoning the law? You understand that your monkey ass said.
Jesus. What was your 5K time in high school? I would say I could do a 5K in probably 5 minutes. 1 minute per K, I would say. About, yeah. No, I'm just kidding. Realistically, I think my fastest was probably 14 minutes. 14 and a half, maybe.
To abandon the children, you dumb bitch. And she never did get it.
Damn, she watches this next? Or what? Damn, these guys are like, do they always hate each other? I have no idea.
But she sent the so-called receipts to dumbass Tom. Now Tom's like, ooh, I'm gonna get some good old brownie points now. Watch my queen. My queen has sent me the receipts. Notice I said, go get me the criminal code. Go get me the codes showing that it's against the law. Look what he goddamn do. Look what he does. Look at what he brings. Ooh. Oh, he got a good one. Oh, he's gonna get me, y'all. Oh, ooh. Oh, he's gonna get me. Oh, damn. Oh, I'm gonna show Tria logic. She don't know what she's talking about. Ooh, let me show what my queen done gave me, honey. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. This is an article. It's not a criminal code. This orangutan thinks he got a W because the other orangutan that he once wrapped around his schlong sent him this saying, here is a fact-checking article. But here's the deal. Even in a fact-checking article, I'm right. Boom, headshot.
Why does she have that as her sound effect? Does she know where that comes from?
Let me let the monkey try to explain it to you, honey.
Fact check. Child abandonment occurs when a parent, guardian, or person in charge of a child either deserts a child or fails to provide the necessary care for the child's well-being. Abandonment by desertion may be without any regard for the child's physical health, safety, or welfare, with the intention of hopefully abandoning the child.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean abandoning the child to another parent, right? That's not abandoning the child, right?
Abandonment by failing a duty of care usually involves some amount of child neglect.
Chat, did any of that happen to JF's children? Come on. Now remember, I want you to understand, okay? Did any of that happen? Yes, he's very stupid. And this is a dumbass.
Okay, I don't know. This drama is... Twin Cities DSA statement of solidarity with Palestine. Oh boy. Destiny, finish this. Hassan and Jenk debate. Listen, we're past that. The age has expired. We, the Twin Cities chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, are heartbroken after watching 2 million Gazans live in the world's largest open-air prison, where access to basic necessities like medical care and electricity are frequently denied to them by Israel. After seeing our Palestinian siblings be denied movement outside of the prison walls that encircle Gaza, after all the settler colonial violence and disposition, after having to repeat that Muslim worshippers at the Al-Aqsa Masjid in Jerusalem have the right to pray and practice their religion without fear of Israeli police and settler violence, harassment, and intimidation. After watching U.S. politicians on all sides of the political spectrum speak cautiously or not at all when Israeli settlers use colonial and apartheid laws of the Israeli state to force Palestinians from their homes and ancestral lands, but speak with immense force and certainty about the Israel state's right to defend itself against Palestinians. After attempts at false equivalences, when, since 1917, colonial and Zionist settler states and the world's largest imperial powers have used Palestine as a site of experimentation in war crimes and atrocities against Palestinians, is that a typo? Palestinians? Simply seeking to live their lives, after seeing article after article about another Palestinian child being murdered by the IDF for simply existing in public, we are heartbroken. We, the Twin Cities chapter of the DSA, are also resolved. We are resolved in our fight to support the efforts of Palestinians in Palestine and in the diaspora in their efforts to free their people. Just as Palestinians took to the streets after George Floyd was murdered, we are resolved to show the same solidarity in defense of Palestinian liberation. We are resolved to build our capacity as a chapter, to take our fight to city halls, to the state capitol, and to the halls of national power in the USA, to end all U.S. financial support for the Israeli settler apartheid regime. We are resolved to strengthen ties between indigenous movements locally and across Turtle Island, and the anti-racist and anti-colonial. Oh, that's another key. Hey, I brought up anti-colonial, by the way. Anytime you see anti-racist, always know that you're about to hear some absolutely retarded shit. Anybody that says anti-racist is always a retard. They're not ever worth listening to on anything, I promise. Okay? It's just as bad as anti-colonial. Do not confuse anti-racism with not being racist. They're two totally different things. Okay? We are resolved to work towards rematriation. Is it repatriation or rematriation? Oh, rematriation of land in good relationship in the movements against the violent state and state-sponsored settler disposition and mass killings of the Santee Dakota, the Anishinaabe, and other native communities of present-day Minnesota. Justice for our Palestinian relatives can also be unequivocally be named land back. We are resolved to enshrine the right to freedom of movement in Palestine and the USA and around the globe, and to fight border fascism wherever it rears its hideous head. We are resolved to work to ensure that our own DSA chapter and nationally endorsed elected officials not only vote against military funding for Israeli settler colonialism and apartheid, but also work towards the ending of U.S. sponsorship of Israeli occupation of Palestine. We resolved in our commitment to not fear the backlash that comes from being vocally and boldly in favor of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement and Palestinian freedom. For as socialists and internationalists, we are often the only ones willing to take a stand for justice, even when it's unpopular or even dangerous. We are resolved to proclaim from the river to the sea, Palestine be free, today and until liberation. Damn. This is essentially calling for like the complete and total elimination of all of Israel, right? From the river to the sea means from the West Bank to the Gaza to all the way to the right. Yeah, okay. The mayor apparently called them out on Twitter. Jeez. One state solution is what most lefties support. Have the majority report talked about this at all yet? Oh, God. Are they calling for Israel to go or just the apartheid regime? My guess would be from sea to river means, because when you talk about like, fuck, I don't know if I can bring up now something. like the west. So the Gaza Strip is that area to the southwest in Israel. The West Bank is on the west bank of the. Is it the Jordan River? I always forget what the fuck the river called. It's not that. But I'm pretty sure when you say from the river to the sea, like that's kind of where the main parts of like Israel are. The Jordan River is okay. So they're trying. I'm pretty sure they're talking about wiping away all of Israel there, just having it all be Palestine. That's. At GW tweets, SJP maintains unwavering support for our people's resistance in all form. What is this? Students for Justice in Palestine. GWU, Students for Justice in Palestine, stands in full support of the liberation of our homeland and our people's right to resist violent 75-year-long colonization. Also, yeah, remember, when they say 75-year, they're talking about, like, creation of Israel there. They're not talking about the 60... What are people saying? Is it the 67 or 64 borders? They're talking about, it's 67. They're talking about the elimination completely of Israel, yeah. Over the past few days, Palestinians in Gaza and across occupied Palestine have mobilized against the Zionist entity, seizing settlements imposed on our land in violation of international law. Did you finish the Noah article? Yeah, a long time ago. For the first time in our history, Palestinians have reclaimed land that was ethnically cleansed from... Palestinians reclaimed land that we were ethnically cleansed from in 1948. Over 50% of Gaza's population is under 18 years old. The vast majority of them have never been outside of the colonial prison walls, have never set foot on a single inch of the land that their families were violently ethnically cleansed from. This past weekend, we witnessed them breaking free, tearing down the prison walls, and making it known to the world we will be caged no longer. Are these actual students in college? It is insane to me how violent you can be as long as you're far left. Holy shit, bro. They're probably all white too. What is the state? GW tweets. George Washington University. Wait, is that up in DC? It is. Jeez, yikes. Walk around near the unis in Stockholm and you'll see commie posters everywhere. Should I go try to debate Swedish people? Actually, true. Reading shit like this? Hold on. True. That's a good quote. Holy fuck. Well, never mind. I don't want to stir that shit up. It's funny imagining that like my BLM protesters tweet like had the entire left-leaning internet like up in an outrage because Rittenhouse killed 2 people and shot a 3rd, right? But like student bodies are like openly tweeting base Palestinian murders. Yeah, like holy shit. It's actually like it is unhinged. If only I would have said the occupation needs to fucking stop. And if that means Palestinian Hamas warlords mowing down innocent party going, festival having, Jesus. Then it would have been based. I would have been totally on board with everybody. It's not only at Harvard. I'm reading, oh shit, hold on, I gotta move this 1 sec. It's not only at Harvard. I've reviewed the Twitter and Instagram accounts of Yale, Princeton, Columbia, Stanford, Dartmouth, and Johns Hopkins. Not a single one of them has issued a statement about the atrocities committed by Hamas. Is that true? Shapiro versus the Tate. Andrew has me blocked on Twitter, so it's annoying to try to scroll through it. I can't do it. Knitter works without an account? Based. Are they obligated to make statements, though? Shut the fuck up. Are you a tier 2 sub? I should ban you for such a retarded fucking comment. Are they obligated to make statements? No, but when Rittenhouse was acquitted, like half the colleges in the United States were making statements saying if people needed therapy, they can go and get it. And they thought it was an atrocity that he wasn't given the fucking chair. The fuck out of here, you fucking retard. None of this is about them being obligated to comment about it. The problem is what they choose to talk about. Rope. Holy shit. What do you think of the gas pipeline being blown up between Finland and Estonia? I have no idea. I don't know. I haven't read. I read like the accusation I think that Finland made against Russia, but I haven't done anything yet. Did Harvard release a Rittenhouse statement? I don't know if Harvard did, but I know a lot of... even my UNO fucking released a fucking statement about the Rittenhouse verdict. I would be surprised if Harvard didn't release any statement at all about that, given the number of other schools that were. But I don't remember every single school that, This was Princeton's statement on Rittenhouse. Princeton dean condemns Rittenhouse verdict. Sets a dangerous precedent. The dean of Princeton University School of Public and International Affairs sent an email to students and others that condemned the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict, saying it sets a dangerous precedent. The email with the subject line, "Our moral duty," was sent Saturday, the day after Rittenhouse was found not guilty. The decision was made by a jury, but Jamal in her email called it a ruling. I failed to comprehend the idea of a minor vigilante carrying a semi-automatic rifle across state lines, killing 2 people, and being declared innocent by the U.S. justice system. Yesterday's ruling sets a dangerous precedent. Jesus. These are the statements that were made at Harvard. Hold on. War in the Middle East. As the events of recent days continue to reverberate, let there be no doubt that I condemn the terrorist atrocities perpetrated by Hamas. Oh, so they made a statement. I wonder if this came after the guy's tweet. Such inhumanity is abhorrent. It's kind of weird, actually. Yeah, because wait, didn't those attacks happen on the 8th? So this is the 10th, but... Let me also state on this matter as others that while our students have the right to speak for themselves, no student group, not even 30 student groups, speak for Harvard University or its leadership. We will all be well served in such a difficult moment by rhetoric that aims to illuminate and not inflame, and I appeal to all of us in the community of learning to keep this in mind as our conversations continue. Oh, and then on October 9th, it said, "We write to you today, heartbroken by the death and destruction unleashed by the attack by Hamas that targeted citizens of Israel this weekend, and by the war in Israel and Gaza now underway." Well, this is on the 9th. Jesus. That's a new statement. There's backlash from the one on the 9th. Wait, did they have another one on the 9th? What was the other one on the 9th? Wait, show me. Do you have a link to that? I'm curious. Here's Dick's opinion on Lauren's JF interview. This one, Destiny. Hold on. That one is the 9th on it. People were mad. It didn't explicitly condemn either side. Large numbers of Harvard student organizations blaming Israel solely for Hamas terrorist attacks killing 700 civilians. Can't imagine who would want to identify with such a group. Harvard parents, talk to your educated kids about this. Joint statement by the Harvard Palestine Solidarity Groups. Okay, but these weren't necessarily statements by... Are these all student groups? Jesus Christ. If I recall, there were 20 student groups from Harvard that basically all said they stand with Palestine, including Jewish ones. Nice. Pretty sure if you're a Jewish one, you have to. Because every other like Muslim / Arab / anti-colonial / anti-racist student group is like looking at you like, well, what do you Jews think? Jesus, how cucked. Biden's speech. Oh, is he talking yet? Hold on.
Gör något smart med dina gamla iPhones. Sälj dem till Swappy. Vi renoverar dem och du tjänar pengar.
Sophistication of this was a land, they came by land, they came by sea, they came by air. They used drones, which had not been a main feature of their past attacks on Israel. So the sophistication, the scale of it, and unfortunately, as we discover hour by hour, day by day, the extent of the carnage in a lot of these Israeli settlements. You know, this is what's driving the language that you hear from the...
The Jewish group was Harvard Jews for Liberation. So probably not a group that really comes... Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I didn't watch the Lauren interview with JF. Was it like bad or something, or what happened? Has JF's wife been found yet? Holy fucking ad. Jeff's wife is going to be found until they look inside the walls. Oh, a second ad. Yes! Base! Yes! She's camping? True. She's just camping, guys. That's where she went, into the middle of nowhere. Without a phone or anything.
I listened to you on a very short interview you had last night where this girl was pretending to be Nancy Drew and she was trying to like bust you on stuff.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
Oh, he's talking on the phone. Okay.
JF was talking about dropping his wife off near a gas station and she's like, well, did you get gas? Is there a receipt that you?
Yeah. It's like,
and he's
okay.
like, oh, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not everything is a clue.
Yeah, exactly. Women are terrible investigators because they think that questioning every detail is a productive means. She was questioning details that the police has already asserted as absolutely true. She was so behind the track in her questioning. But I mean, what is there to expect, you know?
Yeah.
Females have not evolved to think or to relate to reality. As it turns
Very
out,
true.
when your main job in life is to prepare a spaghetti sauce, it's not that dramatic if you put Oregon instead of thyme.
It's just, I can't tell because, like, for JF, like, if JF wasn't a retard, JF would realize that to every other intelligent human on the planet, it looks incredibly fucking sus when you drop your retarded wife off in the middle of a forest and she disappears in 2 days with no cell phone, and then 4 months later somebody else reports her missing. If you weren't a retard, it's funny because these guys all agree with JF, but you're all retarded if you don't think every other person in the world is looking at you like a fucking murderer. That's insane. Okay? Jesus. Dig isn't trolling? I don't know what Dig's position is, but... Notice our boy Biden talk here. Apparently there's a sighting after drop her off 2 days later, going to the police, but still wild.
Just looking at my email and see that members of
What the?
Congress will be briefed tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. All members on Israel by officials from the State Department.
Wait, is Biden actually talking? Or when is this going to happen? Do we have a time yet for this, or...? Oh, official White House stream. Yeah, that's my boy. He's in the Nobel in Economics 2023 research on the gender pay gap. Yeah, I read that yesterday when I didn't stream. BPF warned JFG Lauren interview wouldn't go well. This is the end.
Well, good luck with Lauren De Laguna. I hope.
Is she? Do you know her?
I do.
So tell me about her. Should I be worried?
It will be woman prattle on overdrive, nonsense. It'll all be about her. That's Lauren De Laguna for you. If I were you, I would go into your kitchen and grab a hammer and smack yourself about the head and shoulders with it several times before I would sit through an interview with Lauren De Laguna. That's just me, though.
Oh no. I said yes to her, and Papa JF always provides to a cute woman.
Just saying, you're gonna send me.
Why would your wife abandon? Okay, why would your wife abandon her kids? I mean, I know you don't want to talk about kids, but can you at least acknowledge that that is a crime? Like, why would she commit a crime? So we don't have to talk. Let's not talk.
I don't think that's a crime.
About the kids, but why would she be okay with?
Somebody said this is the end of the interview.
No, listen. You're deluded.
I okay. I'm not. I'm really trying to be respectful. I'm not trying to be rude at all. But seriously, how am I deluded? Because I'm trying. It is a crime.
Because you're attributing crimes to things that you don't understand at all.
No.
You don't even meet the standard of prima facie case for a crime. It is not a crime to travel. Is it a crime to go to LA? Is it a crime to travel to LA?
Wait, hold on. What's prima facie? Can you explain?
Yeah, exactly. You know nothing. You're stupid. You are extremely stupid. It's like
I've
worse than talking
I've
to a
never
monkey.
I've never heard the phrase prima facie.
Yeah, because you don't know Latin, and I don't have time to
Yeah.
teach you.
No, you're right. I'm so stupid. Anyway, it's hard being this dumb sometimes, but thank you for having the patience to talk to me. But I do know that it is a crime to abandon your kids, and Mama J seems like
It is a crime to abandon your kids, but not with the other parent. I don't believe that's a crime.
a really wonderful woman, and
Rip.
Fuck, I triggered him that bad.
Well.
It's despicable.
This is the Colorado State Rep Tim Hernandez. Okay. He had a hard time. He had a hard line about not talking about the kids, and she was fishing for info on his kids and several. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
What they're protesting for, and what you're protesting for, and the fact that you can't condemn women and children and elderly people being murdered in the streets.
What about it?
Do you condemn it?
I already said.
Why can't you say yes?
Because I already gave you my answer.
You didn't give an answer, and I think anybody who would watch this would understand what your actual
Three
position
people that are
is
gonna
here.
watch your bullshit video wrestle.
And I think it's.
Oh no! Did he say only 3 people are gonna watch your bullshit? Oh no!
And what your actual
Three people that
position
are
is
gonna
here.
watch your bullshit video wrestle.
Rep. Yeah, this sounds kind of clip chimp, to be fair. It's like 24 seconds long. Maybe he did say something earlier and the guy's just like digging or fishing for answers. It's kind of unfair to judge based on just this clip, but... Key Forsen alert.
What the fuck? Don't shoot. I am serious.
Oh no.
I cannot.
Game
I take
is
it
frozen,
through.
LUL.
Does he not see the lantern? Does he just not see the lantern here?
It's a fucking hitbox!
Game
What the fuck are these invisible? I can't break it. They all attack me. Oh, it's a lantern.
He didn't see it. Oh no.
Say something earlier. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm close.
Crafting.
Is he gonna... Wait, can you die to poison in this game? I forget.
Game
No, I
is
don't think you
frozen,
can.
LUL.
It doesn't matter because it's fucking lava pour.
Zoomer slow what? Generating
There's
God
nowhere
seed
to
0%.
trade in either
Generating God
place.
seed.
Double
Generated
lava
dream seed.
pour and floor. It's
Video.
Oh, true. I could go meet Forsen live. Could you imagine how epic it would be if I could be in Forsen's background when he finally smashes X's record by 3 minutes? When Forsen finally gets the 1330 new streamer best record? Threw another record on Dragon. I just wish I had the Forsen clip to this, and I'm going to need XQC reacting to it.
What's doing it? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing?
I don't even know what happened before this. It's just XQC screaming. I don't know what the...
What is he doing?
cannot do anything.
What is he
You
doing?
literally cannot do anything because
What
if you don't
is
smash
he
it, then
doing?
He waited too long? Yeah, I don't know. It's just this retarded XQC clip this link over and over again. I don't know what actually happened. The elected student president of the NYU Law School Bar Association just sent out a message refusing to condemn Hamas's mass slaughter and effectively cheerleading it. Wait, what? Hold on. XC yesterday said he wanted to talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Yeah, just ask me when he's not streaming on Twitch. The elected student president of the NYU Law Bar... Oh, but it doesn't show it on Knitter, so Knitter's not good. Or is there a way to see the actual attached picture? Or do they not have it? Or is it different? Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, just kidding. There it isn't. Holy Christ. Oh, .com? Hi y'all, this week I want to express first and foremost my unwavering and absolute solidarity with Palestinians and their resistance against oppression toward liberation and self-determination. Israel bears full responsibility for this tremendous loss of life. This regime of state-sanctioned violence created the conditions that made resistance necessary. I will not condemn Palestinian resistance. Instead, I condemn the violence of apartheid, I condemn the violence of settler colonialism, I condemn the violence of military occupation, I condemn the violence of disposition and stolen homes. Jesus Christ, Palestine will be free. Your SBA president, Rina. These are like all the same guys that opposed us nuking Japan in World War II. Like, if Japan would have been like killing or attacking Palestinians, would they have like felt different about it? It's so bizarre, like the moral standard. I guarantee you, without ever having met this guy in my life, somebody find his college essays. I bet this guy has written an essay on how evil it was that the United States nuked Japan. Well-known computer science researcher whose son died in the attacks. I don't know who's the well-known science researcher. Is it the guy tweeting? Or is it who this tweet is about? Or what? I don't understand your statement in chat. How unbelievably vague. Is this the guy whose son died? Is he well? I don't know what a well-known comp sci researcher. Okay, the guy tweeting. Destiny, that person is a they, them? Of course they are. Oh my god. I will own being transphobic here. I will. If I ever am trying to find your business contact or I'm reaching out to you and on a page like this with your email listed, you put your fucking pronouns, bro, just fucking kill me. Oh my god. What? Okay, help me here. When would you even need to use somebody's pronouns when writing a fucking email to them? Hey, what's up? My name's Destiny. Or my name's Steven. I've heard that you're doing this. Can we work on this project? What, like, that's common in corporate emails now? Is it? Oh god, kill me, bro. When am I going to use their pronouns when I'm writing an email to them? They don't even have... Wait, is their contact info not even listed anywhere here? It's just a place to put their pronouns? Oh! It's part of the email signature now? Holy shit. It's actual an HR policy violation if you get their pronouns wrong. Bro, I've got like multiple friends that work in like Fang shit or whatever they call it now, who tell me about some of the DEI stuff and some of the scolding that goes on in some of these corporate workplaces. I wouldn't survive it. There's no way I would make it. If I lose my job streaming, I would die in any of those worlds, bro. Holy shit. Don't believe everything you hear, folks. Some of the babies were probably just shot or had their heads smashed against a tree. Oh yeah, because I think somebody tweeted out like people are conflating the beheaded baby with the 40 killed babies, and it's not like every single baby was beheaded. They didn't. It's not like they beheaded. It's not like they decapitated every baby. Okay, they probably only decapitated a few. They killed 40. They didn't decapitate 40. That would be wild. Okay. Jesus Christ. Wait, somebody tried to link me to a Twitter that doesn't exist anymore. Or a tweet that doesn't exist anymore. Even the knitter doesn't work, so I have no idea what you're trying to link. Those babies were born on settler land and would have grown up to be colonizers, so it's actually okay. Based. Sorry, just checking play Reddits. LSF post. XQC says he has leaks that are worse than Adepts. Then post them. Why would he not? Who cares? Bro, when is this Biden thing happening? Isn't this the guy you debated that was glazing the Tates? Yeah, the Shakyu Sulaiman or whatever. That guy. I don't even have to click that to know that he's been posting some crazy pro-Hamas shit. But maybe I'm wrong. Surprise me. Let's see. Drop a 9:15 and Biden will start? Okay, maybe. There is no evidence to support the claim that women have been raped. The only proof provided is images of a woman with blood or mud on her back. In reality, the claim is a talking point that's repeated by media and prominent figures such as Ben Shapiro, who control the media narrative. Are you conditioned to believe without evidence? Free your mind. Nice. This is the deleted tweet of the dude talking about the 40 babies. Misinformation spreads. An I-24 reporter makes a claim live on air via an Israel commander that 40 babies have been taken out on gurneys at Kfar Aza. Next, a Belarusian outlet with 1.1 million followers and claims that they showed 40 beheaded Israeli babies. Oh. I actually don't necessarily think this is a bad tweet at all. Never mind. I thought the character of this tweet sounded way different based on how other people were responding to it. But if it's the case, like if it's like this is like how misinformation, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Mind Waves is being a retard here. Uh-oh. While it's possible that woman was raped, there's nothing to suggest she was outside of the fact she has blood on her butt, and it's not clear the blood is even hers. Okay. I don't know as much about the mass rape stuff, to be clear. I know there's been like murmurings of it, but like reports of it, but Mike is so smart. Oh, Mike from PA tweets. After Elon, the tweets on my For You page seem specifically curated to be as aggravating as possible. Just not stop ignorance, bigotry, and brain-dead assholes. That's fucking hilarious. President Biden and Vice President Harris just concluded a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu to discuss the support for Israel. Readout to come. That was at 7:32. That was 20 minutes ago. What the? Picture Mindwaves is talking about. Yeah, I've seen it before. Woman goes crazy after car accident.
Yeah, we're gonna stay right here. We have a camera. We saw you hit her. You couldn't be off from over there. Don't give me that shit.
Whoa!
Let me put my window up for you. Like I want him to do the vehicle. You came into my lane.
I mean, they're clearly at fault. But they must not have seen them in the... Because it was like a... They must have been in the blind spot. That's the only thing I can think of, right?
Oh, we're gonna stay right here.
Maybe? I don't know. Jesus. Or they're just not paying attention at all, I guess. Why are you fucking retards saying it's illegal to merge while still in the intersection? Why do you think it matters if you're in the intersection? That has nothing to do with what we just saw. The problem was that he merged into another fucking car. Why are you fucking retards bragging about the shit that you learned in driver's ed? Yeah, obviously, it's technically illegal to merge in an intersection, but nobody gives a fuck about it. You're not gonna get pulled over for lane changing in an intersection. The problem was that he tried to lane change into a lane where there was another fucking vehicle. Jesus Christ. Non-license havers, it's true. Hamas officials, we have not killed any civilians. Yes, Picasso, I've seen you link that 50 million fucking times. I don't care what a Hamas official, I don't know why you want me to click that. I don't care. I don't know why you've linked this all day. How many times have you linked this fucking link? Please stop. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, listen, fuck, I don't know what else I have to do. It's 8 o'clock. I feel like I need to start doing research streams for my Benny Ben Shapiro debate. I'll probably start, I think tomorrow I'll finish my overlays. I need to figure out how to get Obsidian here. I kind of feel like I might need like a second monitor, even with this thing down here, if I want to do other stuff, or just because having like 3 chats on my screen is like so much space. Or it takes up so much space. Oh, Katie has me blocked on Twitter now. Oh no. Why did she tweet? Destiny is not only Oh, she blocked me and she stopped tweeting me. Oh, I didn't even know this was about me. Destiny is only okay with wanting to kill Jews when talking about it with the very impressive Nick Fuentes over chicken and waffles. What a retarded tweet. Yeah, that's me. Famous anti-Semite, Stephen Monell. Use a tablet for phone or reading chat. I kind of thought about getting one of those foldable phones. They actually seem kind of based, but... Syrian girl account has spread misinformation since the conflict started. There are lots of videos showing Hamas intentionally killing civilians. Survivors also report that women were raped next to dead bodies. Damn. How is a foldable phone base? When it's closed, it's tiny, and when it's open, it's too big for one hand. Wait, what? Are the foldable phones tiny when closed? Have you ever seen one before? They all look pretty big to me, even when closed. I think if I got one though, I'd wait for like the Fold 2 from Pixel or whatever, instead of instead of getting the current one, yeah. When is the Pixel, what is the next one, the 8? When does it launch? Two days. Oh, based, okay. Can you pre-order them yet? I need to get my new iPhone and my new Pixel at the same time. I don't know if I want I don't know. Can I order these phones in Sweden, or am I gonna get fucked? Is it gonna be some weird like region locking language cuck bullshit? I don't know if like people still region lock phones or carrier lock phones, or if that's like a thing that people don't do anymore. Someone told you pre-order last week for a free watch. I think I would use that iPhone watch. I think it's a better one, right? It needs to be unlocked, but phones are mostly global now. iPhones aren't locked, but Android might be. Huh. Bro, that H3H3 production subreddit? I'm so curious what the fuck leftovers is gonna be. That's gonna be some wild shit, my dudes. Is that on Thursday? The vitriol towards Gila is disgusting? Yeah, holy shit. But... Are you still gonna talk to Ethan? Yeah, hopefully, but... Milkers.
What the melon? What are you melon?
What are you melon?
Are you hungry?
Yep.
I'm making you food then.
Pixel will drop their phones like they've dropped 50% of their projects, sadly. Wait, really? Do you think? The Christian guy you debated on whatever. Wait, what? Is he some weird alt-writer? Hold up. 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm reading this. K, I've kept an eye on the Israel situation for the past few days. Here's what I've learned, and here are my blunt and honest thoughts. 1, Israel chose to ignore intelligence from Egyptian officials about a major attack from Hamas. Has this been proven? Is there any proof of this whatsoever? Or was it like one random Egyptian spokesperson said this happened, and like everybody else in the world has denied it? I just have a really hard time, and maybe I'm being unfair here, but I have a really hard time believing that Israeli intelligence and U.S. intelligence all knew about this attack incoming, or didn't know, but somehow Egypt did? Bibi directly denied it. 2, multiple former IDF soldiers and Israeli intelligence personnel have come forward online and said there's 0% chance Israel is unaware of this attack. We just watched unsophisticated terrorists on hang gliders soar into one of the most heavily defended and surveilled countries on the planet. Within 40 hours of the attack, we're now suddenly seeing enormous support for an American war with Iran? Wait, what? Where is the enormous support for that? I'm witnessing American pastors and formerly level-headed influencers in our world completely lose their minds and call for genocide. I mean, people call for destruction of Gaza. That's true, but... I'm reminded of Pearl Harbor and 9/11. In both scenarios, the American government received intelligence in advance of the attacks, but chose not to prevent... Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, I didn't know this guy was a fucking retard. I thought he was just like a normal, like, run-of-the-mill Christian dude. But is he like a Christian nationalist? Is he like one of the like borderline Nazi guys? Or I don't know what the fuck there. I don't even know where that fits in on everything. I'm sorry, this guy. The guy that was on the Whatever podcast with me. Chase? He has hashtag purebloodikn, his Twitter bio. I don't know what pureblood, I don't know what that means. He's Groiper adjacent? Oh, God, I don't know. Alright, I'm leaving. I'm done. I'll do work and shit. Lauren is also starting to cook some fear-mongering. Something is off. I love how with conservatives, nothing can happen anymore. Nothing in the world can happen anymore. It's always like it has to be part of a conspiracy. There always has to be something. Like, I read a conspiracy theorist talking about how, like, isn't it weird that yesterday or last week they were covering, like, this shit happening and now they're covering this shit? Like, yeah, it's called news. Like, other things happen in the world. I can't, bro. Okay, all right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripping the cappuccino, cappuccino, my dude. I will catch you guys next Streamerino. The Surfs take? I don't even need to click that. But I'll do it anyway. I've never been more repulsed to by the reactions on this app. White leftists calling civilian death settlers while themselves on stolen native land. Liberals and right-wingers going full neocon as an open-air prison. Oh, yeah, that's the Surfs. Yeah, that's about what I would expect. Biden, wake up. I don't know where Biden is. Listen, Biden's on some busy shit right now. He doesn't give a fuck about us. Does Biden even know the Destiny stream is waiting for him? He's watching your stream, golf lining, it'll start. Maybe, actually. Maybe it is. All right, Biden. I'm going to take off. I'd give you this fat host if I could. But, yeah. Good luck, my duder. I love you. Be careful, guys.